Before there were maps of the world, there were men who dared to sail beyond them. This is not just a story of shipwreck and solitude. It's the unforgettable journey of a man, cast away by fate, forced to fight the wild, and discover what it truly means to survive alone. Written by Defoe in 1719, The Life and Adventures of Robinson Crusoe remains one of the most gripping tales of endurance and human spirit. Today, we bring it to life, not just as a story, but as an emotion, narrated from Crusoe's own heart. If you love audio storytelling, if you crave timeless adventures, you're in the right place. Support our channel by liking, sharing, and subscribing. Your encouragement helps us bring these legends to life. Now, close your eyes and step into the storm. The journey begins. This is The Life and Adventures of Robinson Crusoe.
I was born in the year 1632 in the city of York into a respectable family, though not native to the land. My father, a merchant from Bremen, had settled in Hull before moving to York, where he married my mother. Her family name was Robinson, and from it I was given the name Robinson Kreutzner. Over time, as names tend to change with custom, people began calling us Crusoe, and so I, too, came to be known. Ours was a quiet household, touched by both comfort and sorrow. I had two elder brothers, one a soldier who gave his life on the battlefield near Dunkirk. The other vanished into silence. None of us ever heard from him again. Being the third son, without any fixed path or trade, my mind wandered early. I was given a decent education at home and at a country free school. My father hoped I'd study law and live a settled life. But the sea called me. That calling, deep and unshakable, ran counter to everything my family wished for me. It was as if fate had already carved my path toward hardship. My father, wise and aged, tried his best to steer me away from that road. I still remember the morning he called me to his room, bedridden with gout, speaking with a gravity that only age and love can give. He asked me why I'd abandoned home and country when I had the chance to live a peaceful, honorable life. He warned me that only those desperate or overly ambitious sought adventure abroad. Mine, he said, was the blessed middle state of life, free from both the painful struggles of the poor and the corrupted pride of the rich. He believed that true happiness lay in that middle ground, where kings might envy the peace of simpler men, and wise ones prayed for balance over extremes. But I was young, and the sea whispered louder than reason. My father once urged me to reflect on life's troubles, insisting that they most often fell upon those at the top or bottom of society. The rich, worn down by indulgence and excess, suffered from vanity and illness. The poor, beaten by labor and want, struggled with deprivation and fatigue. But the middle station, he said, was spared from the extremes of both, offering the greatest peace, moderation in wealth, calmness of mind, health of body, and the best of both worlds. He believed it was the ideal state, fit for all virtue and enjoyment. It promised a life free from desperation or ambition, where a person could move quietly through the world with a sense of contentment, neither envied nor broken, tasting the sweetness of life without its bitterness. After explaining all this, he pleaded with me most affectionately not to throw myself into the miseries that fate had seemingly guarded me against. He reminded me that I lacked no basic need, that he would support me well and give me every opportunity to prosper if I stayed home and followed the path he laid out. If I failed to be happy, it would be by my own fault or fate, not from any lack of care on his part. He had already warned me and would take no blame if I brought misery upon myself. He spoke of my eldest brother, who had ignored the same counsel and died in war. And although he promised to keep praying for me, he admitted, with painful honesty, that if I did disobey and chase this foolish dream, God would not bless me, and I would one day regret ignoring his words with no one left to help me recover. His words moved me deeply. Tears ran down his cheeks, especially when he recalled my brother's fate. When he said I'd one day repent alone, without help. He was so overwhelmed he had to end the conversation altogether. For a time, I was truly affected. I resolved to give up all plans of going abroad and to stay home as he wished. But the conviction didn't last long. Within a few days, the temptation returned. Eventually, to avoid further persuasion, I made up my mind to leave him. I didn't act immediately, but soon after, I approached my mother when she seemed in a good mood. I confess that my heart was set on seeing the world, and I'd never truly settle if I didn't. I begged her to speak to my father and allow me to go on one voyage. I promised that if I didn't enjoy it, I'd come home and give myself wholly to a stable life. But she reacted with anger and sadness. She refused to even mention it to my father. She said she wouldn't be responsible for my ruin, nor would she ever let me say that my mother agreed when my father did not. Still, I later learned that she did tell him everything. And when she did, he sighed deeply and said that boy might have been happy if only he had stayed. Yet he gave no consent. Almost a year passed. During that time, I rejected every offer to settle down and often argued with my parents. Then one day, I went a hoe, not to escape, just on a visit. But a friend of mine was preparing to sail for London and offered me a place on his father's ship free of charge. Tempted by the usual promises of adventure, I agreed. I told no one. Without God's blessing, without a word to my parents, I boarded that ship on the 1st of September, 1651. My misfortunes began almost immediately. Before we even left the Humber, the sea grew wild. I had never been on a ship before, and I was violently sick, both in body and in spirit. I thought of my father's warnings, his tears, my mother's pleas. I felt cursed for abandoning my duty. Every promise they made, every tear they shed, came flooding back into my conscience. As the storm worsened, I became certain we'd be swallowed by the sea. In sheer desperation, I made solemn vows to God that if he spared me just this once, I'd return home and never board another ship again. I would obey my father and never seek such misery again. In that moment, I fully realized how right my father had been. The quiet, middle life he described suddenly seemed like the greatest treasure on earth. And I promised, like a repentant prodigal son, to go back. These thoughts stayed with me as long as the storm raged. Even into the next day, as the sea calmed and my sickness lingered, I remained solemn. But by evening, the sky cleared. The sun set in peace and rose the next day just as bright. The sea, once terrifying, now lay still and beautiful. I slept well and felt cheerful by morning, amazed at how quickly the sea could shift from wrath to calm. Then came the voice of my friend, the very one who had lured me aboard. He laughed off the storm as nothing serious and offered a bowl of punch to celebrate. That evening we drank. I drowned all my guilt in that single night. My promises, my conscience, my sorrow, all faded into drunkenness. And just like the sea had forgotten its fury, I too forgot my fear. For a few days, I had brief moments of reflection, but I pushed them away, called them fits, and drank them down with laughter and company. Within a week, I had silenced my conscience completely. Yet fate was not done with me. On the 6th day, we reached Yarmouth Roads. The wind had been weak and contrary, so our progress had been slow. The harbor was crowded with ships waiting for a favorable wind. After several days at anchor, the wind picked up again. We secured the ship, dropped 2 anchors, and prepared for a hard blow. But by noon, the waves grew dangerously high. Water poured over the bow, and we feared our anchors might not hold. The sea tested us again, and this time it would be worse than the last. By this time, the storm had become truly terrible. For the first time, I saw fear, real fear, even in the eyes of the seamen. The master of the ship, though doing everything he could to save us, passed by my cabin repeatedly, whispering to himself, "Lord, have mercy on us. We shall be lost." all undone. At first, I lay motionless in my steerage cabin, too stunned to react. I can't even describe what I felt. I was no longer able to grasp that early sense of repentance I once had. Somehow, I believed that I had already faced death before, and this would be nothing like that. But hearing the master's terrified words struck through me. I was overwhelmed with dread. I finally rose and looked outside, and what I saw chilled me to my soul. Towering waves rose like mountains and came crashing down upon us every few minutes. Everywhere I looked, there was nothing but chaos. 2 nearby ships, heavily laden, had already cut down their masts. Another ship a mile ahead had foundered and gone under. 2 more had been torn from their anchors and swept into the open sea, without a single mast left standing. Lighter ships did slightly better, less burdened by weight. But even they were being driven wildly, drifting near us with only their spritsails before the wind. By evening, the mate and the boatswain begged the captain to let them cut down the foremast. He resisted, but the boatswain swore that if they didn't, the ship would surely founder. At last he agreed. They cut it down, but that only made things worse. The mainmast now shook the entire vessel so violently that they had no choice but to cut it down too, clearing the deck completely. Anyone might imagine the state I was in. I was young, inexperienced, and terrified even in the mildest storm before this. But now, the horror I felt was greater, not just in the storm, but from a deeper torment within. I remembered how I had once turned toward repentance, and then hardened my heart again. I feared not just death, but the guilt of ignoring that earlier warning. But worse was still to come. The storm raged on. The crew, tough men hardened by the sea, now admitted they had never seen anything like this. The ship was strong, but heavily loaded. She wallowed in the waves, and the crew cried out that she would founder. I didn't even know what that meant until I asked someone. I wish I hadn't. That night, something rare and sobering happened. The master, the boatswain, and some others knelt down in prayer. They were men who'd seen much, but now they prepared themselves for worst, expecting the ship to sink at any moment. Then, in the pitch dark, another blow struck us. A man came running from below, shouting that we had sprung a leak. Another followed, claiming there was 4 feet of water in the hold. The alarm was raised. Everyone was ordered to the pumps. At that cry, my heart seemed to die inside me. I collapsed sideways onto my bunk, but the crew wouldn't let me stay down. One of them barked at me, saying I was just as fit to pump as any man. So I pulled myself up and joined them, working the pump as best as I could. Meanwhile, the master saw some light colliers, small ships, trying to ride out the storm. He ordered our men to fire a distress signal. A cannon roared from our deck. I, knowing nothing of what was happening, thought the ship had cracked open. I was so overcome, I fainted dead away. No one noticed. It was every man for himself. One sailor stepped over me, thinking I was gone, and took my place at the pump. I lay there for a long while before I regained consciousness. Still, we kept working, but the water rose faster than we could pump. The ship was doomed. Though the storm had eased a little, we knew we couldn't make it to any port. The captain kept firing. Finally, a small light ship ahead of us launched a boat to rescue us. It was a desperate gamble. The waves were high, the winds fierce, and they could barely stay upright. But those brave men rowed hard toward us. They couldn't come close enough to board us safely, so we cast a rope over the stern with a buoy attached. After many tries, they caught it, and we hauled them close. One by one, we all got into their boat. There was no way to return to their ship. It was gone from reach. So we agreed to let the boat drift, guiding it toward the shore as best we could. Our captain promised that if the boat was lost on the shore, he would repay their master. So, half rowing, half drifting, we let the wind carry us, veering north toward the coast, as far as Winterton Ness. We hadn't been away from the ship for more than 15 minutes when I saw her sink into the sea. That was the first time I truly understood what it meant for a ship to founder. I could hardly lift my eyes to look. So overcome was I, with fear, with dread, and with the haunting thought of what still lay ahead. The sailors had practically thrown me into the boat, rather than me stepping in myself, and from that moment on, my heart felt numb, as if it had died within me. While the men strained at the oars trying to reach the coast, we caught glimpses of people running along the beach, waving to help as our boat rose and fell on the crashing waves. But we made very slow progress. It wasn't until we passed the Winterton Lighthouse, where the coastline begins to bend westward toward Cromer, that the land offered us some shelter from the wind's fury. Eventually, we managed to land, though with great difficulty. We were met with kindness in Yarmouth, given food, warm quarters by generous townspeople and merchants, and enough money to travel either to London or back to Hull, whichever we chose. Looking back, if only I had returned home to Hull then, I might have found happiness again. My father would have welcomed me, maybe even like the prodigal son in Scripture. He had heard the ship I sailed on had been lost, and for a long time believed I had drowned. But something stronger than reason seemed to drive me, an inner force I couldn't resist, no matter how clearly I saw the dangers. I can't explain it. Some fated pull that led me straight toward my own ruin, against every warning I had already been given. The friend who had convinced me to sail in the first place, the captain's son, was now strangely subdued. When we finally met again after being separated in Yarmouth, he looked at me with sorrow and asked how I was. Upon hearing my story, his father gave me a grave warning. "Young man," he said, "you were never meant for the sea. You've been given a clear sign. Don't ignore it." I tried to answer, but he went on, "This might have happened because of you, just like Jonah in the ship to Tarshish. If you keep pushing forward like this, you'll find nothing but disaster." We parted soon after. I gave him little reply and never saw him again. I had enough money to travel by land to London, and along the way, I wrestled deeply with myself, torn between going home or heading to sea again. But shame held me back. I imagined how everyone would laugh at me if I returned, how I'd face not just my parents, but all the neighbors too. It's strange how people, especially the young, aren't ashamed to make foolish choices, yet are ashamed to admit their mistakes. And so, the longer I stayed away, the more my memories of the shipwreck faded. Eventually, I stopped thinking of going home altogether and began looking for my next voyage. That same reckless spirit that first pulled me away from home, that restless desire to chase after fortune with no real plan, it blinded me to reason and shut out my father's wise words. It was that same fatal urge that led me into the most unfortunate venture of all, boarding a ship bound for the coast of Africa. The sailors called it a voyage to Guinea. Looking back, I realize how badly I misjudged things. I never joined as a working sailor, though I might have learned the ropes and slowly risen through ranks, perhaps even become an officer one day. But no, I always wanted to appear the gentleman. With money in my pocket and decent clothes on my back, I refused to get my hands dirty. I had no duties, learned nothing, and gained no real skill on board. Still, luck placed me in decent company in London, which isn't always the case for reckless young men like I was. I met a ship captain, an honest man, who had sailed to Guinea before and done quite well. He liked our conversations and, upon hearing I wanted to see the world, invited me to join him on his next voyage. I wouldn't have to spend a penny, he said. I could share meals with him, travel as a companion, and if I managed to bring anything for trade, I could keep the profits, maybe even more, depending on how things went. Of course, I jumped at the chance. I trusted this man and, through some relatives, scraped together 40 pounds. I spent it on little trinkets and goods he recommended, things I could trade. I think my mother may have quietly helped me raise the amount, though she never admitted it. That voyage turned out to be the only truly successful one I ever took. The captain's honesty and guidance helped me immensely. I not only returned with over 5 pounds of gold dust, worth nearly £300 back in London, but I also learned valuable skills. He taught me the basics of navigation, how to chart a course, take readings, and maintain a ship's log. I took to the lessons eagerly. That journey made me feel like both a merchant and a sailor. Still, even the success had its cost. I became seriously ill during the trip, overcome by the intense heat and humidity of the African coast. We traded mostly between 15 degrees north and the equator, and that climate nearly broke me. With the money I'd earned from my last voyage, I felt certain I was ready to become a proper guinea trader. But fate had something cruel in store. The friend who had helped me, my greatest support, died soon after we returned. Still, I pushed ahead, determined to sail again. I joined the very same ship, now under the command of his former mate. That decision turned out to be the most disastrous one I ever made. Though I didn't risk all my fortune, carrying less than 100 pounds and leaving the rest, about 200 pounds, with my late friend's widow, I still found myself swept into deep misfortune. We had barely begun our course, sailing between the Canary Islands and the African coast, when disaster struck. In the gray light of dawn, a Turkish pirate ship from Selly appeared on the horizon and gave chase. She was fast and loaded with sail, and we pushed our ship to the limits. Every canvas stretched, every mast strained to try and escape. But by mid-afternoon, they had gained on us. Around 3, they came alongside, attempting to position themselves across our stern. By chance, they came across our quarter instead, allowing us to fire a powerful broadside from 8 guns. The blast forced them to pull back, even as they returned fire and unleashed a volley of small shot from the 200 men on board. For the moment, we were unharmed. Every man had taken cover, but the pirate wasn't done. He returned, this time boarding us from the opposite side. 60 of his men swarmed our deck, slashing at the sails and hacking through the rigging. We fought back hard, firing small arms, throwing powder chests, using half-pikes. Twice we cleared the deck, but in the end, the fight was hopeless. With our ship disabled, 3 of our men dead, and 8 more badly wounded, we surrendered. We were taken as prisoners to Salih, a Moorish port. To my surprise, the treatment I received there wasn't as brutal as I had feared. Unlike many of the others, who were marched inland to the emperor's court, I was kept by the captain himself as his personal prize. Being young and strong, I was made a slave, forced to serve him directly. The shock of it crushed me. From a merchant with gold in my pocket to a slave in a foreign land, it felt like a nightmare. My father's warnings echoed in my head. How he had foretold my misery, how he had pleaded with me to stay. It all felt terrifyingly real now. I believed I had reached the end, that God himself had turned against me, and still, I had no idea how much more suffering lay ahead. At first, I clung to hope. My new master had taken me into his house, and I imagined he might one day take me aboard his ship again. I dreamed of being rescued, perhaps by a Spanish or a Portuguese man-of-war, and finally regaining my freedom. But even that sliver of hope didn't last. When the captain sailed off again, he left me behind to tend his garden and handle the menial work of a household slave. And when he returned, he simply ordered me to sleep aboard the ship and watch over it. For a long time, all I could think about was escaping. Day and night, I imagined ways to break free, but no plan ever felt even remotely possible. I had no one to share the idea with, no fellow captive, no countryman to stand beside me. I was completely alone in that land. And though I often dreamed of freedom, for 2 long years, it remained just that, a dream with no clear path to reality. Then, unexpectedly, a strange turn of events stirred those old hopes again. My master, perhaps short of money, stayed home far more than usual and began taking his boat out regularly for fishing. Each time, he brought me along with a young Moor boy they called Maresco. I had become quite good at catching fish, enough that he started sending me and the boy out with one of his own kinsmen to bring back fresh catches. Once, on a quiet morning, we went out fishing only to be caught in a heavy fog. Though we were close to shore, we lost sight of land and rode blindly through the day and night. When daylight finally broke, we discovered we drifted far out to sea, nearly 2 leagues away. Getting back was no small task. The morning wind had picked up, and we returned weary, hungry, and a little shaken. That incident made my master more cautious. He began taking the large English longboat he'd captured, having it refitted with a small cabin, and equipped with a compass, provisions, and even a space for comfort. I always joined him, and one day, he prepared the boat for an outing with some respected guests. He loaded it with plenty of supplies, and had me ready 3 firearms from his ship. But the guests never showed, and instead, he told me to take the boat out with the usual crew and catch some fish for supper. The moment he turned away, something surged inside me. For the first time, I realized I had a vessel, supplies, and an open sea ahead of me. I didn't know where I'd go, but I knew I had to try. My first move was a bit of a trick. I pretended to tell the young Moor that we couldn't dare touch our master's food, and we needed something of our own for the fishing trip. He agreed and brought a big basket filled with biscuit and 3 jars of fresh water. While he was ashore, I snuck aboard a few more things. My master's case of bottles, clearly taken from an English prize ship, and I made it look as if they were already in the boat for him. I also managed to load a heavy lump of beeswax, nearly 50 pounds, along with a bundle of twine, a hatchet, a saw, and a hammer, all of which would become incredibly useful later on. The wax, especially, would help me make candles once I was free. There was one more trick I played, and he fell for it completely. His name was Ismail, but they called him Muley or Moley. I called him and said, "Moley, our master's guns are on board. Can you fetch a little powder and shot? Maybe we'll catch some birds for ourselves." He said yes and returned with a large leather pouch holding over 1.5 pounds of powder, and another with several pounds of shot and bullets. I had also found a little powder in the ship's cabin and quietly poured it into one of the nearly empty bottles in the case. With everything ready, provisions, weapons, tools, we set out to sea. The castle at the port entrance knew who we were and didn't question a thing. Once about 1 mile out, we stopped to fish. Unfortunately, the wind was coming from the north-northeast, exactly the wrong direction. If it had come from the south, I might have reached Spain or the Bay of Cadiz. But I had made up my mind, no matter the wind, I was leaving that wretched land and trusting fate to carry me where it would. After a while, we caught nothing, and when I did get a bite, I avoided pulling it in so the boy wouldn't suspect a thing. Then I turned to Moore and said, "This won't do. Our master won't be pleased. We need to fish farther out." He didn't question it. He went to front to set the sails, and I kept my hands on the helm. I guided the boat nearly a full league farther from shore. Then I brought her to a stop, pretending to prepare for more fishing. I gave the helm to the boy and walked up to the Moor. As if reaching for something behind him, I grabbed him and tossed him straight overboard. He bobbed up immediately. He swam like a cork and begged me to take him back in. He swore he'd follow me anywhere in the world. The sea was calm, and he was strong in the water, fast enough to reach the boat in moments. So I stepped into the cabin, grabbed one of the guns, pointed at him, and said, "I haven't hurt you and I won't, but don't come any closer. You're a good swimmer. The sea is calm, and you can easily make it back to shore. But if you try to get back in this boat, I'll shoot you through the head. I've made up my mind. I will be free." He looked at me, then turned and swam for land. I've no doubt he made it back safely. He was, after all, an excellent swimmer. I could have simply kept the Moor and thrown the boy overboard, but I dared not trust him either. Once the Moor swam away, I turned to the boy they called Zuri. Zuri, I said, if you'll be loyal to me, I'll make something great out of you. But if you won't swear by Muhammad and your father's beard to be true, I'll have no choice but to cast you into the sea. He smiled at me, speaking so honestly and innocently that I couldn't doubt him. He swore his loyalty and promised to follow me to the ends of the earth. While the Moor was still in view, I steered the boat out to sea, angling slightly to windward so that anyone watching would assume I was heading toward the straits, as any reasonable person would. No one would imagine I was sailing south, toward the barbaric coast, where tribes of natives in canoes might surround us and kill us, or worse, where savage beasts or more savage men might tear us to pieces the moment we set foot ashore. But once night fell, I altered course, now sailing south-southeast, hugging the coast just enough to stay within sight of land. A fair wind and calm seas pushed us swiftly along, and by 3 the next afternoon, I estimated we had traveled nearly 150 miles beyond Salih, well outside the reach of the Emperor of Morocco or any other local ruler. We saw no signs of people. Still, the fear of being recaptured by the Moors haunted me. I didn't dare stop or go ashore, not even an anchor. The wind remained steady, and for 5 full days we sailed without pause. When at last the wind shifted to south, I figured that if any ship had been chasing us, they have given up by now. I finally allowed myself to approach the coast and dropped anchor at the mouth of a small river, though I had no idea what river it was, what country we were in, or what people lived there. I had no desire to find out. All I wanted was fresh water. We arrived at dusk and planned to swim ashore under cover of darkness to scout the area. But as the night deepened, the air filled with terrible sounds, howls, growls, and roars from beasts we couldn't identify. Poor Zuri was petrified and begged me to wait until morning. I agreed, though I reminded him that daylight might bring danger for men as deadly as these creatures. Then we shoot them. Zuri laughed. Make them run away. It was broken English, learned among slaves, but it made me smile. I gave him a dram from our patron's bottle to calm him. His advice was good, so we stayed anchored through the night. But peace was not to be found. Within hours, strange and massive creatures, more than I could name, came to the shore. They wallowed in the water, cooling themselves, letting out such terrifying screams and cries that I had never heard the like before. Zuri trembled in fear, and truth be told, so did I. But we grew even more afraid when one of the beasts began swimming toward our boat. We couldn't see it, but the sound of its snorting and splashing told me it was huge, wild and dangerous. A lion, Zuri cried. Maybe he was right. The poor boy pleaded with me to weigh anchor and row away. No, I told him. We'll cut the rope and leave the anchor with a buoy. We'll escape the sea. They can't chase us far. Just as I finished speaking, the creature came within 2 oars' lengths of the boat. I leapt to the cabin, grabbed my gun, and fired. The blast startled it, and it turned around, swimming back toward shore. The moment that thunderous gunshot echoed into the wilderness, the entire coast came alive with terrifying roars and blood-chilling cries. From the shoreline to deep within the trees, a chaos of sounds burst forth, as if the very beasts of the earth were protesting our presence. I was certain they had never heard such a noise before, and the horror in their howls confirmed it. That dreadful chorus left no doubt. We could not risk stepping ashore that night. And even by day, the idea of encountering the savage inhabitants felt just as dangerous as facing lions or tigers. In truth, both were equally menacing to us. Still, we had no choice but to find water soon. We had not even a pint left. Zuri offered to go ashore with one of our empty jars, saying he'd search for water and bring some back. I questioned why he would go instead of me, but his answer, so filled with innocent loyalty, touched me deeply. He believed if danger came, they would seize him first, giving me a chance to escape. That devotion stirred my heart, and I decided we'd face it together. I handed him some dry bread and a sip of liquor from the captain's case, and we carefully pulled the boat close to the shore. Then, carrying only our weapons and 2 water jars, we waded onto that wild, uncertain land. I remained near the boat, not daring to venture far, wary of sudden attacks from the river. Zuri, however, wandered a mile inland and soon came rushing back. For a moment I feared the worst. Maybe he'd seen savages or been chased by beasts. But as I neared him, I saw joy on his face and a strange creature slung over his shoulder. Something like a hare, though longer-legged and differently colored. He had hunted it himself. And best of all, he had found clean water and no sign of danger. Later, we discovered that when the tide went out, the creek itself held fresh water close by. We filled our jars, cooked the animal Zuri had caught, and rested, grateful that we had found no trace of other humans in this desolate part of the coast. Having once traveled along this coastline before, I knew the Canary and Cape Verde Islands were not far off, but with no instruments to guide me and only a vague memory of their position, I couldn't determine where to head. I hoped that by sailing further along the shore, I might meet English trading vessels and find rescue. From what I could tell, the land we had reached lay between the Empire of Morocco and the Black nations further south, a barren, abandoned stretch feared even by the Moors and the natives. They left it to the wild beasts and used it only for grand hunting expeditions, bringing thousands of men at a time. And for nearly 100 miles, we saw nothing but lifeless wilderness by day and heard nothing but the haunting cries of savage creatures by night. Once or twice, during the day, I thought I glimpsed the towering peak of Mount Tenerife out in the distance, the mighty Pico rising from the Canary Islands. The thought of reaching it tempted me deeply, and I attempted twice to set my course toward it. But each time, the sea turned wild and the winds pushed against me, forcing my fragile vessel back toward the shore. After those failed efforts, I made the difficult decision to abandon that idea and stick to my original plan, sailing close to the coastline, where I could at least control my fate. We had to make several stops along the way to refill our supply of fresh water. One particular morning, we dropped anchor near a high point of land just as the tide began to rise. It was a quiet, still moment, until Zuri, whose young eyes were sharper than mine, softly warned me to keep away from the shore. Following his gaze, I saw what he saw, a massive lion lie in the shadow of a rocky hill, fast asleep but terrifying at sheer size. I instinctively prepared our firearms. The first shot shattered its leg, causing the beast to rise and roar with pain and fury. My second shot struck its head, bringing it down with a heavy, tragic finality. Young Zuri, now emboldened, swam ashore and finished the creature with a third shot to the head. It was a hunt unlike any we had faced. The lion, while awe-inspiring, was of no use for food. I felt a pang of regret for using up 3 full rounds of powder and shot. Still, Zuri was fascinated and insisted on taking a piece of the beast. He failed to sever the head, but managed to bring back an enormous paw. Then a thought struck me. The hide might serve us somehow. With effort, we spent the entire day skinning the beast. Though I lacked skill, Zuri was quite adept. We finally managed to strip off the pelt, and after 2 days of sun drying atop our cabin, the lion's skin became my bedding, a rough, wild reminder of our survival. After that brief pause in our journey, we continued southward for 10 or 12 more days. Our food supplies had begun to dwindle, so we ate sparingly, only going ashore when we desperately needed fresh water. My only plan was to reach the river Gambia or Senegal, anywhere near Cape Verde, hoping to encounter a European ship. If not, I had no idea what path lay ahead, other than risking the unknown islands or perishing among the native people. I knew that all vessels traveling from Europe to Guinea, Brazil, or the East Indies passed by that cape or nearby islands. I had staked everything on this one hope, to find a ship or be lost forever. Roughly 10 days later, signs of life began to appear along the coast. We saw people standing on the shore as we passed by, watching us with curiosity. They were completely black and wore nothing, and though I considered going ashore, Zuri warned me against it. I brought the boat closer so I could try to communicate with them. They seemed unarmed, except one man who carried a long stick that Zuri believed was a throwing lance. I kept a safe distance but used hand signs to ask for food. They motioned for me to stop, promising to bring meat. Two of them disappeared inland and soon returned with dried meat and some unfamiliar grain. None of us recognized it, but we accepted gratefully. Yet, neither of us dared get too close. The solution was careful. They left the food on the shore and stepped far away, allowing us to safely retrieve it. We thanked them with gestures, for we had nothing to offer in return. Just then, something astonishing happened. Two enormous creatures suddenly charged from the mountains toward the sea, possibly fighting or chasing each other, whether they were mates or wild rivals. I couldn't tell, but I felt sure it was not a common sight, especially since such beasts usually appear only at night. The people on the shore were terrified, particularly the women. All of them fled, except the man with the lance, though the beasts plunged into the water and swam, seemingly playful. One of them drew dangerously close to our boat. I quickly loaded my gun and had Zuri ready the others. When it came within range, I fired directly at its head. It thrashed violently, wounded and drowning, and died just before it reached land. The local people were paralyzed with shock, terrified by the noise and fire from my gun. Some even collapsed in fear. But once they saw the creature dead and understood I meant no harm, they approached. Guided by the blood in the water, I helped them rope the animal and drag it ashore. It was a magnificent leopard, strikingly beautiful and covered in perfect spots. The natives stared in awe, raising their hands in wonder, trying to comprehend the power of the strange weapon I'd used to bring it down. The other wild creature, terrified by the flash and sound of my gun, swam back to shore and disappeared into the mountains. I couldn't tell exactly what it was. Meanwhile, the natives clearly wanted to eat the leopard I had killed. I gladly offered it to them as a gift, and they received it with great thanks. Though they had no knives, they skillfully removed its skin using sharpened wood, even faster than we could have done with proper tools. They tried offering me some of the meat, but I kindly declined, making gestures that I want to keep the skin instead. They gave it to me without hesitation and brought even more food from their stores, roots, grains, and things I didn't recognize, yet gratefully accepted. I signaled that I needed water, turning one of my empty jars upside down. Understanding my need, they called over two women who came with a large clay vessel, sun-dried as I guessed. They placed it on the shore as before, and I sent Zuri with the jars. The women were just as unclothed as the men, but they helped fill all 3 jars with water. With that, we were stocked with food, drink, and goodwill, and I took leave of those generous people. For the next 11 days, I kept away from the coast, sailing forward until I saw land stretch far into the sea, about 4 or 5 leagues ahead. The weather was calm, so I stayed well offshore to safely round the point. After passing it, I could see another body of land to seaward, and I knew then that this must be Cape de Verde and the nearby islands of the same name. But they were distant, and if a sudden wind picked up, I might not reach either shore. While I pondered what to do, I sat in the cabin as Zuri held the helm. Suddenly, the boy cried out in panic, having spotted a ship. He feared it was one of his former master's vessels sent to recapture us. But I knew we were well beyond that danger. I rushed out and saw the ship. It was Portuguese, likely headed toward the Guinea coast. At first, I thought they wouldn't come closer to shore, so I sailed hard toward them. Even then, I was barely within signaling range, but luckily, they spotted us through their glass. Taking me for a stranded European, they slowed their sail. Encouraged, I raised my patron's old flag and fired my gun as a signal. They saw the smoke and waited for us, and after 3 long hours, we reached them. Though I didn't understand their Portuguese, Spanish, or French, a Scottish sailor on board called out to me. I explained I was English, having escaped Moorish slavery at Salé. They welcomed me aboard with kindness and took in both Zuri and my possessions. What followed was relief beyond words. I offered the captain everything I owned in gratitude for my rescue, but he refused any reward. He told me he saved me just as he would hope to be saved himself if the roles were reversed. He said that once he took me to Brazil, far from my own country, I'd need all I had to survive and eventually return home. He insisted on treating me with full charity and said my few belongings could help rebuild my life. True to his word, he protected every item, keeping it under his care and giving me an exact inventory, even including my 3 simple clay jars. His honor and kindness in both word and deed were unforgettable. The captain admired my boat and asked what I would take for it, saying it was ideal for his ship's use. I told him honestly that after all his generosity, I could never name a price. So he offered me a signed promise to pay 80 pieces of 8 when we reached Brazil, and even agreed to increase it if someone there offered more. He also offered 60 pieces of 8 for Zuri. That troubled me deeply. Not because I didn't trust the captain, but because it felt wrong to sell the freedom of the boy who had helped me gain my own. When I explained this, the captain understood and offered a fair middle ground. He would give Zuri a contract for freedom after 10 years, if he became a Christian. Zuri agreed to go with him, and with a heavy heart, I let him go. Our voyage to Brazil went smoothly, and in just over 3 weeks, we reached All Saints Bay. I was finally free from a life of misery, yet unsure of what path to take next. The captain's kindness never wavered. He charged me nothing for the passage, paid me well for the leopard and lion skins, and returned everything I owned without fail. I sold a few items, some guns, bottles, and wax, and walked ashore with around 220 pieces of 8. Soon after, I was welcomed into the home of an honest man who owned a sugar plantation, and I lived with him for a time, learning the trade. Inspired by how well the planters lived, I decided to stay and become one of them. And with my savings and a letter of naturalization, I bought uncultivated land and started planting my plantation. My neighbor, Mr. Wells, a Portuguese of English descent, was in similar circumstances. For 2 years, we worked mostly for food, but by the 3rd year, our land showed promise. We planted tobacco and prepared the fields for sugarcane, yet we lacked helping hands, and I couldn't stop regretting parting with Zuri. Still, what could one expect from a man who rarely did right? I had no choice but to press on, though farming didn't suit my nature. It was a very sort of life my father once urged me to accept, moderate, stable, and one I had rejected in pursuit of adventure. Now, I found myself in that exact place, far from home, questioning whether it had all been worth it. Often, I thought bitterly how I could have achieved the same results back in England among my friends, instead of ending up 5,000 miles away among strangers in a strange land. I felt isolated, with no company but my neighbor, and every task relied solely on my own labor. It felt like I was marooned already, stranded on a deserted island in spirit, if not in geography. And how ironic it was that the very solitude I feared and unfairly compared to my current life would eventually become my fate in truth. Had I stayed, I might have been wealthy and happy. Instead, I wandered far, only to long for what I had once taken for granted. By the time my kind benefactor, the Portuguese captain who had rescued me at sea, was preparing to set sail again, I had become fairly settled in my plans for developing my little plantation. His ship remained docked for nearly 3 months while taking on cargo and preparing for the voyage. During that time, I confided in him about the small amount of money I had left behind in London. With genuine concern, he offered some wise and thoughtful advice. He said, "Senor Inglese, if you'll give me a letter and a formal power of attorney, I can arrange your money to be sent to Lisbon in goods that suit this country. But since misfortunes can always happen, just order 100 pounds worth first, half of your stock. If all goes well, you can send to the rest later. But if it's lost, at least you'll still have something to fall back on." That advice struck me as honest and sensible. I agreed immediately and wrote detailed letters to the woman in London who had kept my money, explaining my adventures, my time in slavery, my escape, how the Portuguese captain had found me, and how he had shown such kindness. With his help, those letters were sent to an English merchant in Lisbon, who passed them along to London. The woman not only sent 100 pounds, but she also, out of gratitude for the captain's kindness, gave him a generous gift from her own money. In time, the merchant in London invested the funds in the kinds of goods the captain had suggested, English-made cloth tools and useful supplies, and sent them to Lisbon, where the captain personally delivered them to me in Brazil. I had never even thought to ask for such tools, but they proved invaluable for my plantation. Along with the cargo, he also brought me a servant, contracted for 6 years, and he refused any payment for himself, except a small offering of tobacco from my own crop, which I insisted he take. When the goods arrived, I truly felt like fortune had smiled on me. The English products were in high demand, and I sold them for more than 4 times their original value. I was now well ahead of the neighboring planters in both profit and preparation. I used my earnings to buy a slave and hire another European servant, expanding my little empire. Yet, I didn't realize then how prosperity, when taken for granted, can lead us to our greatest downfalls. My second year brought even greater success. I harvested 50 large rolls of tobacco, each weighing over 100 pounds, more than I needed for basic trade. I stored them up, waiting for the next fleet from Lisbon. But with prosperity came ambition, and ambition turned to restlessness. My mind began to chase grand ideas, plans far beyond my experience. Instead of being content with my growing plantation, I fell into the same trap that had taken me from home in the first place. The urge to roam, to chase quick success, to outpace the natural rhythm of life. Had I stayed where I was, I believe all the blessings my father once described, the quiet rewards of modest, steady life, would have come true. But I became the author of my own misfortune. And worse, I knew it. In time, as my life unraveled again, I would reflect bitterly on how I had once more ignored the clear path to happiness, choosing instead the thrill of uncertainty and the illusion of rapid success. By now, I had lived in Brazil nearly 4 years. I spoke the language fluently and had built friendships with both local planters and merchants at the port of St. Salvador. I often shared tales of my past voyages to the Guinea coast, how easy it had been to trade for gold, ivory, and, most significantly, slaves. The planters listened with rapt attention, especially to the part about the slave trade. At that time, the trade was tightly controlled by the Spanish and Portuguese crowns, and slaves were scarce and expensive. My story sparked their interest, not just in the goods I described, but in the bold opportunities that seemed just beyond reach. While spending time with a few merchants and planters I knew well, our conversation turned serious about certain matters weighing on our minds. The next morning, 3 of them approached me privately. They had been reflecting on what I had said the night before and came with a confidential proposal. They planned to outfit a ship to sail to Guinea, aiming to acquire servants for their plantations, which, like mine, lacked sufficient labor. Since they couldn't legally sell enslaved people when they returned, they intended to bring them ashore discreetly and divide them among themselves. They wanted me to go as a supercargo, to handle trade along the African coast. In return, they offered me an equal share in the venture, without needing to invest any of my own money. It was no doubt A tempting offer, at least for someone who wasn't already well established. But I had a promising plantation, a growing investment, and all I needed was a little more time to prosper. Had I stayed the course for just a few more years and sent for the additional £100 from England, I might have easily become worth several £1,000s sterling. Yet, true to my reckless nature, I couldn't resist. I agreed, provided they would manage my plantation during my absence, and, should anything happen to me, sell according to my instructions. We drew up formal agreements, and I even made a will naming the captain who once saved my life as my heir, with directions to divide the profits, half for him and half to be sent to England. I took every possible measure to safeguard my affairs, yet ignored the wiser path before me. My imagination overruled my reason. On September 1st, 1659, exactly 8 years after I first defied my father and left home, I boarded the ship, unaware that this journey would set me on a course more disastrous than anything I could have imagined. Our vessel, carrying 6 guns and crew of 14, plus the master, his boy, and myself, was loaded not with valuable cargo, but with baubles meant for trading, glass beads, shells, knives, hatchets, and trinkets that would soon become part of fateful exchange. The very day I boarded the ship, we set out to sea, heading northward along our own coastline, aiming to cross over toward Africa once we reached about 10 or 12 degrees of northern latitude, which I later understood was a usual navigation course back then. The weather remained favorable, though the heat was overwhelming, until we reached Cape St. Augustino. After that, we moved further out to sea and lost sight of land, steering as if we were bound for Fernando de Noronha, keeping those islands to the east. Within 12 days, we crossed the equator and reached about 7 degrees 22 minutes north when a fierce tornado caught us completely off guard. It started from the southeast, shifted to the northwest, and settled in the northeast, blowing with such terrifying force that for 12 whole days, we could do nothing but drift helplessly. The storm was so relentless that all we could do was let the wind decide our fate, and not a single soul on board believed they would survive. During this terrible time, we lost 1 man to calenture, and another man, along with boy, was swept overboard. Around the 12th day, the weather began to ease slightly, allowing the captain to make a rough observation. He figured we were about 11 degrees north, but 22 degrees west of Cape St. Augustino. That meant we were somewhere off the coast of Guyana, north of Brazil, beyond the Amazon River, near the great river Orinoco. The captain, worried about our badly damaged and leaky ship, considered turning back to Brazil, but I strongly disagreed. Together, we reviewed the sea charts and saw there was no nearby settlement until the Caribbean Islands. So, we set a new course for Barbados, hoping to reach it in about 15 days by staying clear of the Gulf of Mexico's current. But fate had other plans. While at 12 degrees 18 minutes latitude, another brutal storm struck us, driving us violently westward, far from all human contact. Even if the sea spared us, we now feared a worse fate, falling into the hands of savages. Then, one early morning, a crew member cried out that he saw land. We all rushed out, only for the ship to crash onto a sandbank. The sea struck us with such force we thought death was certain, and we were forced into our quarters, shielding ourselves from the water's fury. The fear was indescribable. We didn't know where we were, on an island or mainland, inhabited or not. The wind still roared, and we expected the ship to split apart any minute, unless the winds turned miraculously. We sat in silence, staring at each other, quietly preparing for death. But to our amazement, the ship held, and the captain noted a slight calm in the wind, our only comfort amid despair. Although the wind seemed to ease a little, our situation grew desperate once the ship struck the sand and stuck so firmly that we no longer hoped she might come off. With no other option, we began thinking only of survival. A boat had once trailed behind us, but the storm had dashed it to pieces against the rudder, and then it either sank or was swept out to sea, gone beyond reach. There was one more boat on board, but getting it into the water seemed nearly impossible. Still, we had no time to hesitate, as we feared the ship might break apart any moment. Some even believed she already had. In our panic, the ship's mate grabbed for the second boat. With help from the crew, he managed to lower it over the ship's side. 11 of us climbed in and committed ourselves to both the mercy of God and the wild sea. Though the wind had calmed somewhat, the waves were still enormous and violent, like the Dutch so fittingly call it, the Den Wild Zee. It was a terrifying sight, for we knew without doubt that the boat would never hold against such a raging sea. We had no sail, nor could we have managed one in that state. So we took to the oars, pulling hopelessly toward the land, our hearts heavy, like condemned men rowing toward their doom. We were certain the boat would shatter against the surf as soon as it neared the shore. Still, we poured our hearts out in prayer, and the wind, steadily pushing us landward, brought us closer to what seemed to be our destruction. We had no idea what the shoreline held, rocks or sand, steep cliffs or shallow beach. Our only glimmer of hope was the possibility of a bay or river mouth, where we might find calmer water or some protection from the wind. But nothing of the sort revealed itself. As we drew nearer, the land appeared even more menacing than the ocean. After drifting and rowing for what we estimated to be about 1.5 leagues, a monstrous wave rose up behind us like a mountain. It bore down with such ferocity that it capsized the boat instantly, separating each of us from one another and from the vessel. There wasn't even time for a final prayer. We were swallowed by the sea in a heartbeat. The confusion in my mind as I plunged into the water is indescribable. Though I was a capable swimmer, I couldn't find breath amidst the waves until one massive swell carried me a great distance toward shore. As it broke and retreated, I found myself nearly dry, lying flat on the sand, though half drowned from the water I'd taken in. Still, I had enough clarity and strength left to stand and stumble forward, desperate to escape before the next wave could reclaim me. But the sea wasn't finished. I turned and saw another towering wave racing toward me, fierce and merciless. I had no strength to fight it, only to hold my breath and try to ride it out. I braced myself and tried to swim with it, desperate to stay afloat and make it ashore. The wave buried me again, 20 or 30 feet deep, but also propelled me forward with immense force. I kept swimming, straining with all my might, until I felt myself rise toward the surface. My hands and head broke through for just a couple of seconds, just enough for one precious breath and a flicker of renewed courage. The water closed over me once more, but I held firm. When the wave passed and the current pulled back, I struck against it and felt the seabed beneath my feet. I paused, breathless but determined, and then ran forward as fast as my legs would carry me. Still, the sea chased me, and 2 more waves caught me in turn, lifting me and flinging me closer to shore. The beach was broad and flat, and each wave, though fierce, carried me nearer to life. That last time nearly proved fatal for me. The sea, with its relentless force, hurled me against a jagged rock. The blow struck my side and chest with such violence that it knocked the breath out of me, leaving me senseless and unable to help myself. Had the waves returned just then, I might have drowned, but I regained some consciousness just before they came crashing back. Desperate to survive, I clung to a piece of the rock and held my breath until the water receded. The waves weren't as fierce anymore, and I managed to hold on. When the next wave hit, it didn't drag me under, and with one more push, I reached the shore. Exhausted but alive, I scrambled up the cliff and collapsed on the grass, finally out of the sea's grasp. I sat there, overwhelmed, thanking God for a rescue that just moments earlier had seemed impossible. The intensity of that relief is beyond words, like a man saved at the very edge of the grave. I understood then why I condemned man. receiving a sudden pardon, needs a doctor on hand. Such shock can collapse the soul. I wandered the shore, lifted my hands, my whole being wrapped in the realization that I alone had survived. My shipmates were gone. I saw no trace of them but 3 hats, a cap, and 2 mismatched shoes. From a distance, the wrecked ship was barely visible through the sea spray, and I couldn't fathom how I had escaped. Once I calmed down, reality struck. I was soaked, hungry, without food, clothes, or even a weapon to protect or feed myself. All I had was a knife, a tobacco pipe, and some tobacco. Despair consumed me. As night fell, fearing wild beasts, I climbed into a thorny tree for shelter. I found fresh water nearby, took a little tobacco to stave off hunger, and, after fashioning a stick for protection, settled in the tree. Exhausted beyond measure, I fell into a deep, surprisingly restful sleep. Perhaps the most comforting I had ever had under such dire circumstances. When I awoke, it was already daylight. The sky had cleared, and the storm had finally passed. The sea was no longer thrashing about like it had before. But what astonished me most was the sight of the ship, no longer stuck where she had grounded. During the night, the rising tide had lifted her free and pushed her closer to the rock where I had once been so badly bruised by the crashing waves. She now rested about a mile from the shore, standing upright as if untouched. The sight stirred a desperate longing in me. If I could just get aboard, I might retrieve something. Anything that could help me survive. Climbing down from my tree shelter, I surveyed my surroundings again. That's when I noticed the boat. It had been hurled up onto the land by the wind and waves, lying roughly 2 miles to my right. I followed the shore as far as I could, hoping to reach it. But soon, I was halted by a wide inlet, about half a mile across, separating me from the boat. Frustrated but determined, I turned back. For now, my priority was a ship. I still hoped to find something aboard to sustain me in my solitude. By midday, the sea had calmed further, and the tide had ebbed so far that I could get within a quarter mile of the vessel. As I drew closer, a new wave of sorrow overcame me. I could see it plainly. Had we all remained on board, we likely would have reached shore safely. I wouldn't have ended up in this desolate, lonely state. The pain of that thought brought tears to my eyes again, but tears offered no solution. So, driven by desperation, I stripped off my clothes in the sweltering heat and plunged into the water. Getting to the ship was one thing. Climbing aboard was another. She sat high above the water, beached and unreachable from the sea's surface. I swam around her twice before spotting a dangling rope by the forechains. It had nearly escaped my notice, but I managed, through great effort, to seize it and haul myself aboard, finally landing on the forecastle. Inside, I discovered that she had taken on quite a lot of water, but she had settled on a firm bank of sand or earth, tilting stern upward. Fortunately, the rear part of the ship remained dry, which gave me hope. Wasting no time, I searched every part of the dry quarters. I was relieved to find that the ship's provisions were intact. Starving, I made straight for the bread room, stuffing my pockets with biscuits and eating as I moved through the wreckage. In the great cabin, I also came across some rum. I drank a generous amount. My nerves were frayed, and I needed the strength for the work ahead. All I lacked now was a way to transport these salvage supplies. But wishing wouldn't make a boat appear. I knew I had to act. Among the ship's remnants were spare yards, large spars of wood, and a few unused topmasts. I decided to construct a raft. Working as quickly as I could, I tossed several of these overboard, each tied with a rope to prevent them from drifting. Once in the water, I bound 4 of them together at both ends and laid smaller planks across to form a platform. It held my weight, but barely, too flimsy to carry much. Not ready to give up, I grabbed a saw and cut one of the spare topmasts into 3 parts, adding them to strengthen the raft. It was exhausting, but I pressed on, the promise of survival. The chance to equip myself with the essentials gave me strength I hadn't known I possessed. My raft, at last, was sturdy enough to carry a decent load, and my next concern was how to secure my supplies from the surf. Without much delay, I laid as many planks as I could gather across it, then fetched 3 of the seamen's chests I had broken open and emptied. I filled the first with essentials: bread, rice, 3 Dutch cheeses, 5 pieces of dried goat meat that had been a staple of ours, and a bit of European corn we had brought along for the poultry, though the birds were now long gone. Sadly, the barley and wheat store had been spoiled by rats. As for drink, I came across several cases of bottles that had belonged to our captain, cordial waters in roughly 5 or 6 gallons of rack. I packed them separately, not in the chest, as space didn't allow. Just as I was doing this, I noticed the tide starting to rise gently, and to my dismay, I saw my coat, shirt, and waistcoat left on the sand float away with it. My breeches and stockings were all I had on, as I had swum aboard in them. This loss pushed me to search for clothing, of which I found plenty, but I only took what I needed right then. My focus was more on practical items, like tools for survival. After much searching, I finally located the carpenter's chest, a treasure far more valuable to me than any amount of gold. I managed to get onto the raft just as it was, not even checking inside, for I already knew what it held. My next priority was weapons and ammunition. I found 2 fine fowling pieces in the great cabin, along with 2 pistols, a few powder horns, a small bag of shot, and 2 old rusty swords. I remembered the ship had 3 barrels of gunpowder, though I didn't know where they were. Eventually, I discovered 2 of them in good condition. The third was water damaged. I brought those 2 to the raft along with the guns. Now well loaded, I faced the challenge of returning to shore with no sail, or rudder. Any strong gust could easily capsize everything. Yet I had 3 things in my favor: calm seas, a rising tide flowing toward the land, and a gentle breeze also pushing me shoreward. I found 2 or 3 broken oars, and along with tools like saws, an axe, and a hammer, I launched my raft into the sea. For about a mile, everything went smoothly, though I noticed I was drifting slightly away from my original landing point. That gave me hope there might be a nearby creek or inlet I could use as a small harbor. And so it turned out. Ahead of me was a narrow opening in the land, and I felt a strong current pulling me in. I tried to guide the raft down the center of the stream, but disaster nearly struck again. Unfamiliar with the coast, I ran aground at one end of the raft while the other floated. It nearly tipped the entire load into the sea. I braced myself against the chest to keep them from sliding off, unable to move for fear of losing everything. For nearly half an hour, I held that position, and as the tide rose, the raft leveled out. At last, it floated free again, and with one of the oars, I pushed it back into the channel. Drifting farther in, I found myself at the mouth of a small river, with solid land on both sides and a strong tide carrying me along. I looked for a good spot to come ashore, not too far up, as I still hoped one day to see ships passing by the coast. So I resolved to make camp as close to the sea as I safely could. At last, I spotted a small cove on the right-hand shore of the creek, and with great effort and pain, I slowly guided my raft toward it. Reaching the edge, I used my oar like a pole and pushed until I could bring the raft in. But even there, I almost lost everything again. The slope of the shore was steep, and I realized that if one end of the raft came to rest on the land while the other dipped down in the water, I might once again spill all my cargo. So I waited patiently for high tide, keeping the raft steady using my oar like an anchor. I chose a spot where the water might cover a flat area, and thankfully it did, once there was enough water. Since my raft only drew about a foot, I pushed it onto the flat and moored it carefully using my 2 broken oars, one at each side. I waited until the tide receded, and to my relief, My raft and everything I had managed to save lay safely ashore. My next concern was to explore the land and find a proper place to live, somewhere to store my supplies and protect them from anything that might come. I still didn't know where I truly was. Was this a mainland or an island? Was it inhabited? Were there wild beasts? About a mile inland, I noticed a high, steep hill rising above the rest. With a fowling piece, a pistol, and some powder, I set off to climb it. It took great labor to reach the top, but when I did, I saw my fate clearly. I was on an island, entirely surrounded by the sea. No land was visible except for a few distant rocks and 2 small islands to the west, even smaller than the one I was on. It was a barren place, and I had every reason to believe I was completely alone, except perhaps for wild animals. I didn't see any beasts, but the place was filled with birds of all kinds, though none I could identify. I shot at a large bird perched on a tree near a wood. I imagine it was the first gun ever fired in that place. The sound caused a wild eruption of birds from the forest, screaming and fluttering in chaos, none of which I recognized. The one I had shot appeared to be a kind of hawk, based on its beak and color, but it had no talons and its flesh was unfit for eating. Satisfied with what I had discovered, I returned to my raft and spent the rest of the day unloading my cargo onto the shore. Night approached, and I had no idea where to sleep. I feared wild animals might attack if I lay on the open ground, even though later I realized those fears were unnecessary. Still, I did what I could. Using the chests and boards I had salvaged, I created a sort of barrier around myself and made a crude hut for shelter that night. As for food, I had no clear plan yet. I had only glimpsed 2 or 3 rabbit-like creatures dashing to the woods near where I'd shot the bird. But a more pressing thought entered my mind. There were still many useful items left on the ship, especially ropes, sails, and anything that might wash ashore. Knowing a coming storm would likely destroy the vessel entirely, I decided to focus on retrieving everything I could. I considered whether to reuse the raft, but it seemed impossible. So, as I had done before, I waited for low tide, stripped down to just my checkered shirt, linen drawers, and pumps, and waded out again toward the wreck. Once aboard, I prepared a second raft. With experience from the first time, I made this one better balanced and less overloaded. I managed to gather many valuable things: bags of nails and spikes from the carpenter's supplies, a heavy screw jack, a dozen or more hatchets, and most importantly, a grindstone. From the gunner stores, I found 2 or 3 iron crowbars, 2 barrels of musket balls, 7 muskets, another fowling piece, more powder, a bag of small shot, and a heavy roll of sheet lead, which was too heavy to lift overboard. In addition to these, I collected all the clothing I could find belonging to the crew, a spare foretopsail, a hammock, and some bedding. With all this packed onto my new raft, I brought it safely to shore. That second voyage gave me a great sense of comfort and security. While I was away from the land, I couldn't help but worry that some wild creature might have raided my supplies. But to my relief, I found everything untouched. Only a strange little animal, something like a wildcat, sat perched on one of the chests. As I approached, she ran off a short distance, then stopped and stared right at me. There was something almost curious and calm in her gaze, as if she wanted to befriend me. I raised my gun instinctively, but she didn't flinch. She had no idea what it meant. Still, I tossed her a bit of biscuit, though it was hard to spare given my limited stock. She sniffed it, ate it, and looked like she wanted more. But I had nothing else to give. She wandered off quietly. With my second cargo safely ashore, I set about the task of building a shelter. I used a sail and some wooden poles I had cut to make a small tent. Inside, I stored everything that could spoil in the sun or rain. Around the tent, I built a sort of barricade from the empty casks and chests to protect myself from any sudden attack, whether by beast or man. Then I secured the tent entrance with boards on the inside and a chest propped up outside. I laid one of the beds on the floor and kept my pistols close to my head with my musket beside me. That night, I slept deeply for the first time since the wreck. The exhaustion of hauling all those goods, coupled with the restless night before, had worn me down completely. By now, I had what might have been the largest personal supply stockpile ever amassed by one man. But still I wasn't satisfied. As long as the ship remained standing upright, I felt I had a duty to salvage everything possible. Each day at low tide, I went back aboard and brought away whatever I could carry. On my third trip, I focused on the rigging, gathering small ropes, twine, and a spare piece of canvas that could be used to repair sails. I even managed to retrieve a barrel of wet gunpowder. Eventually, I collected all the sails too, though I had to cut them into manageable pieces. Then came the real surprise. After 5 or 6 trips, when I thought I'd taken all the ship had to offer, I stumbled upon a large hogshead of bread, 3 runlets of spirits, a box of sugar, and a barrel of fine flour. I had assumed all the food was ruined by seawater, so finding these felt like striking gold. I carefully packed the bread in sailcloth and brought everything ashore safely. I made yet another voyage the next day. Having taken all the movable goods, I turned to heavier items, cutting the ship's cables into shorter pieces and collecting 2 of them along a hawser and as much iron as I could manage. I even cut down the spritsail yard and mizzen yard to use as materials for a large raft. But luck turned against me. The raft, overloaded and difficult to control, capsized just as I entered my landing cove. I fell into the water, but thankfully was close to shore. Much of my cargo, particularly the iron, was lost. At low tide, I managed to recover some of it by wading in and pulling from the water, an exhausting task that left me thoroughly drained. I continued these trips daily, retrieving whatever I could. By the 13th day, I had made 11 voyages and hauled off more than anyone could believe possible for just one man. Honestly, if the calm weather had lasted, I might have dismantled the entire ship piece by piece. But by my 12th trip, the wind had begun to rise. Still, I went aboard one last time at low tide, convinced I'd already stripped the cabin bare. To my amazement, I discovered a hidden locker with drawers. Inside were several razors, a large pair of scissors, a dozen good knives and forks, and even more surprising, a stash of coins. There was money from Europe, Brazil, silver pieces of 8 and gold, all together worth about 36 pounds. As I laid eyes on the scattered coins, I couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. That lifeless pile of money, what was it worth to me now? I almost scoffed aloud, realizing that in my current plight, even the finest treasure held no value. One sturdy knife meant more for my survival than all those coins combined. I told myself to leave it behind, to let it sink like a worthless relic. And yet, after a moment's pause, I wrapped it all in a piece of canvas and kept it. Just as I began preparing another raft to carry my load ashore, the sky grew dark and the wind picked up sharply. In less than 15 minutes, a powerful offshore gale had started to blow. It quickly became clear that building another raft was futile in that wind, and I needed to leave before the rising tide trapped me. So I lowered myself into the water and struggled to swim across the channel with the weight of my gear and the churning waves pressing against me. By the time I reached land, the wind had grown into a full-blown storm. Safely back in my makeshift tent, I lay among my rescued possessions while the tempest raged through the night. When morning came, the sea had swallowed the ship entirely. Nothing remained on the horizon. I was momentarily stunned, but found comfort in knowing I had done all I could to retrieve whatever was useful. There was hardly anything left on board that I could have brought, even if I'd had more time. From that moment, I abandoned all thoughts of the ship, except for the hope that bits and pieces might wash ashore in the days ahead, which some did, though they proved of little value. Now my focus shifted entirely to survival, guarding against potential dangers. whether wild beasts or worse, unknown savages. I wrestled with the idea of what kind of shelter would keep me safest, a cave dug into the earth or a tent above it. In the end, I decided to have both. But the area I was currently in, a damp, low plain by the sea, seemed unhealthy and lacked any fresh water source. So I made up my mind to relocate to higher ground that was more secure and better suited for long-term living. I considered a few key factors in choosing the right place. First, the availability of fresh water and good air. Second, protection from the sun's intense heat. Third, security from wild animals or men. And fourth, a clear view of the sea, in case Providence sent a ship to rescue me. I didn't want to lose all hope of deliverance just yet. Eventually, I found a small open plain on the side of a rising hill. The face of the hill toward the plain was steep, like the wall of a house. Nothing could come tumbling down from above. On one side of the rocky slope was a shallow hollow, resembling the entrance to a cave, though it led nowhere deeper. I chose the flat green space just before this hollow as the perfect place to pitch my tent. The area stretched about 100 yards wide and twice that in length, gently sloping down to the beach. Facing N&W, it stayed shaded from the sun until the late afternoon, a blessing in such a hot land. Before setting up my tent, I carved out a semicircle in front of the rock hollow, about 10 yards in radius and 20 in diameter. Within that space, I drove 2 tight rows of heavy wooden stakes into the ground, each over 5 feet tall, their tops sharpened into points. The stakes stood just 6 inches apart, forming a strong palisade to defend my future home. To fortify my shelter, I used the pieces of cable I had salvaged from the ship. I laid them in layers between 2 rows of stakes, building up to the top. Then I added more stakes on the inside, slanted against the others like braces, each about 2.5 feet high. The result was a barrier so solid that no man or beast could breach it. It took a great deal of time and effort, especially cutting and hauling the stakes in the forest and driving them deep into the earth. Rather than installing a door, I fashioned a short ladder to scale the fence. Once inside, I would pull the ladder in behind me, sealing myself off from the world. I believe I had made myself completely secure and slept more soundly than I had since arriving. Though in truth, I later realized such precautions were unnecessary, for the dangers I feared never came. With painstaking effort, I moved all my possessions, my food, tools, ammunition, and supplies, into this fence enclosure. To protect myself from the violent seasonal rains, I constructed a double-layered tent. The inner tent was smaller and nestled within a larger one, which I covered with a tarpaulin I had salvaged from the sails. I stopped sleeping in the bed I had brought ashore, and took instead to a hammock that had once belonged to the ship's mate. Inside the tent, I stored everything that could be spoiled by moisture. Finally, I closed off the entrance, leaving only the ladder to come and go. Afterward, I began hollowing out the rock behind the tent. The earth and stones I excavated, I used to raise the floor inside the fence by about 1.5 feet, creating a sort of terrace. In this way, I carved out a small cave, which I used like a cellar for storage. It took many long days and much labor to finish all of this, but I must return to another event that weighed heavily on my mind. Around the same time I was planning the tent and cave, a dark storm cloud rolled in. A sudden flash of lightning was followed by a thunderclap. It wasn't the lightning that startled me most. It was a terrifying thought that struck me at that moment. My gunpowder. My heart sank at the idea that one bolt of lightning could ignite it all, destroying not only my defense, but also my means of survival. The danger of my own life seemed less concerning than the risk of losing everything I depended on. When the storm passed, I immediately dropped all other work and focused solely on dividing and storing my powder. I made bags and boxes to separate it into small parcels, hoping that even if something did catch fire, it wouldn't all go up at once. It took about 2 weeks, but I managed to divide all 240 pounds of powder into at least 100 portions. The barrel that had gotten wet didn't worry me much. So I stored in the cave my makeshift kitchen. The rest I carefully hid in holes among the rocks, making sure they stayed dry and noting exactly where I placed each stash. During this time, I made a habit to go out at least once a day with my gun, partly for exercise and partly to explore what the island had to offer. On my first outing, I discovered goats, which brought me great relief, but hunting them proved difficult. They were fast, elusive, and extremely wary. Yet I didn't lose heart. I noticed something curious. When they saw me in the valleys while they stood on rocks, they'd flee in panic. But if they were in the valleys and I was on the rocks above, they didn't seem to notice me. I concluded that their eyes were positioned in such a way that they could not easily see upward. From then on, I adjusted my strategy. I climbed up the rocks first to get above them, and from that vantage point, I often had a clear shot. The first time I used my gun on those wild creatures, I brought down a mother goat. She had a little one suckling at her side, and I can't express how deeply that sight moved me. As the mother dropped, the kid didn't flee. It just stood there, frozen by her side. When I hoisted the dead goat onto my shoulders and started back toward my enclosure, the little one followed every step of the way. I gently placed the mother down and lifted the kid into my arms, hoping to raise it as a pet. But no matter what I tried, it wouldn't eat. In the end, I had no choice but to put it down and use its meat for food. Between the two, I had enough to last me a good while, especially since I rationed every bite, saving my bread more carefully than anything else. With my shelter now more secure, I realized I desperately needed a proper place to make fire and fuel to keep it going. The details of how I expanded my cave and added such necessities, I'll explain fully in due time. But before I go on, I must speak a bit about myself and the thoughts that filled my head as I adjusted to this new life. They were many and often dark. The situation I found myself in felt utterly grim. I hadn't simply washed ashore by accident. It had taken a violent storm, one that had thrown us far, hundreds of leagues, from any familiar trade route. It seemed clear that Providence had determined this would be the place, and this the way in which I would live out my final days. Often as I sat alone, tears would run freely down my cheeks. I questioned aloud why the hand of heaven had dealt such a cruel fate, abandoning me, utterly cut off from help or hope, reduced to such a low state that I began to wonder if this could even be called living. Yet every time despair overtook me, something within would push back, reminding me to see beyond the suffering. I remember walking along the shore one day, musket in hand, heavy with sorrow, and then it struck me. Yes, I was alone and stranded, but where were the others? We had been 11 in that boat. Why was I the one spared? Would I really have preferred to be with the 10 who perished? I looked out toward the sea and knew the answer. I began to reflect more deeply. How fortunate I had been to salvage so many supplies from the wreck. What would I have done if the ship hadn't drifted close enough to access? If I had been left without food, tools, shelter, without even the basics of survival? I spoke to myself then, not out loud, but from the core of my being, asking, what would life be like with no gun, no powder, no tools, no clothing, no bed, not even a tent? But I had all those things. And not only that, I was gradually learning how to sustain myself for the future, even after my ammunition ran out. I had started planning already for the day when age or weakness might set in. I wasn't just surviving, I was building a life. What I hadn't yet thought of, though, was the risk of it all being lost in an instant, especially the powder should lightning strike and ignite it all. That fear began to haunt me every time a storm rolled in. Now, I am about to recount a very silent, somber chapter of my life, a stretch of time unlike anything I believe anyone has ever experienced. It began by my own reckoning, on the 30th of September. That was the day I first stepped onto this dreadful island, beneath the sun's autumnal equinox, nearly overhead at my estimated position, about 9 degrees and 22 minutes north of the equator. After 10 or 12 days had passed, it struck me that I'd eventually lose track of time altogether. Without books or even pen and ink, how could I mark the days, especially the Sabbaths? To prevent this, I carved a large wooden post and cut deep capital letters into it with my knife. Then, fashioning it into a cross, I planted it firmly on the very shore where I'd first landed. On it I inscribed, "I came on shore here on the September 30th, 1659. To keep track of time in my solitary world, I carved a daily notch with my knife on the side of a square post. Every 7th notch was made twice as long, marking my Sabbath, and the first day of each month stood out with an even longer mark. In this way, I created a calendar, my own way to count weeks, months, and years alone on this island. Among the many trips I made to the wreck, I brought back things that might seem trivial to others, but to me, they were invaluable. I gathered pens, ink, and paper from different cabins, plus 3 or 4 compasses, some mathematical instruments, dials, telescopes, navigation charts, and books. Though I didn't know if I'd use them all, I collected everything I could. I also recovered 3 good Bibles, packed among my belongings from England, along with a few Portuguese books and some Popish prayer books, which I stored safely. There had been a dog and 2 cats on board, and I took both cats with me. As for the dog, he swam ashore after me the very next day and became my faithful companion for years. He fetched what he could, stayed by my side, and gave me a sense of companionship, though I often wished he could talk. I was careful with my ink and paper, rationing them wisely. While the ink lasted, I kept detailed records, but once it was gone, I couldn't replicate it by any method I tried. Despite everything I had managed to gather, I still found myself lacking in many things. Ink, of course, but also tools like a shovel, pickaxe, and spade for digging. I had no needles, pins, or thread. As for linen, I learned to live without it. Without proper tools, every task felt like a struggle. It took me nearly a year to fully enclose my shelter with a fence of heavy stakes. Cutting and hauling those thick poles from the forest was exhausting. I often spent 2 days bringing one back and another day driving it into the ground. At first, I used a large piece of wood, but later I remembered I brought an iron crowbar, which helped but didn't make the job much easier. Still, what did it matter how long things took? Time was the one thing I had in abundance. I had no other duty once a task was done, except, of course, searching for food, which became a part of my daily life. As the days passed, I began to reflect more earnestly on my situation and the condition I had been reduced to. To ease the burden on my thoughts and stop myself from constantly brooding, I decided to write out a clear picture of my affairs. It wasn't that I had any heirs to leave my records to. Truthfully, I expected none, but rather that putting it all down would help me reason with myself. My mind, slowly recovering from despair, urged me to look at things more clearly. So I resolved to weigh the good against the evil in my circumstances, drawing up an honest account, much like a ledger of gains and losses. On one side, I listed the misfortunes. I had been cast ashore on a dreadful, deserted island with no hope of rescue. I had been separated from the rest of the world, left utterly alone, with no one to speak to or turn to. There were no clothes to cover me, no tools to defend myself, and no human soul for comfort. And yet, on the other side, I found reason to be grateful. I was not drowned like the rest of the crew. I had been spared, and the very hand that saved me might also one day deliver me. Though I had no clothes, I was in a hot climate where clothes would bring more discomfort than relief. Though I was without defense, I was on an island without wild beasts. And while I had no one to talk to, the ship had come close enough to shore for me to recover many useful supplies, enough, perhaps, to sustain me for the rest of my days. In that moment of quiet accounting, I realized that even in the midst of hardship, there was still grace. Small lights in the darkness that helped me carry on. Looking back on it all, I realized something simple but powerful. No matter how miserable a condition may seem, there's always something, however small, that one can be grateful for. This, I believe, is a lesson that only someone in the lowest depths of hardship can truly understand. Even in despair, there's a little light, a reason to keep going. With that in mind, I began to settle into my life here. I stopped gazing out at the sea, hoping for a ship. That longing had only brought sorrow. Instead, I turned my energy toward improving my condition as best I could. I had already set up my shelter, a tent beneath the side of a rocky hill, surrounded by a strong fence of posts and ship cables. But now I improved it further. I stacked turfs against the wall, making it 2 feet thick for added protection. Over time, perhaps a year and a half, I added rafters leaning into the rock and covered them with tree branches to shield myself from the rainstorms that came fiercely in certain seasons. Earlier, I had hauled all my supplies into this fenced area and into the cave I had carved behind me. But everything was in a jumbled heap. There was barely room to move. So I started expanding the cave, digging deeper into the sandy rock. It was soft enough to shape with my tools. Eventually, I dug sideways and then turned right again, creating a second exit that led outside my fence enclosure. This back door not only gave me easier access to my storehouse and tent, but also provided more space to organize my things. Now, I turned to making the essentials I sorely lacked. Most importantly, a chair and a table. Life felt strangely incomplete without them. I couldn't properly eat, write, or reflect in comfort. So I got to work. It's funny, I had never used tools in my life. But with enough patience and reason, I believe any man can learn a craft. I built many things with almost no tools, just an adze and a hatchet, relying solely on effort and creativity. For instance, to make a single board, I had to chop down a tree, stand on edge, and then painstakingly flatten both sides with my axe. I'd then smooth it out with my adze. It took massive effort, and I could only get one board from an entire tree. But I had more time than anything else, so I endured. With those boards, I built my table and chair. Later, I made wide shelves along one wall of my cave to organize all my tools, nails, and other items. I drove pegs into the rock to hang my guns and other gear. My cave began to resemble a proper storeroom, neat, organized, and deeply satisfying to look upon. It gave me a sense of control in a life that had once felt completely lost. It was around this time that I began keeping a daily journal. At the beginning, I'd been too overwhelmed and scattered to write anything. And honestly, the first entries would have been full of despair, like on the day I reached shore, sick from swallowing seawater, and instead of being thankful for my survival, I just cried, wrung my hands, and cursed my misfortune. I was so weak I collapsed on the beach, too afraid to sleep in case some wild beast attacked me. Even days after salvaging all I could from the ship, I still climbed hills, desperately scanning the horizon for sails. More than once, I imagine I saw one, only to lose it after staring too hard and fall into hopeless tears like a child. But once I got through that storm of emotion, once I established my home and created a space that felt like mine, I found the strength to begin my journal. Much of it repeated the same details I've already told, but I kept at it for as long as my ink lasted. Once I ran out, I had no choice but to stop. On the 30th of September, 1659, my life changed forever. After a savage storm shattered our ship, I, the only one to survive, was thrown ashore by the waves, half dead and utterly alone. The island was bleak, silent, and hopeless. I named it the Island of Despair. Everyone else aboard had perished, swallowed by the sea. That day, I wandered in despair, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. I had nothing, no food, no shelter, no weapons, and nowhere to hide. My only thought was death, whether from wild animals, savages, or slow starvation. That night, I climbed a tree for safety and somehow managed to sleep despite the cold rain pouring down. The morning of October first brought a glimmer of hope. To my surprise, the ship had floated closer to shore with the high tide. It stood upright, and though damaged, it wasn't yet destroyed. A faint sense of relief stirred in me. If the wind calmed, perhaps I could board her again and salvage food and supplies. Still, my heart ached for my lost crewmates. I couldn't stop thinking that if we had all stayed aboard, maybe we could have saved the ship or at least survived. The thought tormented me for hours. But when the tide lowered, I waded out and swam aboard. That entire day it rained, but with no wind. From October 1st to the 24th, my days were consumed with salvaging. I built rafts and made multiple trips, collecting everything the ship could offer: tools, timber, food, and whatever else I could carry. It was a rainy season. So many days were wet and gloomy. On October 20th, one of my rafts overturned in shallow water, spilling all the goods. Thankfully, I recovered most of it once the tide receded. Then, on the 25th, a fresh gust of wind tore the ship to pieces for good. All that remained were fragments, visible only at low tide. I spent that entire day trying to protect and cover the things I had managed to save. On October 26th, I spent the day exploring the shoreline in search of a place to build a home. I was deeply worried about nightfall, about being vulnerable to wild animals or hostile men. By evening, I found a spot beneath a rocky cliff and marked out a semicircle for my shelter. I decided to fortify it with a wall made from double rows of stakes, reinforced inside with rope and covered with turf on the outside. Over the next few days, despite the heavy rain, I labored hard, moving my rescued items into this newly marked place. On the 31st, I took my gun and ventured inland in search of food. I shot a goat, and her kid followed me back. I later had to kill the kid too, as it refused to eat. By November 1st, I had set up my tent beneath the rock and spent my first full night there. I made it as roomy as I could, using stakes to hang my hammock. The next day, I arranged my chest and the wooden board from the rafts to form a fence inside the marked boundary. On the 3rd, I managed to shoot 2 duck-like birds, which made for good eating. That afternoon, I began crafting a table. On the 4th, I organized a daily routine: hunting in the morning if it wasn't raining, then working until around 11, eating whatever food I had, napping during the hottest hours, and resuming work in the evening. Both that day and the next were spent entirely on finishing the table. Though my skills were poor, necessity would soon turn me into a capable handyman. November 5th, I went hunting with my gun and my loyal dog and killed a wildcat. Its fur was soft, but the meat was inedible. I kept the skin. While walking along the shore, I saw many unfamiliar seabirds and was startled to see a few seals. Not knowing what they were, I stood staring, and before I could react, they slipped away into the sea. On the 6th, I returned to work on my table and finally finished it, though I still wasn't pleased with it. The 7th brought settled weather. I spent several days making myself a chair, from the 7th through the 10th and part of the 12th, since I treated the 11th as Sunday. It was a difficult task, and I had to take it apart multiple times before it resembled something usable, though never quite satisfying. In time, I stopped marking Sundays. Once I forgot to tally them on my post, I lost track of which day was which. On November 13th, a refreshing rain cooled the air and brought welcome relief, but it was followed by terrible thunder and lightning. I was terrified for the safety of my gunpowder. When the storm passed, I made up my mind to divide my powder into small portions and store them separately to reduce the risk of losing it all at once. Over the next 3 days, I built several small wooden boxes, each large enough to hold a pound or 2 of powder, and hid them in different spots around my camp. During one of those days, I shot a large bird that turned out to be quite good to eat, though I had no idea what kind it was. On November 17th, I began carving into the rock behind my tent to create extra space for comfort, but I quickly realized I lacked proper tools. I needed a pickaxe, a shovel, and a wheelbarrow or basket. I paused the digging and started planning how to make these tools myself. For the pickaxe, I used an iron crowbar, though it was heavy and awkward, but a shovel, that was absolutely necessary. Without it, I couldn't make much progress. And yet, I had no idea how to craft one. On November 18th, I ventured into the woods and discovered a tree with wood so hard. It reminded me of the ironwood I had seen in Brazil. With tremendous effort and nearly ruining my axe, I managed to cut a piece and bring it home. The weight was overwhelming, and the work of shaping it into a shovel was painfully slow. Lacking iron, I couldn't reinforce the blade, so I knew it wouldn't last long. Still, it served its purpose. Even though I doubt any shovel had ever taken so long or so much labor to make, my needs didn't stop there. I longed for a basket or a wheelbarrow to carry her from the cave, but I lacked the materials and tools. No bendable twigs for a basket, and no way to craft a wheel for a barrow. So I settled on making something like a bricklayer's hod to carry dirt, which proved easier than making the shovel. All this, along with failed attempt at a wheelbarrow, took me 4 full days, not counting my regular morning hunts with my gun, which usually yielded something to eat. By November 23rd, I finally resumed my main work, expanding and deepening my cave to hold my belongings more comfortably. Over the next 18 days, I toiled, shaping the space into a storeroom, kitchen, dining area, and cellar, all in one. Though I continued sleeping in the tent, heavy rains during the wet season eventually forced me to cover the entire area inside my enclosure. I leaned long poles against a rock and covered them with large leaves and branches, forming a thatched roof. But just when I thought the cave was finished, on December 10th, disaster struck. A large portion of the ceiling collapsed. I was terrified, realizing that if I had been underneath, I would have been buried alive. That day, I had to start over, removing the fallen earth and securing the ceiling to prevent future collapse. On December 11th and the days that followed, I reinforced the ceiling with upright posts and crossboards. Over the next week, the structure was stabilized, and the rows of posts also served to divide the space into sections. Between the 17th and 20th, I added shelves and hammered nails into the posts to hang items. At last, some order began to form within my dwelling. On the 20th, I moved all my goods inside, built a makeshift dresser to prepare food on, and even made a second table. However, my supply of boards was dwindling. Then came several days of unrelenting rain, from the 24th through the 25th, and I remained indoors. The 26th brought clearer skies and cooler air. On the 27th, I managed to kill a young goat and capture another with a broken leg. I splintered the leg and nursed the animal back to health. It eventually healed, stayed near my dwelling, and became so tame that it grazed peacefully nearby. That sparked a new idea in me. If I could raise tame animals, I might someday have food even after my gunpowder ran out. During the final days of December, the heat was intense and there was no wind. I stayed indoors except for evening hunts, using the rest of the time to organize my belongings. On January 1st, I ventured out during the cooler hours and explored deeper valleys near the island center. There I found more goats, shy and swift. I thought perhaps my dog could help hunt them down. But on January 2nd, when I set him after a group, they turned and faced him, and he, sensing danger, refused to engage. Realizing I needed better defenses, on January 3rd, I began building a strong, thick wall around my dwelling. Though I've described it before, I'll only add that the construction of this 24-yard semicircle, anchored between 2 points of rock, took me from January 2nd until April 14th. It surrounded the entrance to my cave and became my first true fortress on this lonely island. During that period, I labored with unwavering determination, though the relentless rains often forced me to pause for days, even weeks. Still, I was convinced that I would never feel truly safe until a protective wall was fully built. The physical strain of completing it was far greater than words could capture. Hauling massive posts from the forest and hammering them deep into the earth took everything out of me, especially since I'd made them far thicker than necessary. But once it stood firm, double fenced and reinforced with a turf wall pressed tightly behind it, I saw something remarkable. From the outside, it looked like there was no dwelling there at all. That invisibility would later prove to be a true blessing. While not working on a wall, I wandered the woods in search of game, and one day stumbled upon a colony of wild pigeons nesting in rocky crevices rather than trees. I tried raising a few hatchlings, and although they flew away when older, likely because I had no proper food for them, I often returned to collect the young, which provided good meat. Managing my small household brought its own challenges. There were many things I lacked that seemed impossible to replicate, like a proper cask. Though I had a couple of small runlets, I could never succeed in making one from scratch, no matter how long I tried. The pieces never fit well enough to hold water, so I had to abandon the idea. Another issue was lighting. With no candles, I was forced to go to bed as soon as darkness fell, often by 7. I remembered how I'd once made candles from beeswax in Africa, but I had none now. So when I slaughtered a goat, I saved the tallow and used a clay bowl dried in the sun with an oakum wick to create a crude lamp. It flickered dimly but served its purpose. Then one day, while rummaging, I discovered an old bag once filled with chicken feed, now eaten away by rats. I shook out the dust and husks near the edge of my fort and forgot all about it. Weeks later, to my utter astonishment, I noticed green shoots pushing up through the soil. What followed left me speechless. 12 full ears of barley, unmistakably the same as English grain, growing in a place utterly unsuited to such crops. I was overcome with emotion. Never before had I considered divine intervention, but this moment stirred something deep within. That barley, seemingly sown by no hand but God's, felt like a miracle sent for me alone. And near it, to deepen the wonder, were more shoots, stalks of rice I recognized from my days in Africa. The realization moved me to tears. For the first time, I truly felt that perhaps I was not forgotten. At first, I truly believed those few stalks of corn and rice were a direct blessing from Providence, meant to sustain me in my loneliness. Convinced there must be more, I searched every corner of that part of the island, peering under rocks and through every crevice. But I found no more. Then it struck me. I had once shaken out a bag of chicken feed there, and the mystery began to unravel. I'll admit, with that realization, my gratitude to divine intervention faded slightly. But in truth, it was providential. That out of everything the rats had destroyed, 10 or 12 grains remained untouched, almost as if they had fallen from the sky, and that I had scattered them precisely in a shaded spot beneath a high rock where they could grow. Had I tossed them elsewhere, they would have surely dried up and died under the sun. So, even if it wasn't miraculous, it was still no less a grace meant for my survival. I carefully saved every ear of that barley and rice when they ripened, which was around the end of June. I stored each kernel, planning to replant them all, hoping that one day I might grow enough for bread. Still, it wasn't until the 4th year that I even dared to eat a single grain, and even then, very sparingly. My first season's planting failed entirely because I sowed it just before the dry season, when nothing could grow. Alongside the barley, there were 20 or 30 stalks of rice, which I preserved with the same care and intent. I learned to cook it without baking, though eventually I managed to bake bread as well. But to return to my journal, during those first 3 or 4 months, I worked relentlessly to complete my wall. On April 14th, I closed it in with no visible door, just a ladder over the top, which I could pull in behind me. On April 16th, I finished that ladder, climbed in, pulled it down, and finally felt truly enclosed and secure inside. But just a day later, all my work, and possibly my life, was almost lost. As I worked behind my tent, near the cave entrance, the earth above me suddenly gave way. The roof and hilltop crumbled, and the support posts cracked with a horrible sound. Terrified, I thought the cave was collapsing again, so I bolted for the ladder and scrambled over the wall. No sooner had I reached solid ground than I realized the truth. The entire island was shaking. The earth trembled violently. 3 shocks, each spaced about 8 minutes apart. So powerful they could have leveled any structure. A massive piece of cliffside near the sea crashed down with a roar that shook me to my core, and even the sea churned wildly. I stood frozen, overwhelmed. Never before had I felt such a thing, nor spoken to anyone who had. It made me sick, like the heaving of a ship in a storm. The crash of falling rock finally snapped me out of my stunned state and filled me with dread. All I could think of was my tent and belongings being buried beneath the hillside. After the third tremor passed and the ground grew still, I stayed outside the wall, too afraid to return. I sat there, crushed and uncertain. Even in that moment, I had no deep spiritual thoughts, just a shallow cry, "Lord, have mercy." And once the danger passed, even that faded away. As I sat there, watching the skies grow darker and heavier, I realized a storm was brewing. The wind picked up gradually, and within 30 minutes, it turned into a terrifying hurricane. The sea frothed violently, crashing against the shore with fury. Trees were torn from their roots, and the world around me was a scene of chaos. The tempest raged for 3 long hours before slowly dying down, leaving behind a heavy, relentless rain. I remained seated on the ground, shaken and full of fear. But then, a thought gave me some comfort. Perhaps the storm and rain were only the aftershocks of the earlier earthquake, and if so, maybe the worst was over. With that, I gathered the courage to return to my tent. But the rain was so forceful that it nearly collapsed the tent, forcing me to retreat to the cave, still anxious it might fall in on me. Inside, I was compelled to create a new drainage hole through my fortification, as water threatened to flood my cave. After a while, realizing there were no further tremors, I gradually felt calmer. To lift my spirits, which were sorely in need of it, I took a small sip of rum from my supply, always with care, knowing it couldn't be replaced. It rained through the night and into the next day, keeping me from going outside. But now that my mind had steadied, I began considering how best to secure my safety. I concluded that if earthquakes were common on this island, a cave would not be a safe place to live. I needed to build a new shelter in the open, fortified as before, to protect myself from both wild beasts and any human threats. If I stayed in the same place, I feared I would one day be buried alive. So, I decided to move my tent away from its current spot beneath the overhanging cliff, which I now saw as a death trap if another quake struck. I spent April 19th and 20th planning this relocation, torn between fear of being crushed and fear of sleeping outside without protection. My current setup was convenient, hidden, and felt secure, making it difficult to leave. But the work needed for a new camp would take time, and I would need to remain in the cave until the new site was ready. With that, I settled my nerves and resolved to construct a new wall using stakes, ropes, and other materials to form a protective circle around my next dwelling. I would move my tent there only when it was complete. That decision was made on April 21st. The next morning, April 22nd, I turned my attention to putting my plan into action. I had several large axes and many hatchets, tools we had brought for trade, but all of them were dull from cutting through tough wood. Although I had a grindstone, I couldn't hold the tools and turn the wheel at the same time. Solving this puzzle took as much brain work as a judge handling a trial or a statesman planning national policy. Eventually, I built a foot power mechanism using a wheel and string that allowed me to keep both hands free while grinding. I had never seen such a device in use back in England, or at least never noticed how it worked. This invention, especially since my grindstone was quite large and heavy, took me a full week to complete. April 28th and 29th were spent sharpening my tools with the new machine, which worked excellently. On April 30th, I realized my bread supply had dwindled significantly, and I decided to ration myself to 1 biscuit cake per day, a decision that weighed heavily on my heart. On May 1st, while walking along the beach at low tide, I spotted a large object washed up on the shore. As I approached, I discovered a small barrel and several broken pieces from the shipwreck, likely remnants pushed ashore by the storm. Looking further toward the wreck, I thought it seemed to be sitting higher than usual above the waterline. Examining the barrel, I discovered it once held gunpowder, though it had gotten wet and solidified into a hard mass. Still, I rolled it farther inland for safekeeping, then continued exploring the sands, try to get as close as I could to the wreck in hopes of finding more useful supplies. When I returned to the ship, I was startled to see how the wreck had shifted. The forecastle, once buried in sand, had risen by at least 6 feet. The stern, already broken and separated by the sea after my last visit, had been lifted and flung to one side. The sand had piled so high near the stern that what was once deep water forced me to swim a quarter mile just to reach the wreck. I could now walk it during low tide. At first, this puzzled me, but I soon realized that an earthquake must have caused it. Because of the damage, more of the ship's insides were exposed, and each day the sea brought in scattered items that had loosened and gradually drifted ashore. This new development pulled my attention away from the thought of relocating my shelter. I became fully occupied, especially that day, with seeing if I could break into the ship, but the interior was filled with sand, offering no way in. Still, I had learned not to give up hope. I resolved to dismantle every part one could, believing that anything I salvaged might someday prove useful. On May 3rd, I began by sawing through a beam that seemed to support the quarterdeck, clearing away the sand from the higher side. But as the tide rolled in, I had to stop. The next day, May 4th, I went fishing, though I caught nothing safe to eat, until I landed a young dolphin just as I was about to give up. Though I had no hooks, only a long rope yarn line, I caught fish often enough to satisfy my needs, dried them in the sun, and ate them dry. May 5th and 6th were spent back at the wreck. I cut another beam, floated 3 heavy fir planks to shore, and managed to extract iron bolts and other fittings. By then, the work was exhausting, and I thought about quitting. On May 7th, I went back, not to work, but just to see it. The weight of the structure, weakened by my cuts, had caused it to collapse more. Parts of the ship lay loose, and I could see into the hold, though it was full of water and sand. On May 8th, I brought an iron crowbar and managed to pry up 2 planks from the exposed deck and floated them ashore. I left the crow there for the next day's use. On May 9th, using the crowbar, I broke into the body of the wreck and felt several casks. Though I could loosen them, I couldn't break them open. I even found a roll of English lead, movable, but too heavy to lift. Between May 10th and 14th, I worked daily, retrieving timber, planks, and 200 or 300 weight of iron. On May 15th, I tried to cut a piece from the roll of lead using 2 hatchets, one as a wedge and the other as a hammer, but with it lying half submerged, I couldn't deliver a proper blow. May 16th brought strong winds overnight, and the wreck was even more shattered by morning. However, I stayed inland gathering pigeons, and the tide kept me from the shore that day. On May 17th, I spotted debris about 2 miles away. When I reached it, I saw it was part of the ship's head, but too massive for me to carry. From then until May 24th, I continued daily visits to the wreck. I worked hard, and finally, I loosened things enough that a high tide floated out several casks and 2 sailors' chests. Unfortunately, the offshore wind that day drove everything back out to sea, except a hogshead that reached land containing Brazil pork, spoiled by salt water and sand. I kept up this routine until June 15th, taking breaks only to gather food during high tide. By that time, I had enough wood, iron, and planks to build a decent boat, if only I knew how. I also salvaged almost 100 weight of sheet lead in pieces. On June 16th, I found a large turtle on the shore, the first I'd ever seen. It turned out that the island had many of them, especially on the far side, though I hadn't ventured there yet. Had I known earlier, I might have caught them daily, but perhaps at great cost. The next day, June 17th, I cooked the turtle and found 60 eggs inside. The meat was the tastiest I had eaten since arriving, much better than goat or fowl. June 18th brought heavy rain, and I stayed indoors, oddly chilled by the cold feeling of the rainfall, unusual for this region. On June 19th, I felt ill and shivery, as if in a colder climate. By the 20th, I couldn't sleep, plagued by headaches and fever. On June 21st, my condition worsened, and I was terrified by the thought of dying here alone. I prayed to God for the first time since that dreadful storm off Hull, but in confusion, not knowing what to say. On the 22nd, I felt slightly better, though the fear of illness lingered. Then came June 23rd, and the fever returned with cold chills and a violent headache. June 24th brought some relief, but the very next day, I had a violent ague that lasted 7 hours, waves of hot and cold followed by faint sweating. By June 26th, I was better but too weak and without food. I took my gun and managed, with difficulty, to kill a she-goat and bring it home. I broiled some of the meat and ate it, though I had wished to make broth. But sadly, I had no pot. June 27th. The ague came upon me with such unbearable force that I lay in bed the whole day, unable to eat or drink. I was consumed by thirst, but so weak that I couldn't even sit up or reach for water. I tried to pray, but I was delirious, and even when I was not, I lacked the understanding of foreign words, only groaning out, "Lord, look upon me. Lord, pity me. Lord, have mercy upon me." I must have repeated these pleas for hours until the fever passed, and I drifted into sleep, not waking until deep into the night. Though refreshed, I remained frail and desperately thirsty. I had no water near me, so I lay still and fell asleep again, only to be met by a dream that shook my very soul. In this dream, I sat outside my wall, the same place I had clung to after the earthquake. Suddenly, from a massive dark cloud, a figure descended in a blaze of fire. His entire form glowed like living flame, so intense I could hardly bear to look. His face was so dreadful I cannot describe it. When his feet touched the ground, it trembled beneath him, as if the earth itself quaked in terror. The sky seemed lit with fiery flashes. He approached me, holding a long spear, and as he reached a small hill, I heard a voice more terrible than thunder. The words cut through me. "Seeing all these things have not brought thee to repentance, now thou shalt die." I saw the spear raised to strike, and I awoke in unspeakable fear. Even in sleep, I felt the horror, and when I opened my eyes, that dreadful vision lingered on my soul. The truth is, I had no spiritual understanding. Whatever wisdom my father once taught me had long since faded. Drowned out by years of sinful living at sea, surrounded by wickedness, I had never once thought of God. No upward glance, no inner reflection. I lived as a brute, driven only by instinct and self-preservation. I had survived many trials, being stranded, facing wild beasts, even shipwreck. But never once had I seen these as divine warnings or punishments. When the Portuguese captain rescued me, I felt no gratitude. Even after the wreck that left me alone on this island, I never saw it as judgment. I simply called myself unlucky. Even that first burst of joy at surviving ashore faded quickly. It never became thankfulness, only a sailor's relief that didn't last past the next drink. And even after realizing how utterly alone I was, once I found a way to survive, the sorrow left me. I worked, adapted, and forgot again. Thoughts of God, of judgment, of mercy. They rarely ever touched my mind. At first, I found myself moved by the simple growth of corn, almost as if it were something miraculous. There was a quiet wonder in it. And for a while, it stirred a seriousness within me. But the moment I dismissed the idea of it being a divine sign, the feeling faded just as quickly. Even the earthquake, so dreadful and direct a force, shook me only for a moment. Once the fear passed, so too did any thoughts of a higher power. I had become numb to the presence of God, blind to the possibility that my misfortune might be more than just bad luck. But when illness struck me down and the fear of death crept in, my soul began to tremble. The fever consumed my strength, and in my weakness, long-buried guilt came rushing back. I couldn't ignore the truth of my past, how my reckless disobedience and godless life had perhaps invited this suffering. On the second or third day of my sickness, I found myself crying out, not in true prayer, but in terror. My thoughts were a mess, my mind overwhelmed, and my heart full of fear. I remember murmuring something like, "What will become of me if I die here alone?" And then the tears came, unstoppable. During those moments, my father's voice echoed in my memory, his warning that if I ignored his advice and chased foolish dreams, I would regret it without anyone to help me. Now his words had come true. I was alone, helpless, and filled with remorse. I cried out for help, not because I believed rescue would come, but because my soul couldn't bear the silence any longer. The next day, though weak, I forced myself to prepare. I filled a bottle with water and rum, and cooked a little meat, though I could barely eat. I roasted turtle eggs at night, and, strangely enough, gave thanks to God for food. It was the first time I had ever done such a thing. As I sat by the shore watching the calm sea, I wondered about life itself. Where did it all come from? Surely some greater power must have shaped all this. Earth, sky, sea, and every creature. That power had to be God. And if God made everything, he must also govern it. So, if I was here in this dreadful state, then it must be by his will. That thought struck me deeply. My conscience began to speak, not gently, but like a fierce rebuke. It reminded me of all the times I'd been spared from death and warned of my ways, and yet I still went on blindly. With no words left in me, I returned to my shelter, my mind in turmoil. As I searched for something, perhaps anything, I opened a chest and found a roll of tobacco, along with a Bible. It was no coincidence. I believe it was God's hand guiding me. Though my head swam from the effects of the strong, green tobacco, chewed, steeped in rum, and smoked, I forced myself to open the Bible. My eyes fell on a verse. "Call on me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me." Those words struck me like a quiet thunder. Though I couldn't imagine deliverance from this cursed place, something about the verse stayed with me. That night, I did something I had never done in all my life. I knelt and prayed. It was broken, imperfect, but it came from the depth of my soul. Afterward, I drank the strong mixture and collapsed into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I awoke, the sun was high, and I felt refreshed in body and spirit. I had lost track an entire day, perhaps even more, but I was stronger, hungrier, and, for the first time in a long while, filled with a faint hope. The following day, I resumed my routine cautiously, renewing the rum tobacco mixture, but in smaller doses. July 2nd brought a slight relapse, but I endured it and continued with the treatment. clinging to the fragile recovery of both my body and perhaps my soul. By July 3rd, the fever had finally left me for good, though I remained physically weak for weeks after. While regaining my strength, I kept thinking about the scripture, "I will deliver thee." The promise felt so distant, so impossible, that I could hardly let myself believe it. But suddenly, a realization struck me. I had been so focused on deliverance from my isolation that I had ignored the deliverance I'd already received. Had I not survived that dreadful illness, alone and without any help, God had spared me. But I hadn't acknowledged that blessing, hadn't offered him thanks. The weight of that truth hit my heart, and I immediately knelt down and gave thanks aloud for my recovery. The next day, July 4th, I opened the Bible to the New Testament and began reading seriously, dedicating time both morning and night, not just as a ritual, but until my heart was fully engaged. Soon, I found myself deeply convicted by the wickedness of my former life. The haunting words from my dream, "All these things have not brought thee to repentance," echoed in my thoughts. I prayed earnestly for true repentance, and that very day I came upon another verse. "He has exalted a prince and a savior to give repentance and to give remission." I dropped the book, raised my hands and heart to the sky, and cried out with joy and desperation. My first real prayer. For the first time, I prayed with understanding and hope based on the word itself. And from that moment, I began to believe that God might truly hear me. I now understood the verse, "Call on me, and I will deliver thee in a completely new light." Before, I believed it meant only freedom from this island, from my loneliness. But now I realized deliverance from guilt, from sin. That was the greater blessing. The island might still be my prison, but I no longer prayed to escape it. My only prayer was for God to lift the heavy burden of my past. Compared to that, my physical solitude meant nothing. I share this realization with the hope that anyone who reads it might come to see, as I did, that spiritual deliverance far outweighs any earthly affliction. As for my outer condition, it remained harsh, but my soul found peace. My days now held a deeper meaning, guided by scripture and daily prayer. My health and strength returned little by little. Between July 4th and 14th, I spent most of my time walking short distances with my gun, regaining my stamina slowly. The treatment I had used for my illness was unlike any other, tobacco steeped in rum, smoked, chewed, and though it helped in the fever, also left me shaken with nerve tremors and weakness. I came to learn a hard lesson. Exposure to the rainy season, especially when storms and hurricanes rage, was a serious threat to my fragile health. The dry season rains were more dangerous than I'd known, far worse than those in September or October. From these hard-earned observations, I began shaping a more cautious and thoughtful way of living. By now, I had spent more than 10 months stranded on this sorrowful island. All hopes of ever being rescued felt completely out of reach, and I was deeply convinced that no human had ever stepped foot on this forsaken land before me. With my shelter finally secured to my satisfaction, I felt a growing urge to explore the island further. Perhaps there were still unknown things waiting to be discovered. On July 15th, I began a closer survey of the land. I traced the path up the creek where I had once dragged my rafts ashore. After journeying about 2 miles inland, I saw that the tide no longer reached that far. It was simply a narrow stream of clean, fresh water. But as this was a dry season, much of it had dried up, barely forming a trickle in places. Along its banks stretched wide, open meadows, lush and flat, with gentle grass covering the ground. In the higher parts, untouched by floodwater, I discovered wild tobacco growing strong and tall, along with a variety of other plants I couldn't recognize. Some may have had medicinal value, but I lacked the knowledge to tell. I looked in vain for cassava root, known among the natives for making bread, but found none. There were wild aloes and some sugar canes too, though unkept and imperfect. Though I longed to know the benefits of these fruits and herbs, I could reach no real conclusion. Truth be told, I had paid such little attention during my time in Brazil that none of my past experience helped me now, when I needed it most. The next day, on the 16th, I returned to explore further. The brook and savannas soon gave way to thicker woods, and here I came upon an abundance of melons growing freely on the ground and grapevines climbing across the trees. The clusters of grapes were ripe and full, and though I was delighted by this discovery, I reminded myself to eat cautiously. I recalled how, in Barbary, several Englishmen had fallen ill after consuming too many grapes. So instead, I decided to dry them in the sun, creating my own raisins, sweet, healthy, and perfect for the coming seasons when fresh fruit might not be available. That night, I didn't return to my shelter. For the first time since arriving, I slept elsewhere, perched safely in a tree. The next morning, I pressed on, following a northern valley nearly 4 miles long. At its end, the land began to slope westward, while a fresh spring flowed east from the hillside. The entire valley bloomed with green life, like a garden lovingly planted by unseen hands. As I looked over that peaceful scene, I felt a quiet joy mingled with sorrow. To think this was all mine. I was the lone master of this hidden world, with rights as sure as any nobleman back in England. I saw cocoa trees, orange, lemon, and citron trees, though most bore little fruit. Yet the green limes I picked were not only pleasant, they were wonderfully refreshing when their juice was mixed with water. I spent the next few days gathering grapes, limes, and lemons, stacking them in heaps to collect later. But by the time I returned to my shelter after 3 long days, many of the grapes had already spoiled. Their richness had caused them to burst and rot, making them nearly useless. The lime survived, though I had managed to bring back only a small portion. Still, I had begun building my store for the wet season ahead. The following day, on the 19th, I returned to the fruitful valley, this time with 2 small bags I had made to carry back my harvest. But what I found was both startling and disappointing. The grapes I had carefully gathered, so full and ripe, were now scattered, trampled, and torn to pieces. Some were dragged here and there, and many had been eaten. I could only assume that wild animals had found their way to my heap. I quickly realized that piling the grapes or trying to carry them in sacks was useless. They'd either be ruined by creatures or crushed under their own weight. So I tried a new method. I picked fresh bunches and hung them from tree branches to dry in the sun. As for the limes and lemons, I brought back as many as I could carry. When I returned to my shelter, my thoughts lingered on the valley. Its beauty and protection from storms made me question whether I had settled in the right part of the island. Compared to that fertile stretch of land, my current spot seemed bleak and poorly chosen. I began to wonder whether I should move my home there. Somewhere equally safe, but far more bountiful and pleasant. The idea stayed with me for quite some time. I was drawn to that valley deeply. But the more I thought over, the more I reminded myself that my present home, being by the sea, offered one crucial advantage: the slight chance that some ship might pass or even wreck nearby, just as fate had once brought me here. If I moved deep inland, I'd be sealing myself off completely. As unlikely as rescue seemed, it would become impossible. So, although I chose not to move, I did build myself a small bower in that valley, fencing it off with a strong double hedge. I even made a ladder to climb over it, and for a while, I treated it like a peaceful retreat, my country house, while my cave remained my seacoast home. This work occupied me until the start of August, but just as I finished the fence and began to enjoy my efforts, the rainy season arrived. The weather forced me to stay close to my main shelter. I had built a second tent there with sailcloth, but it lacked the hill's protection or the cave behind it. On August 3rd, I checked the grapes I had hung up earlier and found them perfectly dried. They had become excellent raisins, sweet and nourishing. It was just in time, too, because by the 14th, the rains became relentless, continuing almost daily until mid-October. I was fortunate to bring in over 200 bunches before the weather turned. Once they were stored safely in my cave, the downpour began in earnest. To my surprise, during that wet season, my little family grew. One of my cats, which I thought lost or dead, returned home at the end of August with 3 kittens. I was astonished. I had once shot a wildcat that seemed unlike European breeds, and both of my cats were female. Yet these kittens looked like domestic cats. Over time, however, they multiplied so quickly that they became a nuisance. I eventually had to treat them like pests, driving them away or killing them when they overran my dwelling. The heavy rains lasted from August 14th to the 26th, often so intense that I couldn't step outside for days. I became very cautious about getting wet. Food began to run low, but I ventured out twice, once to hunt a goat and once to capture a large tortoise. I rationed my meals, raisins for breakfast, grilled goat or turtle for dinner, though I had no pot to boil anything, and 2 or 3 turtle eggs for supper. During those rainy days stuck in my shelter, I spent 2 or 3 hours daily expanding my cave. I gradually dug it outward until I broke through to the other side of the hill, making a new doorway beyond my original wall. This gave me easier access, but it also left me feeling more exposed. Before, I was completely enclosed and secure. Now, I worried I might be vulnerable, though so far, the only large creatures I had seen on the island were goats. September 30th marked a full year since I first landed on that sorrowful shore. I counted the notches I had carved into my post, 365 in total. I observed this day with solemnity, fasting in deep humility and devoting it to prayer. I laid myself flat on the earth, confessing my sins and pleading for mercy, acknowledging the justice of my circumstances, and seeking grace through Christ. For 12 hours I had nothing to eat or drink. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, I ended the fast with a biscuit and a handful of grapes, then quietly laid down to sleep, closing the day just as I had begun it, with reverence and repentance. Until then, I had kept no Sabbath, losing track of time in my spiritual blindness. Eventually, I attempted to recount the weeks, and from that point on, set aside every 7th day to honor as a Sabbath, though I fear my calculations had lost a day or 2 along the way. Around this time, my ink began to run low, and I was forced to conserve it, writing only the most important events in my journal rather than daily thoughts. By now, I had grown accustomed to the rhythms of the rainy and dry seasons. Experience, hard-earned as it was, had taught me how to prepare. One such experience turned out to be especially disheartening. I had preserved a few stalks of barley and rice, miraculously grown from the scattered grains I once found. There were about 30 rice stalks and 20 barley. Thinking at the right moment, I decided to sow them after the rains ended and the sun began its southern journey. I dug a patch of soil with my wooden spade, dividing it in 2, and sowed 2/3 of my precious seed, holding back a small portion. Thankfully I did. None of the seed I sowed took root. The dry months gave no rain, and the seeds lay lifeless in the parched earth until the next wet season, when they sprouted at last. Learning from this, I chose a damper area near my bower and, just before the spring equinox in February, sowed the remaining seed. The March and April rains nourished the earth, and the crop flourished. Though I had little to sow, the harvest was good, about half a peck of each grain. Through this small but important trial, I gained clear knowledge of the proper sowing times and learned that the island's climate could offer me 2 planting and 2 harvesting seasons each year. While my little crop was growing, I made a discovery that later proved to be a blessing. Around November, once the rains had passed, I visited my bower, which I hadn't seen in months. Everything was just as I had left it. The double hedge I had crafted was not only intact, but the stakes, cut from nearby trees, had begun to sprout like young willow branches, forming graceful new growth. I didn't know the type of tree, but I was overjoyed by their transformation. I trimmed and shaped them, and within 3 years, they had formed a full, shady canopy. That circle, about 25 yards wide, became a peaceful refuge throughout the dry season. Inspired by this, I created a similar living fence around my original home, setting the stakes in a double row about 8 yards from the cave's entrance. Those two began to flourish, first providing shade, then acting as an additional layer of protection. It became clear to me that the island's seasons were not like those of Europe. Instead of summer and winter, I had to adjust to alternating rainy and dry periods. From mid-February through March and into mid-April, the rain came as the sun hovered near the equator, then followed the dry months, late April through July and part of August, as the sun moved north. Late August through mid-October brought the rains back. Finally, the rest of October, along with November through January, stayed dry again as the sun traveled south. With this understanding, I could finally plan my planting, storing, and building in tune with the island's true nature. The rainy season never followed a fixed pattern. It stretched longer or ended sooner, depending on how the winds blew. But I gradually learned its nature. From experience, I realized just how harmful it could be to venture out in such weather. So, I made it a point to gather all the food and necessities ahead of time and stayed inside as much as I could during those wet months. Strangely, those times brought me quite a bit of occupation, tasks that matched perfectly with the season. There were so many things I needed that couldn't be acquired without tireless effort and focused dedication. For instance, I attempted to craft baskets, yet the twigs I found kept breaking. They were too brittle to be of any use. Then, a memory from my boyhood returned to me. I used to stand by a basket maker's workshop in the town where my father lived, watching with great curiosity. I would even lend a hand now and then, eagerly learning how they wove their wickerware. That childhood fascination proved useful now. All I lacked were the right materials. I recalled that the tree I once used for cutting stakes might have twigs just as strong as the willow and osier branches we had back in England. So, the very next day, I set out to my so-called country house and found those twigs to be just what I needed. I returned soon after with a hatchet and collected a large batch, thanks to the abundance of those trees. I left them to dry within the fenced area, and once ready, carried them to my cave. That entire season, I busied myself making baskets. They weren't works of art, but they served their purpose well, holding earth, storing food, anything I needed. From that point onward, I never let myself be without them. As my older baskets wore out, I made newer ones, especially deep and sturdy ones to store my grain in place of sacks, for when I'd eventually harvest more. Once I overcame the challenge of basket making, I turned to solve 2 more problems. I had no proper containers to hold liquids, aside from 2 small casks of rum and some glass bottles, a few regular, others square and suited for water or spirits. What I lacked most was a cooking pot, other than a large kettle I salvaged in the ship, which was too big for simple tasks like boiling broth or stewing a small portion of meat. And then there was my wish for a tobacco pipe, something I couldn't manage to create, at least not right away. Still, I eventually found a clever way to manage even that. All through the dry season, between planting a second line of stakes and continuing my wicker work, I stayed engaged with labor that, surprisingly, filled far more of my time than I had ever imagined it could. I had long wished to explore the far side of the island, beyond the brook and my old bower, where the view opened out to the distant sea. At last, I resolved to make the journey. I packed carefully, a gun, my hatchet, my faithful dog, and more powder and shot than usual. I also carried 2 biscuit cakes and a handful of raisins in my pouch. With that, I set off to see what lay beyond the hills. As I passed the valley near my bower and reached the western edge of the island, the sky was so clear that I could make out a distant stretch of land across the sea, rising high on the horizon, extending from the west to the west-southwest. I couldn't tell if it was an island or a part of the continent. It looked to be at least 15 or 20 leagues away. Perhaps it was part of the American mainland or the edge of the Spanish territories. But I feared it might also be a savage land inhabited by cannibals, where my fate would be far worse than solitude. So I surrendered such restless thoughts and trusted that Providence had placed me exactly where I needed to be. I considered that if that land were part of Spanish dominion, I might one day see a vessel passing by. But if it were the wild coast between the Spanish lands and Brazil, I was surely safer here. Those regions were notorious for their cruelty and savagery. So I walked on slowly, letting my mind rest. This side of the island was far lovelier than mine. Wide open field with flowering grass and rich forest gave a sense of abundance and peace. There were parrots everywhere, and I decided I would try to catch one. After much effort, I managed to bring down a young bird with a stick. It took years, but in time, I taught it to call me by name. It may seem a small thing, but in the silence of my solitude, it became quite dear. I was deeply entertained by the discoveries along the way. In the lowlands, I saw strange hares and foxes, though unlike any I had known, and I killed a few, but could never bring myself to eat them. I had no need to, for I lacked nothing. Goats, pigeons, turtles, and grapes filled my table with more comfort than even the finest markets back home could provide. Though my condition was still pitiful, I had never known hunger, and for that, I was grateful. I never walked more than 2 miles straight in a day. I wandered, stopping to observe and explore, until tiredness forced me to rest. At night, I either slept in a tree or fenced myself in with upright stakes to keep wild creatures at bay. When I reached the sea, I was astonished this shore teemed with life. Turtles were everywhere, while on my side, I had only found 3 in over a year. Countless birds I had never seen before wandered the sands. I could have hunted them freely, but I conserved my powder. I preferred to hunt a she-goat, which offered better meat. Yet, this side's open plains made it harder to approach them unseen. For all its beauty, I never once considered moving. My home had become familiar, natural. Even amidst this pleasant land, I felt like a traveler, out of place. I followed the shoreline east for nearly 12 miles, then planted a tall pole in the sand to mark the spot and turned back. I chose a different route for my return, thinking the island was small enough to keep my bearings. But I was mistaken. After a few miles, I descended into a broad valley, surrounded by wooded hills. I lost all sense of direction, except the position of the sun. But worse yet, for several days the sky remained hazy, and without the sun, I wandered aimlessly. Eventually, I made my way back to the sea, found my marker, and retraced my steps homeward. The heat was intense, and I was burdened with my gear, my gun, ammunition, and tools weighed heavily on me. But I was grateful. I had seen more of the land, discovered much, and once again learned that every hardship contained a hidden blessing. On that journey, something unexpected happened. My dog suddenly startled a young kid and caught it. I rushed over, quickly intervened, and managed to pull the frightened creature away, saving it just in time. That moment sparked an idea in me. I had often wondered if it might be possible to raise a few goats, tame them, and perhaps one day have a steady supply of food when my gunpowder and shot would run out. So I crafted a little collar for the kid and tied a makeshift leash out of rope yarn I always kept with me. With some effort, I managed to lead it back to my bower and enclose it there. But I was eager to return home. I had been away for more than a month, and the longing to be back in my shelter pulled at me more than ever. Returning to my old hut brought me a comfort I can't fully explain. Lying down in my hammock felt like returning to a long-lost sanctuary. This small journey without a fixed shelter made me appreciate my little home even more. It felt like the one stable piece of life I still had. I decided that I would never venture far from it again as long as I remained on the island. I took a full week to rest, refresh, and busy myself with small tasks, like building a cage for my parrot pole, who had now grown very familiar with me. Eventually, I remembered the little kid I had left behind. When I went back to retrieve it, I found it still inside the enclosure, weak and nearly starving. I fed it branches and leaves I'd gathered, and as I prepared to lead it back again, I found I didn't need the leash. It followed me like a loyal dog. Over time, it became gentle and affectionate, never leaving my side again. It had become one of my few faithful companions on the island. Soon came the rainy season of the autumnal equinox. On the 30th of September, I marked the anniversary of my arrival on this island. 2 full years had passed. Though I had no clearer sign of deliverance than the day I first landed, I spent the entire day in quiet gratitude. I gave thanks to the mercies that had sustained me through isolation. Somehow, I had discovered that it was possible to be more content in solitude than I ever was in the company of others. God's grace filled the emptiness that human society once held, and I found strength in trusting His presence, both now and in the life to come. My heart began to transform. The life I now led, lonely though it was, felt far richer and purer than the reckless, empty life I'd lived before. My joys and sorrows took on new meaning. Even my desires and affections shifted. Where once I wandered the land tormented by the thought of being trapped by endless ocean, now I found peace and stillness. Those moments of despair had once struck me like storms, overwhelming, sudden, and raw. Sometimes, right in the middle of work, I would sink into despair, sitting motionless for hours. Yet, even those tears had brought relief. Now, a different spirit was growing in me. I began each day with scripture, drawing strength from God's promises. One morning, feeling especially low, I opened my Bible and read the words, "I will never leave thee nor forsake thee." It struck me deeply. Those words felt like they were written just for me. Why else would I come upon them at that exact moment, when I was mourning my isolation? I realized then, if God is still with me, what real loss have I suffered? Even if the world has turned away, I have not been abandoned. And if I had all the world but lost God's favor, that would be the far greater tragedy. From a certain point onward, I started to believe, truly believe, that perhaps I could find greater happiness in my isolated, abandoned state than I ever might have experienced in any other life I had known. Just as I was about to lift my heart in gratitude to God for bringing me to this strange place, something within me hesitated. A sudden jolt of conscience pulled me back. How could I possibly thank God for a condition I still longed to be delivered from? That feeling overwhelmed me, so I held my words. But in that same moment, I found a deeper truth. While I couldn't yet thank Him for my present condition, I could sincerely be grateful for the way hardship had opened my eyes, helping me reflect on a life I had wasted and stirring within me a genuine desire to repent. Every time I open or close my Bible, I silently thank God for guiding my friend in England to pack it without my asking, and for giving me the strength to rescue it from a wreck. In this state of humbled spirit, I entered my 3rd year on the island. I didn't accord my daily labors as I had before, but I remained constantly active. My time was carefully divided. Each day began with my devotion to God. I read the scriptures 3 times without fail. Then came the hunt. I go out with my gun nearly every morning for about 3 hours, weather permitting. After that came the long process of preparing what I caught. Cleaning, cutting, and cooking took up much of the day. During the harsh midday heat, when it was too dangerous to work outside, I would rest. Later, in the cooler evening hours, I would resume work, often switching my schedule as needed. Every task, no matter how small, felt like a massive undertaking. Lacking tools, skill, or assistance meant everything took longer. A simple board for a shelf in my cave once cost me 42 days of hard labor. The tree had to be chopped down, trimmed, carved, flipped, smoothed, and leveled by hand. What 2 men might finish in half a day took me weeks. But I endured. My patience and sheer will carried me through. By November and December, my hopes were fixed on my barley and rice crop. I had worked hard on the soil, though I had little seed to begin with, having lost a full harvest the previous year due to poor timing. Just when it seemed my work might finally yield a reward, new enemies appeared. Wild goats and other creatures devoured the young blades as soon as they sprouted. In haste, I built a fence of thorns around my small field, working day and night to protect what little I had. I even used my dog to guard at night, and gradually the animals stayed away. But as soon as the crops began to ripen, the birds arrived, flocks of them, waiting for me to turn my back. One day I returned to find them feasting. In fury and fear, I fired my gun and managed to kill a few. I hung their bodies near the field like warnings, just as criminals were once displayed in chains. It worked. From that day on, not a single bird came near my crop. At the end of December, my second harvest of the year, I finally gathered my precious grain, grateful, exhausted, and deeply aware of the cost of survival. When the time came to harvest my crop, I faced yet another challenge. I had no scythe or sickle to cut the grain. With no better option, I tried to shape a blade from one of the cutlasses I had salvaged from the wreck. Though far from ideal, it served well enough for my first modest harvest. I didn't cut the stalks, but only gathered the ears of the grain, collecting them in a large basket I crafted myself. Then, by rubbing them with my hands, I managed to separate the kernels. In the end, I estimated that my small planting of half a peck had yielded nearly 2 bushels of rice and about 2.5 bushels of barley, a result that filled me with encouragement and quiet hope. But that hope soon gave way to new uncertainties. Though I had grain, I had no way of preparing it. No idea how to grind it into meal, clean it properly, or even bake bread from it if I managed to make the dough. Faced with so many unknowns, I made a firm decision. I would not consume any of this precious harvest, but instead save all of it as seed for the next planting season. The next 6 months, I resolved, would be devoted entirely to learning, crafting, and preparing everything I needed to produce bread, from the tools to the techniques, even if I had to invent them all from scratch. This was when I truly began to understand the meaning of earning one's bread. Each task was a new burden, magnified by my isolation and the absence of even the simplest tools. I had no plow, only a rough wooden spade I had shaped with great effort, which wore out quickly and made digging painfully slow. No harrow was available either. I had to drag a heavy tree branch across the field to barely scratch the earth. Once the grain began to grow, I lacked proper fences, sickles, tools to thresh, grind, or separate the chaff, and certainly nothing like an oven or the ingredients to bake. Still, I pressed on. My time wasn't wasted, because each day I had carefully divided to allow for this labor. And even though I couldn't yet eat the fruits of my work, I committed myself fully to building everything necessary to one day turn my grain into real, nourishing bread. Once I had enough seeds saved for my first harvest, the next task was to prepare more land, enough for over an acre this time. But even before that, I had to make a new spade, a whole week's labor, and though the result was clumsy and unbearably heavy, I made do with it. After weeks of effort, I managed to sow my grains in 2 broad patches near my dwelling, and fence them in with hedges grown from living what I had planted earlier, which I knew would form a lasting barrier in time. The rainy season slowed me down. It took nearly 3 months to complete everything. During those wet days indoors, I occupied myself by training my parrot to talk. His first loud cry, Po, was the only voice I'd heard beside my own since coming to the island. While he chattered, I turned my focus to something I desperately needed: containers for storing grain and meal. I had no pottery, but I believed the sun's heat might harden clay enough to be useful. So I set out to find clay and make earthen jars. The task proved far harder than I ever imagined. Shaping the clay was an exhausting, awkward process. The forms I created were uneven, lumpy, and constantly collapsed under their own weight. Many cracked under the harsh sun. Others simply broke apart while drying. After weeks of digging, carrying, mixing, shaping, and drying, I managed to produce only 2 large, ugly containers, barely functional and certainly not pretty. I placed them in baskets I'd woven to keep them from breaking, padded them with straw, and hoped they would serve to store dry grains like rice and barley. While large pots eluded me, I had better luck making smaller items: pitchers, flat dishes, and other odd-shaped vessels. They hardened well in the sun, but none of them could hold liquids or survive the heat of a fire, which was what I needed most. Then one day, after cooking my food over a fire, I noticed a broken shard of pottery, glowing red and rock hard in the embers. That moment changed everything. If a broken piece could bake that strong, perhaps I could fire a whole pot. I carefully built a pile of pots and pipkins, surrounded them with wood, and kept the fire blazing for hours, feeding it until clay turned a bright red. To my amazement, none of them cracked. In fact, one pot began to melt from the heat. The sand and the clay started to turn to glass. I cooled the fire gradually, and by morning, I had 5 solid vessels, one even partially glazed by the melting sand. They weren't elegant, but they were strong, and one could even boil water. That discovery filled me with joy no one could imagine over such a humble thing. At last, I had a fireproof pot. I didn't even wait for it to fully cool before using it to cook broth with a bit of kid meat. Though I lacked ingredients like oatmeal or seasoning, the warm food from my handmade vessel felt like a small miracle born from patience, trial, and survival. My next great challenge was crafting a mortar to pound the corn I had grown. A hand mill was out of question. My situation was far too primitive for such refinement. But even finding a large stone suitable for hollowing out proved nearly impossible. I had no skill or tools for stone cutting, and the rocks on the island were soft, sandy, and brittle, useless for holding up under a heavy pestle, let alone safe for preparing food. After wasting many days in fruitless searching, I gave up on stone and turned instead to wood that seemed more within reach. I located a large, solid block, just barely movable with the strength I had, and using my axe and hatchet, I shaped the outside. Then, with fire and long, exhausting effort, I burned and scraped out the center, much like how the Brazilians made their canoes. It took time and patience, but I created a sturdy wooden mortar. For the pestle, I used a dense piece of what I called ironwood and laid the whole setup aside, ready for the next harvest when I grind the corn into meal and finally bake bread. But pounding corn was only the beginning. I still needed a sieve, something to separate the bran from the meal. That felt like a nearly impossible task. I had no fine cloth or canvas, no tools for spinning or weaving, and my only remaining linen was reduced to rags. I even had goat's hair but lacked the knowledge and equipment to turn it into anything useful. For months, this need remained unmet. Then, almost by chance, I remembered the seaman's clothes I had saved from the shipwreck. Among them were a few calico and muslin neckcloths. They were thin and tightly woven, just enough to craft 3 small sieves. They worked well enough to get me by for years, and served me until I eventually found better ways, which I'll explain in time. Then came the issue of baking. Without yeast, I knew I couldn't rise my bread, but that didn't trouble me much. What truly challenged me was building an oven. After experimenting, I came up with an idea. I made shallow earthenware pots, wide and flat, about 2 feet across and only 9 inches deep. I baked them as I had my other clay vessels. Then, when I needed to bake, I lit a roaring fire on a hearth I had tiled with crude square bricks of my own making. Once the coals were glowing hot, I swept them aside and placed my loaves on the hearth. I inverted one of the pots over them and piled the embers around the sides. To my surprise and delight, the bread baked perfectly. In time, I even made rice cakes and simple puddings, though pies were beyond me, having nothing to fill them with but goat meat or fowl. These efforts consumed much of my 3rd year on the island. In between, I still had my crops to tend, corn to harvest, and storage to manage. I reaped each crop in its season, storing the ears in large baskets until I had time to rub the grains out by hand, for I had neither threshing floor nor flail. As my supply increased, I saw that I needed more storage space. The barley and rice harvest had grown large, nearly 20 bushels of each, and my stores were more than I could eat in a year. That led me to a new resolution. I would only plant once a year, just enough to meet my needs. This way, I could finally use the grains freely again, for my original bread stores had long since run out. And through all this work, every meal pounded, every loaf baked, my thoughts often drifted to that distant glimpse of land I had once seen across the sea. I would find myself longing to be there, imagining it to be part of the mainland, perhaps even inhabited. And in those moments, I quietly hoped, perhaps someday, I might discover a way off this island and find my way home. At the time, I was completely blinded by the idea of reaching the shore. I never once stopped away the true dangers of such a venture, how easily I might fall into hands of savages. People I feared could be worse than the wildest beasts in Africa. If they captured me, the odds of surviving were slim, perhaps 1,000 to 1. I'd heard tales of the Caribbean coast, known for its cannibals, and by the stars I knew I must have been somewhere near that region. Even if they weren't man-eaters, they might kill me anyway, as it happened to many Europeans who'd fallen into their hands. Even whole groups, let alone someone like me, stranded and defenseless. Though these thoughts did occur to me later, none of them troubled me at first. My mind was consumed with just one idea: escaping to the mainland. I found myself longing deeply for Zuri and the small sailboat we once used to travel hundreds of miles along the African coast. But it was all in vain. Instead, I thought of the ship's boat, the one that had been washed ashore during the storm when we were wrecked. It still lay near the spot, although now almost upside down, battered against a high ridge of rough sand, with no water near it. Had I someone to help me repair and relaunch her, I believed the boat could have served me well enough to return to Brazil. But I soon realized I might as well try to move the island itself as to ride her on my own. Still, I didn't give up easily. I went to the woods, cut down levers and rollers, and brought them back, determined to give it my all. I kept telling myself that if I could just turn her over, I could fix the damage and sail away. I worked tirelessly, pouring weeks of effort into this hopeless task. Eventually, I tried to dig away the sand beneath the boat, hoping to make it fall in the right position, guiding it carefully with wooden beams. But once it lay flat, I couldn't budge it any farther, not an inch closer to the sea. Defeated, I gave up on that boat. And yet, strangely enough, my desire to reach the mainland didn't fade. It only grew stronger, even as the path to it seemed more impossible. That's when a new idea came to me. Why not carve out my own canoe, like the native tribes do? I'd seen how they made boats by hollowing out large tree trunks, often without any real tools. The thought thrilled me. I had better tools and more time than any native could dream of. What I didn't think about, though, was how they had entire communities to move such boats once built, while I had only myself. What good would it do to build a fine canoe, if I had no way to launch it into the water? The real challenge wasn't carving it, but moving it. One would think I might have given more thought to the reality of my situation while building that boat, but my imagination was consumed by the dream of sailing across the sea. I never once paused to consider how I would get it from land to water. Strangely enough, it seemed easier to cross 45 miles of ocean than to move the boat 45 fathoms across rough ground. The boat lay stuck inland, and my obsession had blinded me to the obvious. I worked on that canoe like the most foolish man alive. I was captivated by the vision of the final result, without once questioning whether I could even manage the task. Though the difficulty of launching it did cross my mind, I silenced myself with false hope, telling myself, first finish it. I'll figure out a way to move it later. That mindset was completely backwards, but my enthusiasm drove me on. I felt a mighty cedar, so grand that even Solomon may not have used a better one to build the temple. It measured nearly 6 feet wide at the base, narrowing slightly over 22 feet before branching out. Just bringing down the tree took me 20 days of relentless effort. Removing the branches took another 14. Then, for a full month, I labored to shape it into something that would float upright like a proper boat. The next 3 months were spent carving out the inside, all with nothing but a mallet and chisel, without even fire to ease the work. Yet in the end, I shaped a beautiful periagua, large enough to carry 26 men. Surely, it could carry me and my cargo with ease. I was truly proud of what I had created. It was far bigger than any canoe I'd ever seen made from a single tree. It had cost me sweat and countless strokes, but it stood ready. Had I managed to launch it, I might have embarked on the most reckless voyage any man ever attempted. But every method I tried to move it failed. Though only about 100 yards from the creek, the ground sloped uphill. Determined, I dug down the earth to make a gradual descent, a task that drained me but kept me hopeful, since my heart longed for deliverance. Even after finishing that, the canoe would not budge. So I measured the land and decided to dig a canal to bring the water to the boat. But the calculations crushed my hopes. Alone, it would take me 10 or 12 years to finish, since the canal would need to be 20 feet deep at the upper end. At last, with deep sorrow, I gave up. That failure weighed heavily on me. Too late. I realized how foolish it is to start something so vast without first counting the cost or knowing one's limits. In the midst of that burden, I marked the end of my 4th year on the island. I kept the anniversary as I had before, with reflection, devotion, and surprising peace. Through daily study and earnest prayer, God's grace had changed my heart. I no longer thought of the world as mine. I expected nothing from it, nor desired anything from it. I saw myself apart from it, as someone who once lived in that world but had now moved beyond it. And truly, it felt like there was a great gulf between me and all I had known, just as Father Abraham said to Dives. Between me and thee is a great gulf fixed. In many ways, this island had removed me from all the corruption of a world. I had no lust to tempt me, no envy or pride to stir discontent. There was nothing to crave, because I already possessed all that I could possibly make use of. I was the master of everything around me. If I chose to, I could even call myself the king of this entire land. There was no one to challenge my rule, no rivals to contend with. I could have grown more grain than a ship could carry, but what would I do with it? I only allowed enough to grow for my needs. Turtles were plentiful, yet I rarely needed more than one. Timber was abundant, enough to build an entire fleet, and the island yielded so many grapes that I could have made barrels of wine or raisins to fill that fleet. But it all meant little. Anything beyond my needs became waste. More meat than I could eat simply spoiled or was left for animals. Extra corn rotted. Trees I chopped down lay to decay. Even firewood held no value. unless I needed to cook a meal. It was through this experience that I came to understand how worthless the excesses of life truly are. The good things of this world only hold value when they serve a purpose. No matter how much wealth one piles up, we can only ever enjoy what we actually use. Even the greediest miser would have abandoned his obsession if he lived in my situation, for I had far more than I knew what to do with. My only desire was for the few small things I didn't have, but even those were simple, practical items. I had, as I have mentioned, a small hoard of money, gold and silver, about 36 pounds worth. But what was the use? That sorry pile sat in a drawer, gathering mold from the cave's dampness. I often thought I had gladly traded it for a few pipes for smoking or a small hand mill to grind my grain. I would have given every coin for some turnip or carrot seeds, or even a bottle of ink. All that money was utterly useless. If the drawer had been filled with diamonds, it would have made no difference. It would still be worthless in a place where value is defined by use. Over time, life on the island became easier, both physically and mentally. I learned to sit down to my meals with sincere gratitude, marveling at how God had provided for me in this wilderness. I began to focus less on what I lacked and more on what I had. That shift in mindset brought with it deep, unexplainable comfort. I mention this not for myself, but for those who are often discontent with what they have. People tend to look at what they're missing rather than giving thanks for what they've received. That, I believe, is a true source of discontent, not lack, but lack of gratitude. Another thought brought me even more peace. I would often compare my present situation to what I had expected, what it could have been if not for the mercy of Providence. Had the wreck not drifted close to shore, I would have had no tools, no weapons, no powder or shot. I would have perished long before I ever found fish or turtles. Even if I had survived, I would have lived like a wild creature, gnawing raw meat with my teeth, ripping it apart with my hands. I spent whole days imagining how helpless I would have been without the resources I had salvaged. These reflections filled me with humility and thankfulness. My current hardships, though real, were far lighter than they could have been. I say this for anyone who ever finds themselves asking, is any suffering as great as mine? Look closer. There is always a worse fate that might have been. And yet another reflection stirred in me a quiet kind of hope. When I thought about what I truly deserved, based on how I had lived before, I realized I had been given far more mercy than I could have asked for. Though raised by parents who tried to guide me toward God, I had chosen a life at sea, one that pulled me further from faith. Among sailors, any sense of fear or reverence for God was mocked away. Long voyages and hardened hearts made the dangers of life seem trivial, and death itself felt like a distant, laughable thought. All the goodness I had once known had been drowned in the company I kept. And so, when I saw where I now stood, alive, provided for, I could only bow to the wisdom and grace of divine providence. There was a time when I was so empty of all goodness, so far from any awareness of who I was or who I ought to be, that even in the greatest moment of my life, like escaping from Salé, being rescued by the Portuguese ship captain, establishing a comfortable life in Brazil, and receiving goods from England, I never once thought to say, "Thank God." His name never crossed my lips, not even in fear or desperation. In fact, the only times I had spoken his name were in profanity. I had gone through life without a single prayer, even in my lowest hours. But as the months passed in this solitude, the weight of my past sins grew heavier in my heart. I began to reflect deeply on how kind Providence had been to me since I arrived on this island. I had not only been spared the full consequences of my wrongdoings, but had been given far more than I deserved. That thought alone gave me hope. Hope that my repentance had been heard, and that God might still have mercy left for me. Slowly, those reflections transformed into true acceptance of my condition. Not only did I come to terms with my fate, but I became sincerely grateful for it. After all, I was still alive, spared from the punishment I had truly earned. I had been given blessings I never expected. Even in a place so remote and wild, I began to thank God daily for the food I had, recognizing that it had arrived to me through what could only be described as miracles, sustaining me in a place where few could have survived. In many ways, this desolate island had proven more merciful than many habitable lands. There were no wild beasts to attack me, no deadly serpents or poisonous plants to bring harm, no savages to fear. My life, though marked by sorrow, was also filled with mercy, and once I fully embraced God's grace in my heart, I found that I was no longer consumed by sadness. I had been here so long now that many of the supplies I had brought from the ship had either worn out or were nearly gone. My ink, for example, had dwindled to a faint residue. I stretched it as far as I could by diluting it with water, though it eventually became too pale to see. While it lasted, I used it to record the days and notable events in my journal. In doing so, I discovered a strange pattern in the timing of events in my life, almost as if fate had marked specific days. For instance, the very day I first ran away to Hull to go to sea was the same day I was later captured and made a slave in Sallee. The day I had escaped from the shipwreck in Yarmouth matched exactly with the day I escaped Sallee in a small boat. And perhaps most extraordinary of all, on my birthday, the 30th of September, 26 years after I was born, my life was miraculously spared when I washed ashore on this very island. It was as though my sinful life and the solitary redemption had both begun on the same day. Eventually, my store of biscuits, the last of my ship's bread, was gone. I had rationed it strictly, eating just one small cake a day for more than a year. For nearly another year after that, I lived with none at all until I finally grew corn of my own. That, too, felt like a miracle. My clothes began to wear down. I had run out of linen long ago, except for a few checkered shirts I had found in the seamen's trunks. I guarded those carefully because often they were all I could wear. Thankfully, I had found nearly 3 dozen shirts, which sustained me. There were also thick seamen's coats, but they were far too hot for the climate. Despite the heat, I never felt comfortable going without clothes, not even when I was alone. The sun would blister my skin if I walked bare. Wearing a shirt, even in the heat, helped. The air moved beneath it and cooled me better than nothing at all. I also never went out without a cap or a hat. The sun here was so fierce it gave me headaches if it struck my bare head for even a short time. But as soon as I covered my head, the pain faded. As I looked around at my humble possessions, I decided to bring some order to the few scraps of clothing I had left. All my waistcoats were worn out, and I figured I might be able to craft new ones from the large watch coats I'd saved, along with whatever other materials were at hand. I wasn't much of a tailor. In truth, I was hopeless at it, but I did my best, awkwardly cutting and stitching until I managed to piece together 2 or 3 rough waistcoats that I hoped would last. As for breeches or drawers, my attempts were barely passable for some time afterward. I'd made it a habit to save the hides of every 4-footed creature I hunted, stretching them out under the sun with sticks. Some turned too hard and brittle to be of use, but others served me well. From these, I crafted a large cap of the hair on the outside to shield me from rain. It worked surprisingly well, so I went on to make a full outfit, waistcoat and breeches, both loosely fitted to keep me cool in the heat. Though clumsy and poorly sewn, these garments kept me dry during rainstorms thanks to the outer hair, and they were good enough for my lonely island life. Feeling the intense sun, I grew determined to make an umbrella, something I had seen often in Brazil. I spent countless hours experimenting, failing more than once before I got it right. Eventually, I managed to create one that opened and even folded down for easy carrying. I covered it in animal skin, hair side out, so it repelled rain like a rooftop and blocked the sun entirely. With it, I could walk under the blazing sky more comfortably than ever before. In all this, I found great contentment. But I surrendered myself fully to God's will. My heart grew peaceful. Whenever I felt the pangs of loneliness, I'd remind myself that in the quiet of my thoughts and in the silent prayers I lifted heavenward, I shared a deeper companionship than the world's loudest company could ever offer. For nearly 5 years, nothing extraordinary occurred in my life. I simply continued in the same routine, in the same place, and with the same quiet persistence as before. Each year, I worked diligently, planting barley and rice, curing raisins, always keeping just enough in reserve to have a full year's provisions ahead. Apart from that and my daily walks with my gun, one labor took up a large part of my time, building a canoe. I eventually finished it, and by digging a canal 6 feet wide and 4 feet deep, I managed to bring it nearly half a mile down to the creek. I remembered the first canoe I built, how massive it was, and how foolishly I had never considered how to launch it. It still lay where it was useless, a silent lesson in planning. This new canoe wasn't perfect. I couldn't find the right tree, and I still had to dig a long canal, but this time I never gave up. It took nearly 2 years, but I didn't mind the labor. I held on to the hope that one day I might go out to sea. Even though I had finished a little periagua, it wasn't large enough for the original journey I had imagined. Crossing to the mainland more than 40 miles away, its small size put an end to that dream. Instead, I decided to explore the coastline of the island. I'd already crossed overland to the far side once, but now that I had a boat, I longed to sail around the whole island. I prepared carefully, made a small mast and a sail from old shipcloth, carved dry lockers to store food and powder, even added a spot for my gun, and fixed up my umbrella to shade me from the sun. I practiced short trips near the creek, but the real adventure began on November 6th, the 6th year of my exile. The journey proved longer than expected. On the eastern side, I encountered jagged rocks stretching miles out to sea, followed by a long sandbar. I had to steer far from shore to get around it. At one point, seeing how strong the current was, I nearly gave up, but curiosity won. I climbed a hill, studied the sea, and saw the full extent of the danger, a raging current that could sweep me far away from the island. I stayed there 2 days, waiting for calmer weather. On the third morning, the sea was calm again, and I launched, but I underestimated the force of the current. Within moments, I was caught, pulled away like a leaf in a flood. My paddles were useless. I was helpless, and there was no wind to fill my sail. I realized, in that terrifying moment, that I might be lost, swept far into the open ocean, where I'd surely starve. I had food, a giant tortoise I'd hauled in, and a jar of fresh water. But what was that compared to the vast, endless sea ahead of me? I saw no shore, no hope, only the silent, merciless horizon. Now I truly realized how the providence of God could worsen even the most miserable state of man. As I drifted further from land, I looked back at my lonely island with longing, as though it were a paradise I had once taken for granted. My heart ached for it. What once seemed like isolation now felt like home. I reached out helplessly toward that distant shore, mourning my ungratefulness. I had often complained of solitude, yet now, adrift on the vast and uncertain sea, I would have given anything just to be there once more. It's a strange truth, how we fail to value our blessings until they're taken from us. That little island, once a prison, now seemed the sweetest place in all the world. Desperation took hold of me as I labored against the current. Exhausted but unwilling to give up, I turned the boat toward the northern side of the current, toward the eddy I knew could help. Around midday, I felt a faint breeze from the southeast touch my face. It gave me hope. Within minutes, that breeze grew into a gentle wind. But I had drifted far, too far, and with no compass aboard, the clear sky was my only guide. Had the weather turned, I would have been utterly lost. Gratefully, I raised my mast and spread the sail, aiming toward the clearer water ahead. It was then I noticed the water changing, becoming clearer. The foul waters of the current were behind me. Ahead, I saw waves breaking on some rocks, and I realized the current was splitting there. One stream rushed southward, while another curved back northwest, forming a strong eddy. That returning tide was my salvation. Like a condemned man granted sudden pardon, I felt overwhelming joy. I steered into the eddy with newfound energy and let the wind and tide carry me. It pulled me about a league back toward the island, though further north than where I had set out. The eddy eventually lost strength, but I had made significant progress. Between two mighty currents, the one that swept me away to the south and another that ran farther north, I found calm water. With the breeze still in my favor, I kept my course, though my progress was slower. By late afternoon, I was within a league of the island. I could see the very rocks that had nearly doomed me, now forcing the current away and forming yet another eddy. Though not perfectly aligned with my path, I angled across it with the help of the wind and finally came within a mile of the shore, where the water calmed. Soon after, I made land. Once ashore, I felt my knees in gratitude, thanking God for my deliverance. I knew then that I would abandon all thoughts of escape by sea. After eating a little and resting, I pulled the boat into a hidden cove beneath some trees, where she would be safe, and lay down to sleep. I was utterly worn from the struggle. The next day, I faced a new challenge: how to return to my dwelling. I dare not take the same treacherous route by water again. I decided instead to explore westward along the coast, in search of a place to leave my boat securely. After about 3 miles of careful travel, I came upon a beautiful inlet, about a mile wide, narrowing into a small brook. It was perfect. The place formed a natural dock, where my boat rested as if cradled by design. There I secured her and went ashore once more. As I explored the area, I realized I had come near a place I had visited during one of my earlier journeys on foot. I took only my gun and umbrella with me, for the sun was blazing, and walked inland. After the harrowing ordeal at sea, the path felt comforting. By evening, I reached my old bower. Everything was just as I had left it. I always kept it well maintained. It was, after all, my country retreat. I had climbed over the fence and laid down in the shade to rest my tired limbs. The exhaustion from rowing and walking had drained me completely, and I soon drifted off to sleep. But imagine, if you can, what a shock it was to awaken to someone calling my name again and again. Robin, Robin, poor Robin Crusoe. Where are you, Robin Crusoe? Where have you been? At first, I was so deeply asleep that I thought I was merely dreaming. The voice seemed distant, like an echo inside my mind. But as it repeated my name with such strange familiarity, I slowly began to stir. When I opened my eyes in a startled daze, my heart pounding with fear, I spotted my parrot, my deer Poe, perched on the top of the hedge. It was him. His voice mimicked mine perfectly, repeating the sorrowful phrases I had so often taught him in my loneliness. He would sit on my finger, nuzzle his beak close to my cheek, and say, "Poor Robin Crusoe, where are you? Where have you been?" And many such things I had whispered to him in the early days of our solitude. Even though I quickly realized it could be no one but Poe, it still took time for me to calm myself. I was amazed not just by how he found his way to me, but how he remained so faithfully near that very spot. I called out his name and reached out my hand, and as if he had missed me dearly, he flew down and perched on my thumb, chattering familiar lines with great delight. I brought him home with me, my heart oddly lifted by this strange reunion. After this, I felt no desire for more sea-bound adventures. My recent escape had left me shaken. I longed to retrieve my boat from the other side of the island, but I had no means of doing so. The eastern side, which I had once tried to circle, terrified me. Even thinking of it chilled my blood. As for the western coast, I didn't know its currents, but I feared they might be just as dangerous. The risk of being swept away again was too great. So, though I had labored so long to build that boat and to launch it, I resigned myself to life without it. Thus, I remained still for nearly a year. I lived quietly and thoughtfully, at peace with my condition. I began to feel a strange kind of happiness, fully surrendering to what Providence had chosen for me. Except for the ache of solitude, I found myself content. During this period, I became more skilled in many of the crafts I'd once struggled with. Out of necessity, I had turned myself into something of a carpenter. With only a few crude tools, I built and repaired what I needed. My pottery also improved beyond expectation. I even created a kind of wheel, which made shaping clay much easier. My pots no longer looked so misshapen and crude. But no invention brought me greater satisfaction than the moment I succeeded in making a tobacco pipe. It was far from perfect, clumsy, and only faintly red like other fire clay. But it worked. It could draw smoke, and for a man who'd always been fond of smoking, that was a great comfort. I had forgotten about the pipes aboard the ship at first, and by the time I went back to search for them, I couldn't find any. My basket weaving also improved. I made many practical containers, even if they weren't very attractive. They helped me carry and store supplies with ease. If I killed a goat while out, I could dress and butcher it right there, then bring home only what I needed in a basket. I did the same with turtles, harvesting the meat and eggs I required and leaving the rest behind. I also made deep baskets to store my corn, which I threshed once it was dry. But one day, I noticed my supply of gunpowder was running low. This presented a serious problem. How would I hunt once it was gone? I remembered I had raised a young female goat in my 3rd year, hoping to tame more, but I never managed to catch a male to breed with her. She grew old, and I could never bring myself to harm her. In the end, she died of age, leaving me pondering what I would do when I could no longer rely on gunpowder. By the 11th year of my stay on that lonely island, my supply of ammunition had become dangerously low. Realizing that hunting with my gun would soon no longer be possible, I turned my mind to capturing goats alive, especially a female one heavy with young. I crafted crude snares, though lacking wire, and often found the traps broken and the bait gone. Eventually, I resorted to digging pit traps in areas where I had seen goats grazing. I covered the pits with homemade hurdles, weighing them down, and at first only left food like barley and dried rice to draw them in. Their footprints confirmed they had taken the bait. On one particular morning, after setting 3 traps the night before, I discovered the bait gone, but the traps untouched. It was a discouraging failure. Still, I didn't give up. After some adjustments, I finally caught a large old male goat in one trap and 3 kids, a male and 2 females, in another. The old one was too wild to manage, and I wasn't prepared to kill him. I didn't yet understand that a few days of hunger could have tamed even the fiercest creature. So I released him and he fled in panic. But I carefully tied the 3 kids and, with difficulty, brought them home. They were hesitant to eat at first, but sweet corn tempted them. Slowly, they began to tame. It struck me that this was the only way I could ensure a future supply of food, by raising tame goats. Yet to do that, I needed to separate them from the wild ones. I decided to enclose a portion of land, something fenced off with hedges or stakes, so my herd wouldn't wander or be joined by the wild ones. This would be a serious effort for one man, but I saw no other option. I searched for a suitable patch, a meadow with grass, water, and shade, and found one with fresh water streams and woods at one end. Without much thought, I began building a fence that would have stretched nearly 2 miles. After laying just 50 yards of hedge, it occurred to me how foolish this was. Such a vast space would leave my goats nearly as wild as before. So I wisely scaled down, enclosing a smaller field about 150 yards long and 100 yards wide. It would suffice for my immediate needs, and I could expand it later as my flock grew. With determination, I spent nearly 3 months building the enclosure. Meanwhile, I tethered the kids inside, fed them by hand with barley or rice, and gradually made them familiar with my presence. When I finally set them free, they followed me around bleating for food. It worked. Within a year and a half, I had 12 goats, and in 2 more years, the number had grown to 43. I had enclosed 5 separate fields, each with small pens and gates, so I could rotate their grazing and manage them easily. To my delight, I discovered not only a steady supply of meat, but also milk, something I hadn't even considered at first. With time and trial, I learned to milk the goats and eventually made both butter and cheese. I even managed to collect natural salt from rocks warmed by the sun near the sea. And in all this, I felt a deep sense of awe, how generous the Lord had been, transforming my lonely wilderness into a place of comfort and provision. Where I once feared death by starvation, now a feast was laid before me, right in the heart of the desert. It might seem almost humorous, even to a Stoic, to see how I and my little circle gathered around for dinner each day. In my solitude, I imagined myself a sovereign of the whole island, master and ruler of all its living things. There were no dissenters among my subjects, and I held the ultimate authority. I could grant freedom or enforce order as I pleased. My meals were like a king's banquet, though I dined alone. Poe, my parrot, was the only creature allowed to speak in my presence, and he seemed to enjoy that privilege. My loyal dog, aged and feeble, always sat to my right, while 2 cats took positions on either side of the table, waiting patiently for the occasional treat from my hand. These weren't the original cats I had brought with me. Those were long buried near my shelter. The current 2 were descendants, hand-raised and kept tame, unlike the wild ones that later became such a nuisance I had to drive them off, and even resorted to shooting many before they finally left me in peace. So I lived with this odd little company in what could only be called abundance, lacking only human companionship, though in time I would come to find even that in surplus. Restlessness stirred within me, especially the longing to use my boat again, yet fear made me cautious. I often debated whether to risk bringing it around the island, and other times I let the desire fade. Still, something compelled me to journey to that point of land where I had once climbed a hill to observe the shoreline and currents. That urge grew stronger by the day, until I finally resolved to make the trip overland, hugging the coastline. The thought of how I must appear was laughable. Had anyone in England seen me in that state, they'd have either been terrified or burst into laughter. Sometimes I'd stop to look at myself and chuckle at the idea of walking through Yorkshire dressed as I was. My appearance was, indeed, wild. I wore a tall, misshapen cap made from goat skin, with a flapping back to shield my neck from rain and sun. My jacket, also goat skin, reached mid-thigh, and my breeches, made from the hide of an old he-goat, were open at the knees, with long hair that hung halfway down my legs like pantaloons. I had no shoes or stockings, but I had fashioned a crude pair of leather leg coverings, lace at the sides. Around my waist was a thick goatskin belt tied with thongs, where I carried a saw and a hatchet in place of sword and dagger. A second, thinner strap crossed my shoulder, holding 2 pouches, one for powder, the other for shot. I carried a basket on my back, my gun slung over my shoulder, and over my head a large, clumsy umbrella, also made from goat skin. Odd as it looked, that umbrella was second in importance only to my firearm. Though I had spent years under the harsh sun, my complexion wasn't as dark as one might expect. My beard had once grown long, but I trimmed it neatly, keeping only a thick mustache shaped in the style of Turkish whiskers I'd seen in Salih, an extravagant look, strange and fearsome by English standards. But all that mattered little, for there was no one to see me. So I said no more of it and set off on my new journey. I stayed close to the sea until I reached the same place where I'd first anchored my boat to climb the rocks. With no boat to tend now, I took a more direct inland path to a familiar height. There, gazing out over the jutting rocks I had once struggled to pass by sea, I was astonished to find the water calm, smooth, still, and without a trace of current. Confused, I spent time observing to understand what had changed. As I waited into the evening, the tide began to ebb, and I saw the current return, only this time farther from shore, nearly half a league out. The realization struck me. The strong western ebb, combined with waters from a nearby river, had formed the current I once struggled against. Depending on how the wind blew, from the west and north, it came closer or stayed away from shore. When I had last attempted the passage, the current had been pressing tightly against the coast, sweeping me and my canoe away. This discovery gave me hope. I now saw that by carefully timing my journey with the tides, I could easily bring the boat around the island. Yet fear still clung to me. The memory of my past danger filled me with dread, and I couldn't summon the courage to try again. So I decided on a safer, though more laborious, course. I would make another canoe. One would serve one side of the island, the other for the opposite. By then, I had two distinct settlements on the island. The first was my original tent, now fortified with walls, set against the rock with an expanded cave behind it. I had shaped the cave into several chambers, one leading into another, the driest and largest of them, which had a door beyond my wall into open space, served as my storehouse. It was filled with large clay pots and 15 big baskets, each capable of holding 5 or 6 bushels. This was where I stored my supplies, particularly my corn, some left on the cob and cut short from the stalk, the rest rubbed out by hand. Over time, the stakes I had driven into the ground to form my wall had grown into full trees, thick and towering. Their branches spread so wide that my home was completely hidden. No sign of a dwelling could be seen from outside. Just beyond this shelter, farther inland and on lower ground, lay 2 carefully tended fields where I grew my corn. They provided regular harvests, and I knew that should I need more, I had adjacent land just as fertile, waiting to be cultivated. In addition to my main home, I had what I call my country retreat. There, I maintained a small bower, enclosed by a hedge I always kept trimmed and strong. The stakes I had originally planted to form that hedge had matured into sturdy trees, which I pruned to grow thick and create a peaceful shade. In the center of it stood a tent, fashioned from a sail spread over poles, needing no repairs in all this time. Beneath it, I had built myself a soft couch using animal skins and old sea bedding I had salvaged, along with a blanket and a large watch coat for warmth. This country place served as my second home whenever I was away from my main shelter. Beside it, I had fenced in an area for my goats. I poured endless labor into strengthening that enclosure, using small stakes so tightly packed they resembled a wooden wall. And with the rains, they too took root and grew, forming a barrier far stronger than any wall I could have built by hand. This effort showed my commitment, not laziness or idleness, but focused survival. I knew that maintaining a supply of tame livestock was essential if I were to live here for decades. Their milk, meat, and even cheese were my lifeline. To keep them safe, I had to make the fencing foolproof. And I did. In fact, the stakes grew so thick, I had to pull some out. I also grew grapes here, which I treasured, especially for making raisins sweet, nutritious, and perhaps the most refreshing treat in my entire diet. The location itself was ideal. Halfway between my home and the boat, I had once laid up. I often stopped to rest here while visiting the boat, which I always kept in good shape. I still took it out sometimes for short excursions, but never far, just a stone's throw from shore. The fear of being swept away again by the treacherous currents haunted me too deeply. Then came a moment that changed everything. One day around noon, as I walked toward the shore, I was struck speechless by what I saw, a single, unmistakable footprint of a man in the sand. It was clear as day, heel, toes, everything. My body froze. I felt as if I had seen a ghost. I scanned the area, climbed higher ground, walked up and down the beach, but found no other sign. Could it have been a trick of my imagination? I examined it again, but it was real. A man had been there. The idea terrified me to the core. 1,000 thoughts flew through my mind. I returned home in a daze, not even aware of my own footsteps. looking over my shoulder constantly, imagining every shadow and stump was someone watching me. By the time I reached my shelter, my castle, as I called it from then on, I dashed inside like a hunted animal. I can't recall whether I used a ladder or entered through the rocky passage. I had named a door. I was so shaken that the next morning I still couldn't remember. Never had a rabbit run to its burrow or fox to its den in more terror than I did that day. My thoughts spun in wild directions, inventing figures in the trees, voices in the wind, and fears I couldn't name. It marked the beginning of a new and darker chapter in my life on the island. That night, sleep completely abandoned me. The further I moved from the actual moment of terror, the more overwhelming my fears became, an odd reversal of nature, for most creatures feel safer with distance. Yet I was caught in a web of disturbing thoughts that spun darker the more I tried to reason. Though I was far from the place, my mind offered no peace, only haunting visions. At times, I imagined the footprint was not human at all, but something far worse. Could it have been the devil himself? That seemed absurd, yet oddly logical. After all, what else could have taken human form and reached such an isolated place without any sign of vessel or other footprints? Still, the idea didn't hold. Why would such a being take the shape of man just to leave a footprint in a place where it was unlikely anyone would even see it? If some evil spirit intended to terrify me, it had far more terrifying ways to do it than a single mark in the sand that a single wave could erase. The more I thought on it, the more the theory unraveled. No, it couldn't have been the devil. Then a more plausible fear crept in. Savages from the mainland. Maybe some tribe had drifted too far in their canoe, pushed by currents or winds, and landed here by accident. Perhaps they had come ashore briefly and left again. Maybe they found the island just as desolate and unwelcoming as I had once found it and chose not to stay. Still, I felt a strange relief that I hadn't encountered them face to face and that they hadn't spotted my boat. If they had, surely they would have assumed someone lived there and might have gone searching deeper inland. And if they'd found me, I imagined the worst, being outnumbered, overwhelmed, possibly eaten alive. Even if I escaped, I feared they might plunder my fields, destroy my crops, steal my goats. The horror of it nearly broke me. The thought that I could starve not from famine, but from invasion, became more terrifying than any natural threat I had ever faced. In that terror, all my spiritual strength deserted me. I, who had once seen God's hand provide for me miraculously, now doubted his power to preserve what he had already given. I chastised myself harshly for my laziness, for sowing only just enough corn each year, as though disaster could never strike. It felt like a clear rebuke from within, and I knew I had to do better. I resolved then and there to grow enough for 2 or even 3 years, so that no matter what happened, I wouldn't starve for lack of bread. The life of man is truly a patchwork of providence, and how quickly emotions turn under changing circumstances. What we love today, we fear tomorrow. What we desire in solitude becomes unbearable when it arrives. I, who once wept from the agony of loneliness, who thought I had been cast away from mankind by heaven itself, now trembled at even the idea of another human being setting foot on the island, where once I would have rejoiced at the sight of someone, believing it the next greatest blessing to salvation itself. I now recoiled, terrified at even the trace of human presence, to have longed so deeply for company, only to fear it when it came near, was perhaps the strangest contradiction of my life on that island. Life, I realized, was full of unpredictable twists, and during my quiet moments of reflection, I began to see this solitude as something appointed by divine wisdom. I told myself this was the life God had chosen for me, and even though I couldn't grasp his ultimate reasons, it wasn't my place to question his will. After all, as his creation, he held every right to shape my destiny. And more than that, as someone who had sinned, I had to accept whatever judgment he saw fit. With that acceptance came a deep surrender. I began to think, if God, righteous and all-powerful, had decided to test me like this, then surely he could deliver me too, whenever he willed. My duty was to remain faithful, to hope, to pray, and to trust his daily guidance, no matter how small or invisible it seemed at the moment. These thoughts consumed many of my days and nights. One morning, while lying in bed haunted by fear of the savages, a verse came to me, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee." That line stirred something deep within. I rose with unusual cheer, and with a full heart, I prayed for safety like never before. Afterward, I opened my Bible, and the very first words I saw were, "Wait on the Lord, and be of good cheer, and he shall strengthen thy heart." I felt an overwhelming peace wash over me. I closed the book with gratitude, and at least at that moment, I wasn't afraid anymore. But even as these spiritual reassurances lifted my heart, a more earthly, nagging doubt crept in. What if that mysterious footprint I saw on the shore was my own? Maybe it was all just a trick of the mind. I began convincing myself that I could have unknowingly walked there from the boat on some earlier day. This thought gave me a bit of courage. I had been locked up inside my fort for 3 whole days, barely eating, too afraid to go out. But my food stores were low, and my goats hadn't been milked. So I told myself it was probably my own footprint, and I decided to venture out. Still, I was so full of fear that every step felt like a risk. I looked behind constantly, dropped my basket at every noise, and nearly ran back to shelter more than once. But after 2 or 3 days of cautious walking and seeing nothing unusual, I started to feel brave again. That is, until I finally went back to the spot where I'd seen the print. This time I examined everything carefully, and to my dismay, I realized I could not possibly have come ashore from my boat in that part of the island. Worse still, when I measured the footprint, it was clearly larger than my own. That discovery sent chills down my spine. I returned home trembling, more convinced than ever that someone else had been there, and maybe they were still nearby. Panic took over reason. I thought about setting my animals free, destroying my cornfields, tearing down my hut, anything to make the island look abandoned. Fear had gripped me so tightly, I couldn't think straight. That night, my mind was overwhelmed with fearful thoughts. Even though I had returned safely to my home, my imagination was clouded with anxiety. I realized then, more than ever, how the fear of danger could be far more tormenting than danger itself. My heart was heavy, burdened not only by fear, but also by a spiritual emptiness I hadn't known before. In the past, I would have turned to God for comfort, found strength in prayer, and trusted in his protection. But this time, I felt abandoned, like Saul when he cried that not only were his enemies near, but God had forsaken him. I had not sought peace and faith as I once had, and so I was left defenseless in spirit, crushed under the weight of my own unrest. I remained awake through the night, my mind swirling with unrest until, by sheer exhaustion, I finally fell into a deep sleep. When I awoke, I was calmer and able to think more clearly. I began to reason that this island, so pleasant and fertile, might not be entirely deserted after all. Though I had seen no sign of people for over 15 years, perhaps boats from the mainland did occasionally land, maybe unintentionally, pushed by storm winds. Still, it seemed they left as quickly as they came, never staying long enough to establish anything permanent. If that was true, I needed only prepare a hiding place in case I ever did see strangers arrive. It was then I regretted having made my cave entrance so exposed beyond the protection of my first wall. So I set about building a second fortification, this time forming a semicircle around the outer edge where I had planted rows of trees 12 years earlier. I thickened the new wall with timber, cables, and anything I could gather to make it stronger. 7 holes were left in the wall, just wide enough to push a musket through. I placed all 7 muskets there, mounted like small cannons, ready to fire quickly if ever needed. It took many long months, but when it was complete, I felt safer than ever before. Outside this wall, I planted thousands of stakes from a fast-growing wood, creating a thick, natural barrier over the next few years. Within 5 or 6 years, that grove became a dense, nearly impenetrable forest. From the outside, no one could possibly guess a home lay hidden behind it. For entry, I left no gate, just 2 ladders reaching down a rock face, which I could remove at any time. No one could ascend without injury, and even if they did, they'd still be outside my final wall. In every way I could, I used reason and labor to safeguard myself. And while I didn't yet know the trials that awaited, time would prove those efforts were not in vain. While I was working on one thing, I didn't neglect the rest. I felt deeply concerned for my little herd of goats, which had become a vital source of food without needing to hunt or waste powder and shot. I couldn't imagine losing them and starting over again. After much thought, I came up with 2 possible solutions. Either dig out another hidden underground cave where I could shelter them at night, or build 2 or 3 enclosed patches of land far from each other and well concealed, each holding a few young goats. That way, if anything ever happened to my main herd, I'd still have a chance to rebuild with minimal effort. Though time-consuming, I believe this plan made the most sense. So I searched for the most secluded spot on the island and found one just as hidden as I could have hoped for. It was a damp patch of land nestled deep within thick woods, the very same area where I'd once nearly lost my way while returning from the east. There, I discovered about 3 acres of open ground naturally enclosed by forest. Compared to the first field I had labored on, this one needed far less work. I wasted no time fencing it off and soon had it secure enough for my now somewhat domesticated herd. I moved 10 young females and 2 males to that enclosure and spent more time strengthening the fence. This entire effort stemmed from the lingering fear that haunted me after finding a man's footprint. I had lived under that weight for 2 years without ever seeing another human, yet the anxiety poisoned my peace and even clouded my prayers. The fear of falling into the hands of savage cannibals crushed the calm and trust one once brought to my devotion. I still prayed, but with a mind overwhelmed by dread, as if expecting each night to be my last. And from my own experience, I must say, true prayer requires a heart at peace, not one shaken by terror. A mind in fear is no more fit to pray than a sick body is to repent on its deathbed. I went on to find a second secret spot for my goats and wandered further west than I ever had before. From a hilltop, I thought I saw a boat far out at sea. I had salvaged a couple of spyglasses from the ship, but didn't have one with me then, and I stared until my eyes could bear no more. Whether it was a boat or not, I couldn't tell, but I made a firm decision never to go exploring again without a spyglass in my pocket. When I descended the hill to the shore, an area I'd never reached before, I realized that the footprint I once saw wasn't so strange after all. It seemed like divine providence that I was cast on the quiet side of the island, where the savages never came. Now it became clear that canoes from the mainland often drifted too far at sea and landed on this shore. Here, after tribal battles, the victors would bring their prisoners and, true to their horrific customs, slaughter and eat them. As I reached the southwestern shore, what I saw paralyzed me with shock. I can't fully describe the horror I felt. The beach was littered with skulls, hands, feet, and bones, evidence of ghastly feasts. In one place, I noticed a fire pit and a dugout ring in the earth, as if those monstrous men had sat in a circle and devoured their fellow human beings. The sight was so appalling that, at first, I felt no fear for myself. I was completely consumed by the sheer evil and inhuman cruelty of it. Though I had heard of such savagery before, nothing had prepared me for this reality. My stomach turned violently. I became dizzy and almost fainted. I threw up with such force that I felt slightly relieved, but I couldn't bear to stay there another second. I rushed up the hill as fast as I could, desperate to escape that nightmare and return to fragile comfort of my own home. As I slowly stepped away from that dreadful part of the island, I stood still, overwhelmed with emotion. Then, lifting my eyes with tears streaming down my face, I gave heartfelt thanks to God. Though I had once thought my condition miserable, I now realized how greatly I had been spared. He had placed me far from such horrific beings, and despite my solitude, had granted me many comforts. Above all, he had blessed me with the knowledge of himself and the hope of his mercy. That single truth gave me strength far greater than all the suffering I had endured. I returned to my shelter, my little castle, grateful and strangely comforted, more at ease than ever before. It seemed clear to me now that the savages did not come to this island seeking resources. Perhaps they expected nothing of value here, or had already searched its wooded hills and found nothing. I had lived nearly 18 years without seeing a trace of them. If I stayed hidden, perhaps I could live 18 more, undisturbed and unknown. Still, a deep loathing for their cruel ways clung to me, and for nearly 2 years I kept myself, circling only among my 3 familiar places, my castle, the shaded retreat I called my bower, and the goat enclosure in the woods. I had no desire to use that area for anything else. I couldn't bear the thought of encountering them again. I didn't even go near my boat during this time, nor did I attempt to retrieve it from the far side of the island. The fear of running into those monsters at sea was too great, and I knew if they ever caught me, my fate would be sealed. Eventually, time eased my fears, and I settled once more into a quiet, cautious routine. I watched the landscape more carefully and avoided firing my gun, lest the sound betray my presence. Thankfully, I no longer needed a hunt. The goats I had raised provided all I required. When I did need more, I trapped rather than shot them. For 2 full years, I don't believe I fired my musket even once, though I never left home without it, or without at least 2 pistols tucked in my goatskin belt and a broadsword at my side. Armed like that, I looked every bit the wild, whether castaway I had become. Life moved forward in that cautious rhythm. I grew to see just how fortunate I was compared to many others. My condition, once filled with despair, now seemed filled with unexpected grace. It made me reflect how much better the world might be if people compare their lives to those less fortunate, instead of always to those with more. As for me, the fears I had felt for so long dulled the edge of my creativity. I had once thought of brewing my own beer, turning some of my barley into malt, but I had neither casks, hops, yeast, nor a kettle. Even so, had I not been so consumed by terror, I might have attempted it anyway. When I truly set my mind to something, I rarely gave up, but my mind now turned elsewhere. I thought only how I might destroy those savage beings, interrupt their bloody rituals, and perhaps even save one of their victims. I spent days, nights, and countless hours devising plans, schemes that could fill volumes, but no idea seemed possible unless I were there myself. And what could one man do against 20 or 30 bloodthirsty warriors, armed with darts and arrows as accurate as my own gun? There were times when I imagined digging a hole beneath the savages' fire pit and hiding 5 or 6 pounds of gunpowder beneath it, thinking that once they lit their fire, it would explode and devastate them. But then I realized I couldn't waste that much powder. I had only about a barrel left. Even worse, there was no guarantee the trap would go off at the right moment, and it might merely startle them rather than drive them away for good. So I abandoned the idea and instead dreamed up a more personal act of vengeance. I planned to hide myself in ambush, armed with my 3 guns, each double-loaded. At the height of their savage feast, unleash a volley that would drop 2 or 3 with every shot. Then, charging in with my pistols and sword, I believed I could wipe out 20 of them if need be. The vision consumed my thoughts for weeks. I even dreamed of the moment I would strike. I began scouting the area often, searching for the perfect hiding spot. Eventually, I found a hollow concealed by thick trees on the hillside, where I could spy on them without being seen and fire at close range when they were most vulnerable. I loaded my 2 muskets with slugs and pistol bullets, packed my fowling piece with large swan shot, and readied my pistols with 4 bullets each. I carried extra ammunition and prepared myself for the battle I imagined. Every morning, I made the long journey, more than 3 miles, to the top of the hill, scanning the sea for signs of canoes. I kept this up for months, but each day I returned without a trace of them. Not a shadow on the shore, not even a speck on the horizon. Still, while I kept up this daily watch, my spirits remained inflamed with thoughts of judgment and revenge. I convinced myself I was right to slaughter 20 or 30 of these naked savages, barbarians guided only by their twisted passions. I believe they have been abandoned by heaven, left to live out their generations in depravity. But slowly, as my search proved fruitless and wearisome, my anger faded and my reason returned. I began to question what gave me the right to be their judge and executioner. Who was I to take vengeance upon men whom God, in his providence, had long allowed to go on as they were? These people weren't sinning against their own conscience. They didn't see their acts as crimes. They took no more issue in killing a war captive than we do in slaughtering livestock. Eating human flesh to them was no more evil than eating lamb is to us. This reflection humbled me. I began to understand that I had been wrong to label them as murderers by my standards. Were they truly more savage than Christians who, in the heat of war, slaughtered prisoners wholesale without mercy? Their customs, brutal as they were, had done me no harm, unless they posed a direct threat to my life. What reason had I to spill their blood? I remember the Spanish conquest in the Americas, where millions were slain under the guise of righteousness. Even now, those atrocities are remembered with horror, and the very name Spaniard carries a weight of cruelty and injustice in the eyes of humane people. Would I now follow that same path? Was I about to imitate their merciless conduct, judging those who had no idea I existed and who had never done me harm? This quiet reckoning shifted my soul. I realized that compassion, not malice, was a truer mark of human dignity. These thoughts gave me pause, deep, sobering pause. Bit by bit, I began to back away from my resolve to attack the savages. It struck me that perhaps I had made a grave error in judgment. It was not my place to interfere with them unless they posed a direct threat to me. And even then, my duty was first to avoid being discovered at all. I came to believe that the wisest course was not to provoke them, but rather to remain hidden, to leave not even a trace that might suggest a human lived on this island. I also realized that should even one of them escape during an attack and return home with the story, they would come back in overwhelming numbers to avenge their dead and try and destroy them. I would only succeed in ensuring my own destruction, a risk I had no need to take. I therefore concluded that, both in principle and in strategy, I had no business meddling in this matter. My focus should be on preserving my own life through secrecy, not by drawing swords. Religion reinforced this quiet wisdom. It became clear to me that, in plotting the violent deaths of men who had never harmed me, I was straying far from my duty, not only as a man, but as a Christian. These were, in truth, innocent people as far as I was concerned. Whatever sins they committed among themselves were not my burden to judge. They were matters of their own nation and belonged to the justice of God, who governs all peoples and brings judgment upon nations in ways known only to him. This truth became so apparent, so deeply convicting, that I felt immense gratitude I had not been allowed to carry out such bloodshed. The thought that I had been spared from committing what could only be called murder filled me with a quiet relief. I fell to my knees and gave humble thanks to God for delivering me from blood guiltiness. I prayed that his providence would continue to protect me, not only from falling into their hands, but also from ever laying my hands upon them, unless heaven itself clearly called me to do so in defense of my life. For nearly a year after that dreadful realization, I chose to live in silence and secrecy. I avoided every impulse to take action against those savage intruders, so much so that I never once climbed a hill to check if any of them had landed again. I was afraid that even a glimpse of them might stir in me the old desire for revenge, or worse, provoked me into reckless action. To avoid any possible detection, I moved my boat from its original spot to a hidden cove on the eastern edge of the island, shielded by tall cliffs and safe from the dangerous currents that would deter even the boldest among them. Along with it, I took everything I had once stored there, a homemade mast and sail, and even a makeshift anchor, more symbolic than practical. My purpose was clear: to leave behind no trace, no sign of life, no hint that a man still survived on this isolated piece of land. I secluded myself more than ever, venturing out only to tend to my goats or gather necessities from the opposite side of the island. Areas I believed were beyond their reach, and I'm quite sure that these savages returned several times, even after I had taken full precautions. It terrified me to imagine how things might have unfolded had I encountered them earlier, when I was defenseless, armed only with one gun, often loaded with nothing but birdshot, wandering freely through the forest like a fool. The mere thought of suddenly stumbling upon 15 or 20 of them, chasing me, with no hope of escape, chilled my blood. Such visions drained my strength and shook me deeply. I often wondered how I would have reacted then, not just in fear, but in my utter unpreparedness, lacking even the clarity of mind to do what needed to be done. Still, through all these haunting thoughts, my heart often turned toward gratitude, thankful for the invisible hand that had steered me clear of these hidden dangers. I was protected, not through any skill of my own, but through merciful providence that I hadn't even recognized at the time. Again and again, I had felt strange impressions in my soul, unspoken urges to take one path instead of another, or to pause when everything told me to act. Often, these instincts led me away from unknown disaster. I've come to believe that such inner warnings are not to be ignored, no matter how unexplained they may seem. I made it a rule in my life to listen to these silent guides, even when I had no clear reason to. They saved me more times than I can count, especially here in this desolate exile. I now see that those small, quiet promptings of the heart may be the voice of something greater, a mysterious bridge between the seen and the unseen. And though I can't explain their origin, I cannot deny their power. In the time I remained on this sorrowful island, I would come to witness more such moments I now know were messages not of madness, but of mercy. The constant fear and anxiety I lived would brought a halt to every idea I had once nurtured about improving my life on the island. My focus shifted entirely from comfort to survival. I avoided even the smallest tasks, like hammering a nail or chopping wood, for fear the noise might betray my presence. Lighting a fire became a source of dread, as smoke could give away my position during the day. To avoid this, I moved all fire-related tasks deep into the woods, and it was there, while cutting wood to make charcoal, that I stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden behind dense underbrush at the base of a rock was a hollow in the earth. My curiosity led me in, but not without fear, for within that darkness, I caught the reflection of two glowing eyes. I recoiled in terror, thinking I had found the devil, but after gathering some courage, I returned with a flaming branch and discovered the source of the fright, a dying ancient he-goat, worn out by age and groaning in its final moments. He startled me, yes, but I soon realized he could serve as an unexpected guardian. Any savage would likely be just as alarmed by him as I was. Once my nerves had settled, I began to examine the cave further. Though small and irregular in shape, it offered complete natural concealment. There was a narrow passage leading deeper, and I resolved to explore it the next day with candles I had made from goat tallow. Crawling to the tight space, I emerged into a cavern with high ceilings and walls that sparkled with reflections in the candlelight, like stars trapped in stone. Whether it was gold, crystal, or something else, I couldn't tell, but the cave was dry, clean, and free of any dangerous creatures. It was a perfect hideout, far safer than my original dwelling. I wasted no time relocating my most vital belongings: extra muskets, fowling pieces, and especially gunpowder, some of which had survived immersion in the sea and remained usable. From that moment, I kept only a small amount of powder in my main shelter, fearing any surprise attack. The he-goat died the next day at the cave's entrance, and I buried him there, grateful for the strange encounter that led me to such a refuge. In that secret sanctuary, I felt as if I were one of the ancient giants from myths, hidden away in the rocks, untouchable and unseen, safe at least for now. By the 23rd year of my life on that forsaken island, I had grown so accustomed to its solitude and to the rhythm of survival that I often thought, had I only been assured no savage would ever come again, I could gladly live out my days there, dying quietly like that old goat in the cave. I had even discovered small pleasures that made my life gentler. My parrot, Poe, whom I had taught to speak, brought me great joy with his clear, familiar chatter. He stayed with me for 26 years, and I often wondered if he'd lived to 100 like they say in Brazil. My faithful dog was at my side for 16 long years, until age claimed him. The cats I had brought with me had multiplied so fast, I was forced to cull many of them, and eventually, most went wild, leaving only a few tame ones near me. I had household kids that I trained to feed from my hand, and 2 more parrots who mimicked my name, though none as dearly as Poe. I even kept several seabirds whose wings I clipped, and they nested near my grove, where once I planted little stakes that now grew into trees. With all these creatures, I had formed a strange little family. Despite the ever-present dread of savage intruders, I began to find contentment in my strange life. Yet I learned something powerful during those final years, that the very thing we fear most, what we struggle to avoid, often becomes a doorway through which deliverance arrives. Many times in my life I had seen it, but never more profoundly than what was to come during that lonely chapter of my existence. It was December, the season of harvest on that southern island, though no winter as I once knew it. One early morning, before full daylight, I noticed a flicker of firelight on the shore on my side of the island, about 2 miles away, in a place where I had seen savage visitors before. My heart raced, and I crept back into the shadows of my grove, unwilling to move. The thought that they might stumble upon my crops or crafted structures terrified me. If they suspected anyone was there, they would surely hunt me down. I returned to my fortress, pulled up the ladder, concealed every trace of habitation, and braced myself for the worst. I armed every musket I had, fortified my position, and turned to prayer, begging Providence to save me from the hands of such cruel men. After hours of fearful waiting, I finally scaled a hilltop with my spyglass. There, laid out before me, were 9 naked savages gathered around a fire, likely preparing one of their horrific feasts. They had 2 canoes beached nearby, clearly waiting for the tide to return. Though terrified, I observed them long enough to understand their pattern. Once the tide shifted westward, they departed, paddling away in silence. Their presence had shaken me to my core, but I found strange relief in knowing that during high tide, I might roam freely without fear. That disturbing morning served as another bitter reminder. Peace on that island could never last, no matter how much I adapted or how well I hid. As soon as I saw them set off and disappear beyond the sea, I armed myself with 2 guns slung over my shoulders, 2 pistols tucked into my belt, and my large sword at my side, unsheathed, and hurried as fast as I could to the hill where I had first spotted signs of them. The journey took nearly 2 hours, for I was weighed down heavily by all the weapons. Once I reached the top, I discovered that 3 more canoes had been there. Gazing out to sea, I saw them all sailing away toward the mainland. The sight filled me with horror. When I walked down to the shore, I was confronted with dreadful evidence of their presence. Blood, scattered bones, and even pieces of human flesh left behind, clearly from their gruesome feasting. And what disturbed me even more was the thought that they had done it all in sport, with laughter. I was overwhelmed with rage. And from that moment on, I began to plan the destruction of the next group that returned, no matter who they were or how many came. Still, I noticed their visits to the island were not frequent. In fact, more than 15 months passed without a single sign of them, not a footprint, not a signal. Of course, during the rainy season, they hardly ventured far from home. Yet, I remained uneasy through it all, constantly anxious they might appear without warning. And I realized the fear of danger is often worse than the danger itself, especially when you cannot shake that fear. During that long stretch of time, I lived with violent thoughts and spent far too many hours imagining how I would ambush them. I especially hoped to catch them divided in smaller groups again. But I never thought deeply about what came next. If I killed one group of 10 or 12, would I be prepared to kill another and then another? Would I become just as murderous as they were? Maybe even worse? These thoughts tormented me. I expected that someday I would fall into their hands. And if I ever ventured outside, I did so only with extreme caution, always alert. Thankfully, I had managed to tame and raise a small herd of goats. That decision proved crucial because I no longer dared fire my gun, not on the side of the island where they typically landed. A single shot could reveal my presence and invite an invasion, perhaps hundreds of them arriving in countless canoes. I knew the danger. And so, another year and 3 months passed before I saw signs of them again. Perhaps they came once or twice without me noticing. But in May, my 24th year on the island, I had a most unusual encounter with them, which I'll describe soon. That 15 or 16 months of tension took a heavy toll on me. I rarely slept soundly. My dreams were always terrifying, filled with visions of the savages and battles. I'd wake with a jolt in the middle of the night. During the day, my mind remained clouded by fear and guilt, especially as I kept trying to justify, in dreams, the idea of killing them. But setting all that aside for the moment, something quite different happened in mid-May on the 16th. If my carved calendar was correct, that day, a powerful storm swept through, with violent wind, heavy thunder, and blinding lightning. The night that followed was dark and wild. I didn't know what caused it, but as I was quietly reading my Bible and reflecting on my situation, a loud sound startled me. A gunshot, far off at sea. This was unlike any shock I had felt before. A completely different kind of fear and excitement overtook me. I leapt up immediately, grabbed my ladder, set it in place against the mid-level of the rock, and climbed to the top. No sooner had I reached the summit than I saw a flash in the distance, and sure enough, half a minute later, another shot rang out. It came from the same direction where I had once drifted in my canoe. My first thought was that a ship must be in trouble, perhaps firing to signal for help from a nearby vessel. Though I couldn't possibly help them, perhaps they could help me. Wasting no time, I gathered all the dry wood I had and built a large fire on the hill. The flames leapt up quickly despite the wind, and I was confident it could be seen from far out at sea. And indeed, soon after the blaze rose into the air, I heard another shot, then several more, all from the same direction. I kept feeding the fire all night until dawn. When morning finally came and the haze lifted slightly, I strained my eyes toward the eastern horizon. Far in the distance, I saw a shape in the water, maybe a sail, maybe a broken hull. It was impossible to tell, even through my spyglass. The weather out at sea was still too thick to see clearly. All that day, I kept looking at the distant object and soon realized it wasn't moving. That led me to believe it must be a ship anchored near the island. With my heart racing in anticipation, I grabbed my gun and rushed toward the southern shore, towards the same rocks where, long ago, I'd nearly been lost to the sea. The skies had cleared by then, and from the higher ground, I could see clearly what brought me such sorrow. It wasn't a ship at anchor, but the wreckage of one. She must have been shattered in the night upon those hidden rocks I once discovered during my perilous voyage. Ironically, the same current and rocks that had once saved my life had now claimed the lives of others. It seemed the crew, unaware of this deadly barrier, had struck the rocks under strong E&E winds. Perhaps they hadn't even seen the island. And when I remembered their distress signals, the gunfire, I couldn't stop wondering what might have happened. Had they seen my firelight and tried to reach the shore? Had they been swept away by the sea? Or had they lost their boat to the violent waves? These questions haunted me with no certain answers, only guesses. Maybe their ship broke apart and destroyed their boat. Or maybe another vessel came to their rescue, though I saw no sign of such hope. At times, I even imagined that they drifted helplessly into the vast ocean, lost of hunger and despair, perhaps even driven to the unthinkable. But no matter what, I could only watch helplessly, grieving for souls I would never know. Their fate deepened my gratitude toward God for sparing my life when he had not spared theirs. Twice now, ships had wrecked near this cursed coast, and in both cases, I was the only one left to tell the tale. I was struck once more by a truth I'd often ignored, that no matter how low Providence casts us, there's always someone to be thankful for, always someone worse off than we are. What pained me most was a longing that welled up from the depths of my soul, a desperate craving for human companionship. If only one of them had survived, I whispered over and over again. Just one person. The thought possessed me, my fists clenched involuntarily. My teeth ground together. My entire body reacted as if my soul had cried out too loudly for it to bear. I didn't understand this reaction, but I knew it was real. It was the first time in all my solitude that I felt such an overpowering need for a fellow human being, someone to speak to, someone to hear me. But it was not to be. Fate or Providence, or both, refused me even that comfort. Days later, the only sign of life I found was the lifeless body of a young boy washed ashore, dressed in a sailor's vest and linen shirt. There was nothing on him to tell me his origin, only 2 silver coins and a tobacco pipe in his pockets. The latter, strangely, meant more to me than the money. The sea had grown calm again, and a powerful urge stirred in me to take my boat out toward the wrecked ship. It wasn't just the hope of finding something useful that pulled at me, but the haunting thought that there might still be a living soul aboard, that I might, by saving them, find some comfort in my own lonely existence. The idea wouldn't leave me. It clung to my heart so tightly that I couldn't rest, either day or night, until I acted. I felt, deep down, that the impulse came not from myself alone, but from some higher, invisible guidance. To ignore would be to turn away from a purpose greater than fear. Moved by this conviction, I hurried back to my dwelling and began preparations. I packed bread, a large pot of fresh water, my compass, a bottle of rum, and a basket of raisins. I loaded these into the boat, then returned to fetch more: rice, my umbrella for shade, another pot of water, 2 dozen barley cakes, goat's milk, and a round of cheese. With great effort, I carried everything down to the boat. I prayed for God's guidance, pushed the canoe into the water, and paddled along the island's northeastern shore until I reached its outermost edge. Now I faced the open sea, and with it, the true test of courage. The memory of the island's fierce currents haunted me. They had nearly carried me away before, and I knew if I drifted into them again, I might be lost for good, drawn far beyond sight of land. My heart faltered. I dragged my boat into a nearby inlet and sat on a rise above the water, caught in that painful balance between fear and longing. It was then that I noticed the tide had changed. The flood tide was now coming in. I had to wait, but it gave me time to think, and I decided to climb a nearby hill to observe the flow of the currents. From there, I could clearly see how the tides behaved. The ebb tide pulled out near the island's southern point, but the flood tide swept in along the northern shore. That meant If I stayed along the north side on my return, the current would carry me safely back. This small discovery gave me new courage. So I decided to set off at first light. I spent the night under my watch coat in the canoe, and at dawn I launched. I first paddled northward to catch the favorable current, which soon began pulling me east with steady speed. This time, I remained in control, steering with my paddle as I moved swiftly toward the wreck. In less than 2 hours, I reached it. It was a grim sight. The ship, clearly a Spanish make, was wedged between two rocks. Her stern and sides had been smashed by the relentless sea, her mainmast and foremast broken short. Yet her bowsprit in front appeared intact. As I drew close, a dog barked from the deck. When I called to him, he leapt into the sea and swam to me. I pulled him aboard. He was starving and dehydrated. I gave him a piece of bread, which he devoured like a wild beast, then some water, which he drank as though he might burst. I climbed aboard. The first thing I saw chilled my soul. 2 drowned men in the cookroom, their arms still wrapped around each other. I imagined the storm overwhelming them, water crashing to the broken hull until they could no longer escape its grip. There was no other life on board. The cargo had been mostly ruined by seawater. I spotted some casks, possibly wine or brandy, but they lay too deep in the hold to reach. I did find a few chests, likely belonging to the crew, and managed to get 2 of them into the boat without opening them. Had the ship's stern remained intact, I believe I could have salvaged much more. From what I later discovered in those chests, it seemed she had carried great riches. Judging from her course, I guess she had sailed from Buenos Aires or the Rio de la Plata, bound for the Havana and then Spain. If so, she surely held treasure, but now it was lost to the sea, and whatever became of the crew, I still didn't know. Among the remnants I retrieved from the wreck, there was a small cask, about 20 gallons, filled with liquor. It took quite an effort, but I managed to get it into my boat. In the cabin, I also spotted several muskets and a large powder horn with roughly 4 pounds of gunpowder. I didn't need the muskets, so I left them behind, but I gladly took the powder horn. I was especially pleased to find a fire shovel and tongs, which I had sorely missed on the island. Alongside those, I brought back 2 small brass kettles, a copper pot perfect for making chocolate, and a gridiron. With this load, along with a loyal dog still at my side, I set out as the tide began to shift. That same evening, about an hour after sunset, I arrived back at the island, utterly exhausted and worn out. I spent the night sleeping in the boat, and by morning, I decided to store all of this in my new cave rather than take it back to the original shelter I called my castle. Once I'd refreshed myself, I offloaded the entire cargo and began inspecting what I had collected. The cask of liquor turned out to be a type of rum, although not a quality I had known in Brazil. Truthfully, it wasn't very good. But when I began opening the chest, I discovered several things of great value to me. One chest held a fine case of bottles filled with cordial waters, strong and delicious, each about 3 pints and sealed with silver tops. There were 2 jars of excellent sweetmeats, still intact, sealed well enough to survive the salt water, though 2 others had been spoiled. I found some fine shirts, which I welcomed with gratitude, along with about 18 white linen handkerchiefs and several colored neckcloths. These proved extremely refreshing in the island's oppressive heat. As I reached the bottom of the chest, I uncovered 3 large bags filled with pieces of 8, altogether nearly 1,100 silver coins. In one of those bags, I found 6 gold doubloons and several small bars of gold, perhaps a full pound in weight. Another chest contained mostly clothing, not particularly useful, likely once belonging to a gunner's mate. There was no gunpowder, save for 2 pounds of glazed powder sealed in 3 small flasks, probably used for fowling pieces. In the end, while I did recover many items, few were of practical value to my daily life. The money, for example, meant nothing to me. It might as well have been sand under my feet. I would have gladly traded every coin for just a few pairs of good English shoes and stockings, which I sorely needed and hadn't worn for years. Still, I did manage to take 2 pairs of shoes off the feet of drowned men found aboard the wreck, and found 2 more pairs inside one of the chests, though they weren't English shoes, more like what we call pumps. Inside another chest, clearly from a poor sailor, I found about 50 more pieces of 8, but no gold, though it all served me little use. I still hauled the coins back to my cave and stored them, just as I had with the money recovered from our own ship. It saddened me, though, to think of the wealth that lay beyond my reach. I was certain that, had I reached the other half of the wreck, I could have filled my canoe many times over with treasure. Still, I thought, if I ever made it back to England, that treasure might yet remain untouched, waiting for me to return. After I had finally brought everything ashore and secured them properly, I returned to my boat. I paddled her along the coast until I reached the old harbor, where I stored her safely. Then, I made my way back to my old home. To my relief, I found everything just as I had left it, safe and peaceful. I resumed my former lifestyle and began tending to the routine of my quiet existence. Life became somewhat easier again, though I was far more cautious than before. I stayed alert, checked the surroundings frequently, and avoided roaming too far. If ever I ventured freely, it was always toward the eastern part of the island, a region I believe the savages never visited. That direction gave me a sense of security, allowing me to travel without carrying such heavy arms and supplies as I did when heading west. I remained in that condition for nearly 2 more years, but my restless mind, always determined to trouble my body, kept filling itself with thoughts of escape. Despite the comfort I had managed to build, I constantly plotted how I might leave this island. Sometimes I considered making another trip to the wreck, even though I knew there was nothing of value left there. At other times, I imagined wandering off in a random direction. Truly, had I still possessed the boat I escaped from Celine, I might have taken to the sea with no clear destination in mind. Throughout all my hardships, I became a living lesson to those who suffer from the common plague of mankind, discontentment with the place in life where God and nature have set them. If only I had taken my father's wise advice to heart. My resistance to it had been the root of all my misfortunes. Had I accepted the life Providence had given me as a planter in Brazil, and not long for more, I could have become one of the most successful planters of my time. In the short period I lived there, I had already made promising improvements. If I had remained, I might have been worth 100,000 moidors by now. But instead of waiting patiently, I abandoned a settled fortune and a flourishing plantation to chase wealth faster by sailing to Guinea to buy slaves. That impatient decision cost me everything, and the price I tried to avoid paying at home was nothing compared to the danger it led me into. This kind of youthful foolishness is sadly common, and it's usually only with age or hard-earned experience that one learns to reflect on the folly. That was the case with me. Still, the urge to escape had taken such deep root in my heart that I couldn't find contentment in my circumstances. I obsessed over the idea of fleeing the island, and to give the reader better insight into what followed, it's worth sharing how this obsession first took shape and what steps I took in pursuit of it. At that point in my life, I was once again settled in my castle after the voyage to the wreck. My little frigate was laid up and hidden beneath the water, and life returned to what it had been before. Though I now had more material things, they held no true value for me. I had no use for wealth here, just as the natives of Peru had no use for gold before the Spaniards arrived. It was during one of the rainy nights of March, in the 24th year since I first arrived on this lonely island. I was lying awake in my hammock, perfectly well in body, feeling no pain, no sickness, and no particular mental distress. Still, I simply couldn't sleep, Not even a single wink. My mind was filled with an endless rush of thoughts that swirled through my memory like a storm. That night, I mentally retraced my entire life, from my earliest memories up to my arrival on this island, and then everything that had happened since. I compared the early days here, when I lived peacefully and managed my affairs with a sense of hope, to the long, anxious years that followed the discovery of the footprint in the sand. I knew the savages might have been visiting the island long before I ever saw that mark, and perhaps even in large numbers. But because I hadn't known it, I had lived without fear and had been truly happy. That reflection led me to appreciate a profound truth: how good Providence is in limiting the scope of our knowledge. Mankind walks among countless unseen dangers every day, yet is kept calm by not knowing them. If every threat were visible to us, our minds would surely collapse under the weight of fear. As I pondered these things, I began to reflect deeply on how I had walked this island for so many years under the illusion of safety, even though real danger had always been near. Sometimes, it may have only been a tree, a hill, or the approach of night separating me from violent death at the hands of savages who would have eaten me without a second thought, just as I might cook a pigeon or turtle. I cannot pretend otherwise. I was sincerely, humbly grateful to the Almighty who protected me through so many unknown dangers. Without that divine protection, I surely would have perished at their hands. After wrestling with these thoughts, my mind drifted toward the nature of those miserable creatures, the savages. I couldn't understand how the wise governor of all things could allow any of his creations to fall into such savage inhumanity. Something even worse than brute beast cannibalism. But since these thoughts led to no real answers, I found myself wondering more practical things. Where exactly did these wretches come from? How far was their coast from mine? Why would they risk traveling so far? What kind of boats did they use? And more importantly, why couldn't I venture over to their land as they had in mine? I didn't even pause to think about what I would do once I got there, or what might happen if I fell into their hands. I didn't think about how I'd escape them, or whether I could make it to their coast without being caught. I didn't even consider how I'd find food, or which way I'd go. My mind was consumed with one idea only: to cross over to the mainland in my boat. I believed my current condition was the most miserable possible, and that the only thing worse would be death. If I reached the shore, maybe I could find help, or, like I did on the African coast, follow the shoreline until I came across civilized people. Maybe I'd be rescued by a Christian ship, and if all else failed, I could die and end all my miseries. But understand, all of this sprang from a restless spirit, impatient, weary, and desperate after all I had been through. The shipwreck had crushed my hopes just when I thought I might finally meet someone I could speak to, who could tell me where I was or how I might escape. That glimmer of hope had vanished, and with it, my calm resignation to Providence disappeared. I was overtaken by a single, overwhelming obsession to reach the mainland. The desire came with such force, such feverish energy, that I couldn't resist it. For 2 hours or more, these thoughts raced through me with such intensity, it felt like I had a fever. My pulse pounded and my body trembled, not from exertion, but from the turmoil of my heart. Eventually, nature gave way. I fell into a deep sleep, as if exhausted by the sheer weight of my own thoughts. Oddly enough, I didn't even dream about my plan. Instead, I saw something else. I dreamt that I had gone out from my fortress in the morning and spotted 2 canoes and 11 savages coming ashore. With them was a 12th man, one of their captives, meant to be killed and eaten. But suddenly, the prisoner escaped and ran for his life, heading straight toward my thick grove of trees near the fort. I dreamed that I saw him coming, saw he was alone, and that the others weren't following him in my direction. I stepped out, smiled at him, and encouraged him. He knelt before me, begging for help. I showed him my ladder, led him up, and hid him inside my cave. In the dream, he became my servant. And I thought to myself, now I can safely go to the mainland. This man will guide me. He'll tell me where I can find food, what dangers to avoid, and where I might be devoured. I woke from that dream filled with joy, overwhelmed by the hope of escape. But then reality hit, and the dream was gone. The disappointment was just as extreme in the opposite direction, and I sank into deep sadness. Still, the dream left a clear conclusion in my mind. If I ever hoped to escape, I would have to capture one of the savages, preferably one they had planned to kill and eat. But even that was riddled with problems. To pull it off, I'd have to attack an entire group of them, kill them all. That wasn't just dangerous. It was something my conscience resisted. The thought of shedding that much blood, even for my own survival, made my heart tremble. I won't repeat the arguments that troubled me. They were the same as before, but now I added more. These men were a threat to my life. They would eat me if they could. This was self-defense, the highest form of it. I had every right to protect myself, even if they weren't attacking me directly. Still, even with all those reasons, the thought of killing fellow humans, even savages, haunted me. I couldn't bring myself to justify it for a long time. Eventually, though, after endless internal battles, the desperate desire for escape overpowered everything else. I made up my mind I would try to capture one of them, whatever the cost. What remained was to figure out how. That part was still a mystery. I had no solid plan, but I decided I would keep watch, observe when they came ashore, and act when the right opportunity came. Whatever would happen, I'd leave it a chance. With this resolution fixed in my mind, I kept up my watch as frequently as I could, so much so that it eventually wore me out. For more than a year and a half, I stayed alert, regularly heading out to the island's west end and the southwest corner nearly every day in search of canoes. But none appeared. This long wait weighed heavily on me. While it didn't dull my desire the way similar disappointments had in the past, the longer I waited, the more desperate I became. In truth, at the beginning, I was cautious to avoid any sight of the savages and stayed hidden. But now, my eagerness to confront them grew stronger. I even imagined I could take on one, maybe even two or three, and make them serve me, completely under my command, unable to harm me in any way. I entertained this fantasy for a long time, but nothing ever came of it. All my plans and dreams dissolved into nothing, because no savages came near me for a very long while. Then, about a year and a half after first having these thoughts, when I had nearly given up on them due to lack of opportunity, something unexpected happened. One morning, I was stunned to see no less than 5 canoes pulled up on the shore on my side of the island. The people with them had already landed and were out of sight. The number overwhelmed all my earlier plans, for I knew that each canoe typically held 4 to 6 men, or more, so this meant possibly 20 to 30 men. I didn't know how to act or defend myself against so many. I stayed hidden in my fortress, confused and uneasy. Still, I set up for defense, as I had done in the past, ready for action should anything occur. After waiting a while, hoping to hear some noise or clue, I grew impatient. I placed my guns at the base of my ladder and climbed up to the top of the hill, using my 2-step route, being careful to keep my head below the ridge so no one could spot me. Through my telescope, I saw the group clearly. There were at least 30 men. They had built a fire and were cooking something. I couldn't tell what it was or how it had been prepared, but they were dancing around the flames, performing strange, savage rituals in their own way. While watching this from afar, I noticed 2 poor souls being dragged from the canoes. It seemed they had been kept aside until now and were about to be sacrificed. One of them was struck down immediately, probably with a club or wooden weapon, as was their custom. A few of the savages began to cut him open, preparing their gruesome feast, while the other prisoner was left standing nearby, waiting for his turn. At that very moment, as if driven by sheer instinct and hope, the poor man saw a chance for escape. Somehow unbound and free enough to move, he bolted, running with astonishing speed along the beach, heading straight in the direction of my home. Terror surged through me. I feared he was being chased by the whole group, and it felt like the nightmare I had once dreamt was becoming real. I feared he'd hide in my grove, and worse, that the others would follow and discover me. I held my position, my heart racing. But soon, I was somewhat relieved to see that only 3 men chased after him. My hope rose further when I noticed how much faster he was. He was gaining ground quickly. I could see that if he could just maintain that speed for another half hour, he would surely escape them all. Between my shelter and the fleeing savage stood the creek. Yes, the very same creek where I had once landed supplies from the wreck. I knew he must cross it to escape. Though the tide was high, he plunged in fearlessly and swam across with powerful strokes, landing on my side and running with remarkable speed. His pursuers, 3 in total, soon reached the creek as well. 2 of them could swim and followed, but the third stood hesitantly on the far bank and eventually turned back, something that, in hindsight, likely saved his life. As I watched them close in, a sudden thought struck me with such clarity. This might be Providence giving me the chance to save a life, and perhaps gain a companion at last. I rushed down my ladders with all speed, grabbed both my guns, and climbed back up to the hilltop, heading toward the beach where I could intercept them. Spotting the savage still running, I shouted to him. He stopped for a moment, frightened, perhaps thinking I was another threat, but I waved him toward me while I advanced cautiously on the 2 who pursued him. I sprang forward and knocked one down with the butt of my gun. I hesitated to fire, not wanting the sound to carry. The other stopped, startled, then quickly readied his bow. So I had no choice but to shoot him. He fell instantly. The poor man I had tried to save stood frozen, still trembling, unsure if I was friend or foe. I signaled again for him to come closer. Slowly, step by step, kneeling now and then as if offering thanks, he approached. Finally, he reached me, knelt again, kissed the ground, and gently took my foot and placed upon his head, a sign I understood of servitude for life. I raised him, offered comfort, and tried to show him he was safe. But the danger wasn't over. The first attacker I had struck was merely stunned and began to move. I pointed him out to my new companion, who, seeing this, spoke something in his tongue, a sound I hadn't heard from another human being in over 25 years. He motioned for my sword, and I handed it to him. With astonishing precision, he ran to the man and, in a single stroke, took off his head. I was amazed. He must have trained with their heavy, sharpened wooden weapons. Returning with a smile, he laid the sword and the severed head before me. Then, curious about how I had killed the others so far away, he asked through gestures if he could inspect the body. I nodded. He examined it, awestruck by the bullet wound. Picking up the bow and arrows, he came back. I signaled we should leave quickly in case more came. He responded by suggesting we bury the bodies. He worked swiftly, scraping out 2 shallow graves with his hands and covering them with sand in mere minutes. Afterward, I led him, not to my main dwelling, but to the more hidden cave I had prepared on the far end of the island. There, I gave him bread, raisins, and water, which he drank eagerly. I showed him a resting place made of straw and a blanket, and he lay down peacefully and fell asleep, utterly worn from the day's terror. He was truly a fine figure of a man, handsome, strong, and well-proportioned. His limbs were straight and muscular, not overly large, and he stood tall with a graceful form. I judged him to be around 26 years old. His face was both noble and gentle, not fierce or wild, but instead had a quiet dignity. When he smiled, there was a softness about him, something that reminded me more of a European than a savage. His hair was long, black, and smooth, not curled like that of the African natives. His forehead was broad and high, and his eyes sparkled with a sharp, lively intelligence. His skin was dark, yes, but not black. It had a warm, tawny glow to it, more pleasing than I could describe. Not the sickly yellow tints of American natives, but a deep olive shade that felt natural and agreeable. His face was round and healthy looking. His nose was small and not flat like the Negroes. His lips were thin, and his teeth were perfectly white, like polished ivory. After a short rest, more slumber than true sleep, he rose from the cave and came out to me. I had been milking my goats nearby. The moment he saw me, he ran over and threw himself at my feet once again, with every sign of gratitude and humility. He pressed his head to the ground and placed my foot upon it, as he had done before, declaring in every way he could that he was now mine to command. I understood his gestures well enough, and I let him know I was pleased with him. I began speaking to him, slowly teaching him my language. I told him his name would be Friday, after the day I saved his life. I taught him to call me master, and I showed him the words yes and no, and their meanings. I gave him milk and bread, showed him how to eat and drink as I did, and he quickly caught on, seeming to enjoy the food. He was still naked, but I promised him clothes. The next morning, as we passed the place where the two men were buried, he pointed to the graves and made signs that we should dig them up and eat them. At this, I was filled with disgust. I expressed my horror, pretended to vomit, and signaled him away, which he obeyed immediately, humbled and ashamed. To be sure the enemies had truly left, I took Friday up the hill with me. Through my spyglass, I saw no canoes or signs of movement. They were gone. Feeling safer and more curious now that I had company, I armed Friday with a sword, a bow and arrows, and even gave him a gun to carry. I took two myself, and together we went to the site of the cannibals' camp. What we found chilled my blood. The place was strewn with bones, scorched earth, and chunks of human flesh, half-eaten, mangled, and blackened by fire. It was horrifying, though Friday seemed unmoved. He explained through signs that there had been a battle between his tribe and a neighboring king's people. The victors captured many prisoners, 4 of whom were brought here. 3 had already been eaten. He was to be the 4th. I ordered Friday to gather every skull, bone, and trace of that vile feast into a heap. We set it all ablaze, burning it down to ash. I could tell Friday still harbored a taste for human flesh. It was in his nature, but my visible disgust made him hide it. He knew, by the tone and look I gave him, that I would not hesitate to kill him if he dared ever act on such desires again. After returning to my little fortress with Friday, I set to work preparing clothes for him. I gave him a pair of linen drawers I had salvaged from the gunner's chest found in the wreck. With a few adjustments, they fit him nicely. Then I tailored a jerkin from goat skin. My skills in sewing had improved quite a bit by then, and I fashioned a cap from hare skin, which looked rather smart on him. At first, he moved clumsily in these clothes. The drawers were strange to him, and the sleeves rubbed uncomfortably against his arms. But after I softened the fit where he complained, he slowly got used to them. In the end, he was so pleased to find himself dressed almost like me that he wore them with pride. The next day, I began to think about where Friday should sleep. I wanted him near enough to feel secure, but far enough that I'd be fully at ease myself. So I built a small tent for him in the open space between my 2 defensive walls. I added a framed door to the passage that led into my cave and kept it barred at night, pulling in my ladders as usual. The outer wall now had a full roof of long poles and rice straw thatch, with a trapdoor at the ladder's entry, which would crash loudly if forced. I took all my weapons inside with me at night, though it turned out I needed none of these precautions. Friday proved to be the most faithful, affectionate, and devoted companion I could imagine, free of malice or suspicion, utterly loyal, like a child to a father. I had no doubt that he would lay down his life for me if ever needed. This often left me in deep reflection. I marveled how God, in his providence, could allow vast parts of the world to remain without the knowledge of his word. Yet these people, like Friday, had the same reason, feelings, and moral sense as we do. Sometimes, I even question why such saving knowledge had been denied to them while it had been revealed to us, though we often misuse it. But I reminded myself that God's justice is beyond our understanding. Perhaps they are judged by a law written in their hearts. And even if the foundation is hidden from us, their consciences know what is right. Still, I felt sorrow that so many like Friday might live and die without that light. But returning to Friday, he delighted me more each day. I made it my mission to teach him everything useful, especially language. He was the most eager and cheerful student I had ever seen. He loved learning and was full of joy whenever he understood me or made himself understood. Speaking with him became a true pleasure. My life had grown so comfortable that I often told myself, if only I could be free of the fear of other savages, I wouldn't mind living the rest of my life in that very place. After spending a few days back at my dwelling, I felt a strong urge to steer Friday away from his savage taste for human flesh. I believed the best way to do this was by letting him experience the flavor of other meats. So one morning, I took him out with me into the woods with the intention of hunting a young goat. As we walked, I spotted a she-goat resting in the shade with two kids beside her. I stopped Friday with a gesture, took aim, and shot one of the kids. The sound of the gun startled him more than I expected. Though he had seen me kill a savage before, he hadn't grasped how it was done. His body trembled with fear as he frantically checked himself for wounds. He thought I intended to harm him and, overwhelmed by fear, fell at my feet and begged for mercy in a language I couldn't fully understand. But the desperation in his eyes said it all. I calmed him quickly, laughing to ease his fear, and gestured toward the kid I had shot. He ran and fetched it, still bewildered at how it had been killed. While he stared at the lifeless creature, I reloaded my gun in secret. Soon after, I spotted a large bird, perched on a nearby tree. It looked like a hawk, though it turned out to be a parrot. I pointed at the bird, then at my gun, and finally at the ground to show Friday what I intended. When I fired and the parrot fell, Friday froze again, even more frightened than before. He couldn't believe that such destruction could come from something so small, especially since he hadn't seen me load it. The mystery and power of the gun overwhelmed him. For days, he wouldn't dare touch it. In fact, I later found out that he spoke to it when alone, begging it not to kill him when he fetched the wounded parrot. After a long search, I seized a moment to secretly reload the gun again, just in case. We returned with the kid, and that evening, I dressed and cooked it, preparing a broth that Friday gladly accepted. He liked the taste, but was completely put off by the salt. I tried to show him how enjoyable it made the food, but he couldn't bear it and rinsed his mouth with fresh water. I mimicked his reaction by pretending to dislike unsalted meat, but no amount of play acting convinced him. It took him a long time to accept even a little salt in his food, wanting to treat him further. The next day, I roasted a piece of the kid by hanging it on a string before the fire, turning it slowly, just as I had seen back in England. Friday was amazed, and once he tasted it, he delighted in it so much that he expressed, in his own broken way, that he would never eat human flesh again. That was music to my ears. I began teaching him more about daily chores, starting with beating and sifting corn. He quickly understood its purpose, making bread. After showing him how to bake it, he began handling the task with the same skill I had. With another mouth to feed, I realized I needed to grow more food. So I expanded the land under cultivation, fenced it carefully, and Friday, full of energy and goodwill, helped me every step of the way. I explained why we needed more grain, and he seemed genuinely touched, even worried that I was doing more work on his account. He promised to work harder if I just showed him what to do. That year became the most joyful of my time on the island. Friday began learning English rapidly and could understand almost everything I needed. We started talking, really talking, and it brought back life to my voice. What's more, I found deep comfort in his company. His honesty and simplicity were disarming, and over time, I grew to care for him dearly. I believe he felt the same toward me, perhaps more than he had ever felt for anyone. Curious to know if he longed for his homeland, I asked him whether his people ever won battles. He laughed and insisted they did. But when I pressed him about how he was captured, he explained, with childlike logic, that though his tribe usually won, they had been outnumbered at the spot where he was taken. They had no canoes at the time to rescue him. I asked whether his people also practiced cannibalism, and he admitted they did, saying they carried prisoners elsewhere to eat them. When I inquired whether he had been here on the island with them before, he confirmed it, pointing to the northwest side. That was where his people came from. It soon became clear to me that Friday had once been among the very tribes who used the land on the far side of our island, the same dreadful journeys they took to feast on human flesh. When I finally had the courage to take him to that part of the shore, he instantly recognized the spot and, with a solemn expression, indicated that he had once been there when his people devoured 20 men, 2 women, and a child. He couldn't say the number in English, so he laid out a line of stones to count them out for me. It was a haunting confirmation of what I had long suspected, that the evil we feared had, at times, touched even him. This conversation led me to ask how far our island was from a mainland and whether the canoes ever got lost at sea. Friday reassured me there was no danger at all. He explained the sea's currents, which shifted with the tides, one way in the morning, the other in the afternoon. What he described, I realized later, was caused by the powerful pull and return of the Orinoco River, whose gulf our island bordered. From what I understood, the land of the west and northwest was the great island of Trinidad. Curious and hopeful, I questioned him about the nearby lands and the people that lived there. He spoke openly, naming all he knew. The only name he gave for the tribes was Caribs, which I recognized as the Caribbees, stretching from the Orinoco to Guyana and beyond. He told me of white, bearded men far beyond the setting of the moon, pointing at my own whiskers as a reference. These men, he said, had slain many people, and I understood he spoke of the Spanish, whose violent legacy had carved itself deeply into the memories of all native peoples. Intrigued, I asked him whether I could reach those white men, and he answered eagerly that I could in 2 canoes. It took time to understand that he meant a boat as large as 2 canoes joined together. That answer stirred a quiet hope within me. For the first time in years, I imagined there might be a real path to escape, and that perhaps this humble islander could one day help lead me home. As Friday's understanding of English deepened, I began to guide his heart toward the knowledge of God. When I first asked him who made him, he thought I was asking about his father. So I tried again, who created the sea, the earth, the hills, and woods? He answered with great sincerity that it was a being named Benamucky, who lived beyond all things and was far older than the sea, land, moon, or stars. I then asked why, if this being had made everything, all things didn't worship him. His simple answer, all things say, owe to him, spoke volumes about the innocence of his belief. He told me that those who died wouldn't have been a mucky, even the ones they had eaten. This opened the door for me to explain to him about the true God, the one who created and governs all things, who sees and hears from the heavens, who gave his son to redeem mankind. Friday listened with intensity, touched by the idea of a God so powerful he could hear prayers from beyond the sun. He said that if my God could hear from so far away, then surely he was greater than Benamucky, who lived closer but couldn't hear until people climbed great mountains to speak to him. He explained that only the elders, their Owokeki, went to speak to Benamucky, never the young. These elders would go, say, "Oh," and return with the supposed messages. In this, I saw how priestcraft found its way into even the most primitive societies, a manipulation of the sacred, no different from the political uses of religion in more civilized parts of the world. So I made it my mission to show Friday the truth. I told him the elders' journeys to the mountains were nothing more than deception, and if they heard any voice at all, it wasn't from a god but a darker spirit. I spoke to him at length about the devil, how he rose in rebellion against God, became the enemy of man, and sets himself up to be worshipped as God in the darkest corners of the world. I explained how he manipulates our thoughts and desires to entrap us, even using our own will to lead us into ruin. Friday listened as though his soul had been waiting for this light all along. I found it far easier to help Friday understand the existence of a divine creator than to explain the nature of the devil. The idea of a powerful God, a first cause, a supreme governor, an invisible providence guiding all things, was supported by reason and nature itself. But when it came to the devil, nothing in nature seemed to offer support. The very idea of a spirit whose only purpose was to do evil, to tempt others into sin, seemed alien to him. And one day, he caught me completely off guard. I had been speaking about God's power, his hatred of sin, and his ability to destroy all creation in an instant. I told him that the devil worked against God, trying to ruin God's plan and lead people away from the truth. He listened carefully and then asked, if God is so strong, much stronger than the devil, why doesn't he kill the devil and stop all evil? I was shocked. I, though older in years, felt young in wisdom and utterly unqualified to answer. I tried to ignore the question at first, but he was so sincere that he asked it again, word for word. I finally responded that the devil will be punished in the end, reserved for judgment and eternal fire. But he wasn't satisfied. He pressed again, asking why God had not already done it. I tried to explain that just as God doesn't destroy us when we sin, he gives us a chance to repent. The same might apply here. Friday thought deeply about this, then gently said, so you are the devil. We are all wicked, but God preserves us to repent, and God pardons all. His innocence both humbled and challenged me. That moment stayed with me. It was clear to me that while nature could point a soul toward belief in Creator, only divine revelation could teach the deeper truths about Christ, about redemption, and about salvation. It is not enough to know of a God. We must also know of His Son, our mediator and redeemer. These truths can only be understood by the help of God's Word and His Spirit. Feeling overwhelmed by the weight of such responsibility, I broke off the conversation, stood up suddenly as if I had business to tend to, and sent Friday off on an errand. Alone, I turned to God in prayer. I asked Him to help me guide his soul with truth and to fill his heart with light. When Friday returned, I spoke to him for a long time about Christ, the Savior of the world, and what the gospel taught us, repentance and faith. I explained as best I could why Christ came as a man, not as an angel, and why salvation was offered to humans and not to fallen spirits. I told him that Christ came for the lost, for those in need of rescue. In truth, I was learning as I taught, and the questions I had to answer forced me to seek deeper knowledge for both our sakes. Though I lacked formal learning, I was sincere in my desire to teach him, and in doing so, I realized I was also teaching myself. Many things that had never fully occurred to me before became clear as I tried to explain them to him. I grew more affectionate in my pursuit of spiritual truth than ever before. Whether Friday was better for it or not, I knew I was, and I often gave thanks that he had come into my life. The weight of loneliness felt lighter. My home felt warmer. I began to believe that my being marooned in this desolate place had a purpose far greater than I first imagined. I had not only been led to seek God for myself, but was now being used to guide another soul toward truth. The thought filled me with such joy that I often rejoiced for having been brought to this place, once the most dreadful affliction I could imagine. That feeling of gratitude remained with me ever after. The 3 years we spent together were rich in faith and joy. Friday had become a true Christian, better than I in many ways, though I trusted we were both repentant and comforted by the grace of God. With the Bible as our guide and the Spirit of God near, we needed no earthly teacher as we read Scripture together. He asked questions that sharpened my own understanding, and I grew into a better student of God's Word. I must note how beautiful it is that God's plan for salvation through Christ is written so plainly in Scripture, so clear that even in isolation, a soul can find its way to repentance, to faith, and to a life of obedience. What I learned privately, I passed on to Friday, and he came to live by it as few Christians I have known. All the religious debates, doctrinal quarrels, and disputes about church order meant nothing to us, and I believe they are just as meaningless to most of the world. We had God's Word, the one true guide to heaven, and we had the Spirit of God, who brought its truth into our hearts and helped us live by it. We didn't need lofty theological arguments. What use would all the world's religious conflicts have been to us? Even if we could have grasped them, we had the essentials, the Word and the Spirit. And with that, I now return to my narrative and will proceed to tell the rest of the story in its proper order. After Friday and I became better acquainted, and he could understand nearly all that I said and speak back to me, though in broken English, I began to tell him about myself. I shared my story with him, at least the parts that explained how I had come to this place, how I had lived here, and for how long. I let him in on the mystery, at least it was a mystery to him, of gunpowder and bullets, and I taught him how to shoot. I gave him a knife, which delighted him more than I expected. I also made him a belt with a frog attached, similar to what we use in England for carrying hangers. And instead of a hanger, I gave him a hatchet, which turned out to be not only a decent weapon, but even more useful for everyday tasks. I described Europe to him, especially England, my homeland. I told him about our way of living, our worship of God, how we treated one another, and how we traded across the world in ships. I even told him about the wreck I'd been in and pointed out the spot where the ship had gone down, though it had long since broken to pieces and disappeared. I showed him the remains of the boat we had once tried to escape in. Back then, I couldn't even move it with all my strength, and now it was nearly rotted away. When he saw the boat, Friday stood there quietly for a long time, lost in thought. I asked what he was thinking. After a pause, he said, "Me see such boat like come to place of my nation?" I didn't understand at first, but as I questioned him further, I came to understand that a boat like the one he saw had once come ashore in his land, apparently driven there by a storm. I imagined that a European ship had wrecked near his coast, and its boat drifted ashore. But I was so slow to realize that perhaps men had survived that wreck and come with the boat. I didn't think to ask about survivors at first. I only asked him to describe the boat. He described it well, but I understood him even better when he added, with growing excitement, "We saved the white man from drown." That caught my attention. I asked if there were white men in the boat. Yes, he said, the boat full of white mans. I asked how many, and he counted on his fingers, 17. I then asked what became of them. He said, they live, they dwell at my nation. This gave me a whole new set of thoughts. I began to imagine that these men might be from a ship that had wrecked near my island. Perhaps after their ship hit the rocks, they escaped in a boat and landed on Friday's shore among the savages. I asked more carefully what happened to them. He told me they were still alive, had been there for about 4 years, and that the savages had not harmed them but instead gave them food. I asked why they hadn't killed and eaten them. He said, no, they make brother with them, by which I understood he meant they had made peace. Then he added, they no eat mans, but would make the war fight, meaning they only practice cannibalism with enemies captured in battle. Sometime after this, on a clear, peaceful day, we were standing on the hill at the eastern side of the island, from where I had once seen the mainland of America. Suddenly, Friday began jumping and dancing in excitement and called out to me. I was a short distance away and asked what was the matter. Oh, joy, he cried. Oh, glad. They're see my country, they're my nation. I noticed an intense joy in his expression. His eyes sparkled, his face lit up with eagerness, and I realized he truly longed to be back in his homeland. This filled my head with troubling thoughts. I started to feel uneasy about Friday. I feared that if he ever managed to return to his people, he might forget everything I taught him, not just religion, but even his loyalty to me. Worse still, I worried that he might tell his people about me, and then return with hundreds of them to capture or even eat me, just as they used to do with their enemies. But in thinking this, I did great injustice to that honest, loyal soul, and I later deeply regretted it. Still, my suspicion grew, and for several weeks I treated him with less warmth and more caution, which was surely wrong of me. He had no such thoughts. His heart was good and filled with the principles of true friendship and the faith he had embraced. That became clear to me in time. While I remained suspicious, I kept pressing him with questions, hoping to catch some hint of betrayal. But everything he said was honest, innocent, and simple. Gradually, despite my doubts, he completely won back my trust. He never once noticed my change of behavior, and thus gave me no reason to think he was being deceitful. One hazy day, as we climbed the familiar hill where the sea view was usually clear but now obscured by mist, I turned to Friday and asked him whether he ever wished to return to his homeland. With visible emotion, he admitted that he would indeed be happy to be back among his own people. Curious, I pressed him further. What would he do there? Would he revert to his old savage ways, consuming human flesh as he once had? His face turned solemn as he shook his head with sincere regret. He assured me he would teach his people to live righteously, to pray to God, to eat bread and meat from cattle and drink milk. He was resolute. They would not eat human flesh again. I warned him that such a message might lead to his death, but he remained hopeful, explaining that they would be willing to learn. He even said they had already learned things from the bearded men who once came by boat. When I asked if he would go back to them, he simply smiled and reminded me that the distance was too great for him to swim. I offered to make him a canoe. He agreed on one condition, that I go with him. I expressed fear they might eat me, but he reassured me with quiet conviction. He would convince them to love me, to honor the man who saved his life by defeating their enemies. He then described with all the clarity he could manage how well his people had treated 17 white men, or bearded men, as he called them, who had once landed there in distress. From that moment, I began to entertain the idea of venturing across the sea myself. I imagined joining up with these bearded men, likely Spaniards or Portuguese, I thought, and together, perhaps we could plan an escape from the continent. It seemed far more promising than my solitary situation on this distant island. A few days later, I brought the subject up with Friday again. I told him I'd give him a boat to return to his people, and led him to the canoe I had hidden on the far side of the island. It was always submerged to prevent decay, but I cleared the water out and showed it to him. We climbed in, and I discovered how skillful he was at maneuvering it, far better than I had ever managed. Then I asked him if he was ready to set sail to his homeland. His face dropped. I understood later that he doubted the boat's size could handle such a voyage. To ease his concern, I mentioned a larger boat I had once built. The next day, we visited the old site where the first canoe still lay, abandoned for over 20 years. Friday thought it was a perfect size, but sadly, the sun had dried and cracked the wood, leaving it useless. Still, Friday insisted such a boat would be ideal and capable of carrying much enough victual, drink, bread, in his own broken way of speaking. As my mind grew more settled on the idea of crossing to the continent with Friday, I finally told him we'd build a new canoe, one just as large as the one we'd seen, and that he could return home in it. But instead of excitement, he turned serious and visibly sad. When I asked what troubled him, he looked at me with such hurt and asked if I was angry with him. What wrong had he done? I was puzzled and reassured him I wasn't angry at all. But he kept repeating, "No angry," and questioned why I wanted to send him away. "Didn't you wish to go back to your nation?" I asked, and he said yes, but he had wished we both would go, not just Friday alone. He had no desire to leave me behind. When I asked what he thought I would do there, he replied with passion in his voice, I could help his people. I could teach them goodness, to pray to God, to live better lives. His words were full of belief, but I felt unworthy. I told him I was no wise teacher, yet he insisted I had taught him goodness. I could teach them too. Still, I said he must go without me, that I would remain behind and live alone once more. But that suggestion broke something in him. He rushed to his axe, handed it to me with trembling hands, and said, "Then kill Friday." My heart dropped. I asked why he would say such a thing, and he said if I meant to send him away, then better to kill him than abandon him. There were tears in his eyes. In that moment, I saw the depth of his love for me, loyal, unwavering. I promised him then, and many times after, that I would never send him away as long as he wished to stay. As I listened to him speak of his people in the hope of doing them good, I saw clearly his desire to return was rooted in compassion, not escape. Yet despite his devotion, I still felt driven to seek my own escape, especially now that I believed there were 17 white men, likely Spaniards or Portuguese, on the mainland. That hope stirred a plan into motion. Without delay, Friday and I began searching for a large tree, one close to the water, suitable to carve into a great canoe. I had made the mistake before building too far from shore. Friday's knowledge of the islands was far greater than mine, and he picked out the tree himself, something between fustic and Nicaragua wood in color and scent. While he wished to burn the inside out in the native way, I taught him to carve it using tools. Once I showed him how, he worked with surprising skill. After a month of hard labor, we shaped it into a beautiful, solid boat, and it took us another 2 weeks, inch by inch on rollers, to drag it down to the water. When it finally touched the sea, I was amazed. It could carry 20 men with ease. Watching Friday steer her with grace and speed filled me with admiration. He made the large canoe glide over the water effortlessly. When I asked if we could safely make the voyage, he replied confidently, even if the wind blew hard, the boat could manage. Still, I had more in mind than he knew. I planned to rig it with a mast, sail, anchor, and cable. Finding a mast was easy. I cut a young cedar tree, tall and straight. I gave Friday instructions, and he followed them perfectly. The sail was more difficult. I had some old pieces from years ago, but most were rotted. Still, I managed to find 2 usable sections. With clumsy stitching and great effort, I fashioned an awkward but workable 3-cornered sail. Like the shoulder of mutton sail I once used to escape from Barbary. Rigging the mast and sail took me nearly 2 months. I even added a small foresail and a rudder, something I knew was crucial, even though I was no expert shipbuilder. Many of my early ideas failed, but I persisted. Eventually, I made it work. I then taught Friday how to navigate the new rig. He was already excellent with paddle, but knew nothing of sails or rudders. When he saw the boat respond to wind and rudder, changing direction with a shifting breeze, he stood stunned, completely amazed. In time, though, he learned, and soon, Friday became a capable sailor, except for understanding the compass, which he never fully grasped. But in our tropical climate, where the stars shone brightly and the shoreline was always visible, the need for a compass was minimal. In the rainy season, no one traveled much anyway. I had now entered the 27th year of my captivity on this island. Still, the last 3 years, since Friday had been with me, seemed so different that I often felt they shouldn't even be counted the same way. My life had changed. My shelter, my daily experience, it all felt transformed. Yet I can anniversary of my landing here with the same heartfelt gratitude to God as I had in the beginning. And truthfully, if I had cause to be thankful then, I had even more reason now. The evidence of divine providence in my life had grown, and with it, my hope of being delivered soon and surely. I couldn't shake the strong sense that freedom was near, that I wouldn't spend another full year in this place. Still, I carried on with my usual work, digging, planting, building fences, gathering grapes, curing them, doing everything just as I always had. The rainy season arrived, and during that time I mostly stayed indoors. Our boat was safely stored by then. We had hauled her up into the same creek where I had once landed my rafts from the wreck. At high tide, we pulled her to the shore, and I had Friday dig a small dock, just enough to hold her and allow some water for floating. Then, once the tide went out, we built a strong dam across the end to keep the seawater from coming in. She now sat there, dry from the sea. To keep her dry from above, we thatched her with thick layers of tree branches until she was as well covered as any house. And so we waited through the months of November and December, which I had chosen as the time for our voyage. As the dry season approached and good weather returned, so did my focus. Every day I prepared for the journey. The first step was storing provisions for the trip. I planned to open the dock and launch our boat in about a week or 2. One morning, as I was working on these preparations, I asked Friday to head to the beach and look for a turtle or tortoise, something we often found weekly for both the meat and the eggs. He hadn't been gone long before I saw him running back. So fast he seemed to fly over the fence, barely touching the ground. Before I could say a word, he shouted, "Oh, master! Oh, master! Oh, sorrow! Oh, bad!" I quickly asked what was wrong. He cried, "Oh, yonder there 1, 2, 3 canoes. 1, 2, 3. The way he said it, I thought he meant 6, but I soon learned it was just 3. I told him not to be frightened and did my best to calm him, but I could tell he was truly terrified. All he could think was that they had come for him, that they would kill and eat him. He shook so badly I didn't know what to do. I tried to comfort him and reminded him that I was in just as much danger, that if they meant harm, they'd eat me too. Then I said, "Friday, we must fight them." "Can you fight?" "Me shoot," he replied. "But many come, big number." "No matter," I said, "our guns will scare those we don't kill." I asked him if he would stand by me and obey my orders completely. His answer was firm. "Me die when you bid die, master." So I fetched some rum and gave him a good drink. I had saved my supply carefully and still had plenty. After we drank, I gave him the 2 fowling pieces we always used, loaded with large swan shot, nearly the size of pistol bullets. Then I loaded 4 muskets with 2 slugs and 5 small bullets each. My 2 pistols, I loaded with a pair of bullets each. I strapped on my sword as usual, its blade bare by my side, and handed Friday his hatchet. Fully armed, I took my perspective glass and climbed the hill to scout the scene. Through the lens, I clearly saw 21 savages, 3 captives, and 3 canoes. Their purpose was unmistakable. They were preparing for a gruesome feast of human flesh. As horrifying as it was, I had come to expect such cruelty from them. I noticed they had landed in a different spot this time, closer to my creek, where the woods nearly reached the shoreline. That, and the sheer horror of what they were about to do, filled me with such fury that I returned to Friday and declared that I was going to attack them all. I asked that he would stand with me. With his fear eased by the rum and his spirits lifted, he cheerfully repeated, "Me die when you bid die." Fueled by anger, I divided the weapons. I gave Friday 1 pistol for his belt and 3 guns to carry over his shoulder. I took 1 pistol and the other 3 muskets. I slipped a small bottle of rum in my pocket, handed him a powder bag with extra bullets, and gave him strict instructions. Stay behind me. Don't move, don't shoot, and don't speak unless I told him to. Then I led us in a wide arc to the right, about a mile around, so we could cross the creek and enter the woods unseen. I had already spotted the best approach through my glass and knew we could reach firing range before they even noticed us. As I made my way through the forest, my early resolve began to waver. It wasn't fear of those wild, unarmed creatures. I knew I could overpower them even if I were alone, but a deeper question troubled me. Why should I stain my hands with their blood? They had never harmed me, nor did they mean to. Their savage customs, though horrifying, were their own misfortune, a reflection, perhaps, of how God had abandoned them to their ignorance. But that didn't make me their judge, let alone the one to carry out divine punishment. That role belonged to Providence alone. I reminded myself that Friday, having once been their captive, had reason to see them as enemies, but I, as an outsider, had no such justification. With these thoughts pressing heavily on my conscience, I chose to merely observe from a distance, determined to let God direct my actions only if truly called. Cautiously, Friday and I crept through the woods, stopping where a tree concealed us. From there, Friday scouted ahead and confirmed they were feasting on human flesh, with another prisoner bound nearby, an ominous sight that filled me with horror. Through my glass, I saw the bound man was a white European, clothed and helpless. Burning with rage yet guided by restraint, I moved closer through brush and rise, closing in quietly. We prepared our muskets, and at my signal, Friday and I fired. His shot struck 2 dead and wounded others. Mine added to the chaos. The savages were thrown into utter panic, unsure where death had come from. Following my lead, Friday and I fired again, scattering them in pain and terror. With a final command, I charged from the woods with Friday at my side, shouting aloud as we advanced. The 2 executioners fled to the sea, abandoning their victim, but Friday's swift aim brought down 2 more, wounding a 3rd. While he covered us, I rushed to free the bound man, who weakly identified himself as a Christian Spaniard. Giving him drink and bread, I armed him with sword and pistol. His strength returned like fire. He leapt upon his captors with fierce vengeance, cutting them down in moments. The remaining savages, already dazed with fear, fell easy to our blows. It was as if the very sound of our guns had frozen their will, and what Friday's bullets hadn't finished, panic had. I held my musket, conserving the last loaded weapon, having already given the Spaniard my pistol and sword. I sent Friday back to retrieve the discharged arms we left at the tree, and once he returned, I passed him my loaded musket and began to reload the rest myself. As I worked, a brutal struggle unfolded nearby. The Spaniard, though weak from captivity, fought fiercely against a savage wielding a massive wooden sword, the very weapon meant for his own execution. The fight was desperate, and though the Spaniard managed to wound the man twice, he was ultimately overpowered and pinned beneath him. Just as the savage tried to wrench the sword from his grip, the Spaniard abandoned the blade, drew the pistol from his belt, and shot his attacker through the body, ending the threat before I could even reach them. Meanwhile, Friday, now unchained by battle commands, dashed after the fleeing men with only his hatchet. With ruthless precision, he eliminated the wounded and those who had collapsed earlier. When the Spaniard returned to me for more arms, I handed him a fowling piece, and he too pursued the remaining men, wounding two before exhaustion overtook him. Friday continued to chase and killed one more, but the other, though injured, fled into sea and swam to a canoe with the last two survivors. In all, out of 21 enemies, only 4 escaped, one of them likely fatally wounded. The remaining fugitives rowed frantically to escape our reach, and though Friday fired several shots, none seemed to strike. He urged me to take a canoe and give chase, and though I hesitated, fearing they might return with reinforcements, I agreed. As I climbed into a canoe, I discovered yet another prisoner inside, tied hand and foot, barely alive, his body twisted in fear. He'd been bound so tightly and for so long that he couldn't move, nor did he even understand what was happening. I quickly cut his bindings, tried to lift him, but he could only groan in despair, thinking he was being prepared for death. I called Friday over and had him comfort the man and give him a drink from my bottle that, along with the news of his rescue, seemed to revive him. But nothing could have prepared me for what followed. As Friday looked into the man's face and heard his voice, he broke into wild sobs and joyous laughter. He hugged the man, danced, wept, clapped, kissed him over and over like a soul possessed, and then I understood it was his father. I watched in awe as this loyal soul cradled his father's head to his chest, massaged his numb limbs, and rubbed him gently with rum from my bottle to restore feeling. The pursuit of the canoe was forgotten, and it was just as well. A fierce wind soon rose and lashed the sea with such violence that I doubted those who escaped ever reached their home again. Friday was so absorbed in caring for his father that I didn't have a heart to disturb him at first. But when I thought he might spare a moment, I called him, and he came to me beaming with joy. I asked if he had given his father any bread, and he admitted sheepishly that he hadn't, blaming himself with a kind of innocent guilt. I handed him a piece from my pouch, along with a dram, but he refused it and carried it straight to his father. Wanting to help further, I offered a handful of raisins, which he immediately took to the boat. Moments later, without a word, he dashed off so fast it was as if he had vanished into the air. I called after him, but he didn't slow. A short while later, he returned, slower this time, carrying a jug of fresh water and more bread. He gave me the bread, but kept the water for his father, who was more revived by that cool drink than by anything else I had offered. When I asked if there was any water left, he said yes, and I sent to the Spaniard, who was still weak and resting under the shade of a tree, his limbs swollen from the bindings. Seeing him begin to drink and eat brought a kind of peace to me, and I gave him some raisins too. Though his strength was gone, the gratitude in his eyes was unmistakable. He tried to stand but simply couldn't, and I had Friday rub and bathe his ankles with rum, just as he had done for his father. All the while, I noticed Friday glancing anxiously over his shoulder to check on his father. At one point, when he could no longer see him, he sprang up and darted away like the wind, only to find the old man had simply lain down to rest. He returned, and at my instruction, helped the Spaniard to the boat, lifting him on his back and settling him beside his father. Then, without rest, Friday launched a canoe and paddled both of them back to our creek faster than I could follow on foot. As he passed me again, he shouted that he was going for another boat, and sure enough, he returned with a second canoe almost before I reached the shore. He helped me across and began aiding the two weakened men out of the boat, though neither could walk. To solve this, I quickly constructed a sort of hand barrow, and together Friday and I carried them to our outer fence. But then came another dilemma. We couldn't get them over the wall, and I wouldn't allow it to be broken. So we built a shelter instead, a sturdy tent with old sails and leafy branches, tucked between the fence and the young grove I had planted. Inside, we made 2 soft beds from rice straw and blankets, giving them comfort in their frailty. At that moment, it struck me how full my island now seemed. With only 3 companions, all from different faiths, Protestant, pagan, and papist, I felt oddly like a king in his own small kingdom. They were loyal. Their lives had been saved by mine, and they would have gladly given their own in return. I ruled over my little world, with liberty of conscience granted to all. As soon as I had secured the 2 frail men we rescued, offering them both shelter and a place to rest, my thoughts turned toward how to care for them. The first thing I did was instruct Friday to select a young goat from our own flock, one just between a kid and a mature goat, and we slaughtered it. I then trimmed the hindquarters, chopped the meat into smaller cuts, and had Friday boil and stew it into a hearty dish. We cooked outside since I never lit fires inside my inner wall, and once the food was ready, I carried it all to the new tent, where I had set up a table. We shared the meal there, and I tried my best to comfort and encourage them. Friday helped translate, mostly for his father, but also for the Spaniard, who surprisingly understood the native's language fairly well. After we ate, though it was more like supper than dinner, I asked Friday to take one of the canoes and retrieve our muskets and firearms, which we'd left behind after the fight. The next day, I had him bury the remains of the slain savages and the grotesque evidence of their cannibalism. I couldn't bring myself to go near that place. It sickened me deeply, but Friday did it all thoroughly, so much so that when I later visited, I could barely recognize the spot. Only the bend in the woods gave it away. With things settling, I finally began to speak with our 2 new companions. I had Friday ask his father what he thought about the canoe that escaped. Were we in danger of a return attack, perhaps too strong for us to withstand? His father believed that those in the canoe probably didn't survive the violent storm that struck that night, and if they did reach another shore, they'd likely have been eaten by other savages. But even if they made it home safely, he said they were so shaken by the attack, the fire, the thunderous noise, that they would surely believe we were supernatural beings, spirits of vengeance rather than mere men. He'd heard them shouting among themselves in panic, convinced we were divine forces casting fire and death from afar. And as it turned out, he was right. I later learned that those 4 men had in fact survived and returned, but their tale frightened the rest so much that no one ever dared return to our island. Still, unaware of this at the time, I lived in constant anxiety, remaining vigilant with my small band of defenders. With 4 of us now, I felt ready to face 100 of them in open battle if needed. After a while, since no more canoes showed up, my fears of another attack slowly faded. I began once again to think seriously about setting out on a voyage to the mainland. Friday's father assured me that, on his account, I would be well received by his people. But I paused these thoughts when I had a heartfelt conversation with the Spaniard. He told me there were 16 other men, his countrymen and Portuguese, who had survived the shipwreck and now lived peacefully among the natives. Yet, they were in great distress, lacking even the basics of survival. Their ship, originally bound from Rio de la Plata to Havana, carried hides and silver, and they had picked up 5 Portuguese from another wreck. After losing several men in the wreck, those who escaped faced countless dangers before reaching the cannibal shore, nearly starving and unarmed, with even their gunpowder ruined by the sea. I asked what their hopes were. He explained that although they had dreamed of escape, they lacked tools, food, and a vessel. I share my concerns too, wondering if I could trust them, fearing they might betray me once armed and back in civilization. I even admitted that I'd rather be eaten by savages than fall into the hands of the Inquisition in New Spain. Yet, I also believed that with enough hands, we could build a vessel large enough to sail to Brazil or the Spanish colonies. The Spaniard, with great honesty, promised loyalty and offered to go to his companions with Friday's father. He would secure their oath under sacred Christian rites, that they would obey me fully, follow wherever I led, and never betray me. He himself pledged to stay by my side and protect me with his life if ever there was a breach of faith. Encouraged by his promise, I agreed to the plan. But just as we were ready to send them off, he made a thoughtful suggestion to delay the rescue by 6 months. He had seen our limited food supply and knew that with more mouths to feed and a voyage to prepare for, our stores wouldn't suffice. He proposed that we cultivate more land, using the seed we could spare, so that when his people came, they wouldn't feel rescued only to fall into deeper misery. His wisdom reminded me of the Israelites, who, though freed from Egypt, still rebelled when they faced hunger. I saw the sense in his words and agreed. So the 4 of us set to work, digging and planting with whatever tools we had. In a month's time, we managed to sow 22 bushels of barley and 16 jars of rice. Just enough, leaving barely what we needed for ourselves for the next 6 months. With our group now strong enough to face most threats, we roamed the island freely. I began selecting and marking trees suitable for building our ship and assigned Friday and his father to cut them, while the Spaniard helped guide the work. I showed them how I had shaped one massive tree into planks, and they followed suit until we had a dozen oak planks, each nearly 35 feet long and up to 4 inches thick. A monumental task, no doubt. At the same time, I tried to grow a herd of goats. We took turns venturing out, myself one day with Friday, then Friday and the Spaniard the next, and caught about 20 young kids to raise. During grape season, I had such a huge batch dried in the sun, we could have filled dozens of barrels. These raisins with our bread made a nourishing diet. When harvest finally came, our crops were good, not the best, but enough. From 22 bushels of barley, we reaped over 220 and a similar increase in rice. It was enough for all of us, even if the Spaniards had arrived or we'd set sail. We stored everything in large wicker baskets, which the Spaniards skillfully crafted. He often suggested building defenses, but I felt safe and saw no need. Now that I had enough food stocked up for the guests I expected, I finally gave the Spaniard permission to journey back to the mainland. But before he left, I gave him strict instructions. No man was to return with him unless he had first sworn, in the presence of both the Spaniard and Friday's father, that he would cause no harm to me, the man who sought their rescue. They had to agree to stand by me, follow my command, and never plot against me. I even wanted this promise in writing, though I knew they had neither pen nor ink. So, under these conditions, the Spaniard and old Friday set out in one canoes. Ironically, the same one in which they had once arrived as helpless prisoners, destined for death. I armed them each with a musket and 8 rounds of powder and ball, warning them to use them wisely and only in true danger. It was a hopeful moment, my first real step toward possible deliverance in over 27 years. I packed enough bread and dried grapes to last them many days, including extra provisions for the Spaniards they hoped to find. Before they left, we agreed on a signal, a sign they would hang when they returned, so I'd know it was truly them. They sailed off on a calm, full moon night in October, though I had long lost track of exact dates. Later, I discovered I had surprisingly kept good count of the years. 8 days passed. Then, unexpectedly, something happened. Something so strange, it could fill a chapter of its own. I was asleep when Friday ran in, shouting, "Master, Master, they are come." I sprang from my bed and, without thinking, rushed out into the thick woods. For the first time in years, I had gone out unarmed, but as I looked toward the sea, I spotted a boat, far off, sailing toward the island with triangular sail and a fair wind. Oddly, it wasn't coming from the direction of the mainland. I sensed something was off. Calling Friday back, I told him to lie low. These were not our friends. I ran inside, grabbed my spyglass, and climbed to the top of the hill. And then I saw it, a large ship anchored offshore about 2.5 leagues away. My heart leapt. It was English. So it was a boat heading to shore, a long boat, just like the ones I'd seen in my youth. Joy and confusion overwhelmed me. To see an English ship, possibly friends, possibly rescuers, was almost too much to believe. But doubts haunted me. What could they be doing here, in a place far from any known English trade route? There had been no storms to blow them off course. My instincts told me this visit wasn't by chance. I should be cautious. Never ignore those quiet inner warnings. I believe such feelings come from beyond, perhaps from a guardian spirit. And in this case, that mysterious caution may have saved me. As I watched, the boat drew close to shore but missed a hidden inlet near my home. Instead, they landed half a mile away, thankfully, or else I might have lost everything. I watched as 11 men came ashore. To my shock, 3 of them seemed bound, like prisoners. One of them was in deep agony, gesturing wildly as if pleading for his life. The other 2 were upset too, though not so much. I was completely confused. Friday watched the scene unfold and whispered in broken English, "Master, you see, Englishmen eat prisoners same like savage mans." I replied, "Do you think they're going to eat them?" He nodded, "Yes, master, they eat them." I sighed, "No, Friday. I don't think they'll eat them, but I do fear they'll kill them." The whole time I stood frozen, overcome with dread, not fully understanding what I was witnessing. My body trembled as I feared that the 3 prisoners might be killed at any moment. When I saw one of the villains raise a cutlass, what seamen call a heavy sword, I braced myself for the worst, expecting to see a man fall. A chill ran through my entire body. In that moment, I desperately wished the Spaniard and the native had returned, or that I could somehow get close enough without being seen to rescue the prisoners. I noticed the violent behavior of the mutinous seamen and how, after tormenting their captives, they began wandering across the island, curious to explore. Meanwhile, the 3 prisoners were left to themselves. But instead of fleeing, they sat quietly on the ground, their expressions filled with despair. Their hopeless faces reminded me of my own first days on this island. How lost and terrified I had felt, sleeping in trees for fear of wild beasts, unaware of the providence that would later sustain me, just as I had once been ignorant of the blessings waiting ahead. These poor souls had no idea that help was near, that their safety was already within reach. It struck me how little we know of what lies ahead in life, and how often salvation comes disguised in what looks like ruin. Truly, the Creator never leaves us entirely without hope, even in our darkest moments. When they had first landed, the tide was at its highest. While wandering around, they carelessly stayed too long, and the sea receded, leaving their boat stuck in soft, sinking sand. 2 men had been left aboard, but I later discovered they had drunk too much brandy and fallen asleep. One of them awoke first and shouted for the others when he realized the boat wouldn't budge. They soon gathered around, but even with all their effort, they couldn't free it. In true seaman fashion, they gave up without much thought, assuming the boat would float again with the next tide. I even heard one say, "Let her be, Jack. She'll float next tide." That line told me exactly what countrymen they were. The whole time, I stayed hidden, moving only to my observation point atop the hill, grateful for the safety my fortified shelter offered. Knowing it would be another 10 hours before the boat could move again, I prepared myself for a possible battle. This time, I was more cautious, for I was dealing with a different sort of threat. I armed myself in Friday, now an excellent marksman, and we both carried enough weapons to make a formidable defense. My appearance was fearsome. My rugged goatskin coat, a massive cap, 2 pistols in my belt, a sword at my side, and a gun slung on each shoulder. It was my plan to wait until nightfall, but by midday, when I saw the mutineers scattered and resting in the woods, I noticed the 3 distressed men huddled under a tree, alone and out of sight. That's when I decided to reveal myself. With Friday following at a distance, I approached them and in Spanish, asked who they were. They jumped up, shocked by my sudden appearance, and even more startled by how I looked. They seemed ready to flee, but I calmed them by speaking in English. I told them not to be afraid, that perhaps help had come when they least expected it. One of the men, moved to tears, asked if I was man or angel. I reassured him, saying I was only a man, an Englishman, and willing to help. Upon learning that he had been the ship's captain, betrayed and left ashore with 2 others by his mutinous crew, I asked about the mutineers' location and whether they were armed. He pointed to a nearby thicket and feared they'd heard us speak. Knowing only 1 musket remained in the boat and that the others were likely unarmed and asleep, I offered to take action. The captain advised caution. 2 among them were too dangerous to spare. I suggested we move out of sight and make a plan, and they followed me willingly into the woods where we would be safe to decide our next step. I looked the captain in the eye and said plainly that if I were to risk my life to help him, I needed 2 conditions agreed upon. Before I could even explain them, he eagerly promised full obedience to me. Whether or not the ship was recovered, he swore that both he and the ship, should we take it back, would be completely under my command. And if not, he'd live and die by my side, wherever fate would lead us. The other 2 men echoed this with solemn sincerity. So I laid out my terms. First, while they remained on the island, they would not assume any authority, would follow my leadership, and if armed, would surrender their weapons at my request. Second, if the ship was recovered, he must carry Friday and me back to England free of charge. He agreed without hesitation, with every assurance that a desperate and grateful man could give. I handed him 3 muskets and a supply of powder and ball, asking what action he thought was best. Though deeply thankful, he said he'd follow whatever plan I chose. I confess it was a serious risk, but suggested a bold strike. Fire upon them all while they slept, and if any survived and surrendered, spare them by God's will. He hesitated, reluctant to kill unless absolutely necessary, but admitted that 2 of the men were too dangerous to be left alive. If they escaped, he feared they'd bring the rest of the crew against us. So I reminded him that our lives were at stake and told him he and his men could carry out the attack however they saw fit. Just then, we heard movement, the sound of some waking from sleep. 2 figures stood up. I asked if either was among the mutiny's ringleaders, and when he said no, I told him to let them go. Perhaps Providence had stirred them for their own salvation. If the rest escaped, I told him, "It's on you." With that, he and his men moved in, armed and ready. As they advanced, one of the seamen saw them and shouted, but it was too late. The captain's men fired. One enemy dropped dead on the spot. The other was wounded but rose, crying out for help. The captain stepped forward and, with solemn finality, struck him down with the butt of his musket. Of the remaining 3, one was slightly hurt, and by the time I arrived, they had surrendered, pleading for mercy. The captain promised their lives would be spared if they denounced their mutiny and swore loyalty in recovering the ship and sailing it back to Jamaica. They gave every oath imaginable, and though I agreed to spare them, I insisted they remain tied hand and foot while on the island. Meanwhile, I sent Friday and the captain's mate to secure the boat and retrieve its oars and sails. Soon, 3 more seamen who had been separated returned after hearing gunfire. Seeing their former prisoner now in command, they surrendered as well. Our victory complete. At last, the captain and I shared our stories. I told him everything, from shipwreck to survival, and he listened with astonishment, especially how I had secured food, shelter, and arms. It moved him deeply, even to tears, to think I might have been preserved here just to save his life. I brought him and his men into my home, through the hidden entry at the top, and offered them food and rest, showing them the clever contraptions I had built over the years. They were amazed by everything, but what impressed the captain most was how I had transformed the grove into a hidden fortress, with only one winding path through what had become a small forest after 20 years of growth. I called it my castle and promised to later show my country retreat. But our priority now was reclaiming the ship. He agreed, though unsure how, as 26 mutineers still remained on board. They were desperate men who had committed treason and would now resist with everything they had, knowing that capture meant the gallows. I thought deeply about what the captain had said, and the more I considered it, the more sense it made. We needed to act quickly, not only to trap the men still aboard the ship, but also to prevent them from coming ashore and overpowering us. It occurred to me that sooner or later, the crew would grow suspicious about the missing men and the absent boat. They would likely come in their second boat to investigate, and this time they might be armed and in greater numbers. The captain agreed with this concern, so I proposed we disable the boat already stranded on the beach, making sure it couldn't be used again. If we emptied it and damaged it beyond use, even if we were defeated, they wouldn't be able to take it. With that, we went aboard and gathered the remaining items: a couple of firearms, a bottle of brandy, another of rum, some biscuit cakes, a horn of gunpowder, and about 5 or 6 pounds of sugar wrapped in canvas. All of it was precious to me, especially the brandy and sugar. I hadn't seen either in many long years. After carrying everything ashore, we had already taken the oars, mast, sail, and rudder. I took a tool and knocked a large hole in the boat's bottom. That way, even if they did manage to overpower us, they wouldn't be able to escape with it. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure we'd be able to retake the ship, but I had another idea in mind. If they left the damaged boat behind, I believed I could eventually repair enough to sail to the Leeward Islands and perhaps reconnect with our Spanish allies along the way. Those friends were never far from my thoughts, and the possibility of joining them again stayed quietly in the back of my mind. While we were in the midst of executing our plan, we had managed to pull the boat high up on the beach with sheer force, securing it far enough that even the highest tide wouldn't float her back. We'd also punched a large hole through her bottom, making it useless in a hurry. Just as we were sitting and pondering our next move, the silence broke. There was a gun fired from the ship. They waved their ensign, signaling for the boat to return, but there was no response. Several more shots rang out, accompanied by other desperate signals. Yet the boat never moved. Through my spyglass, I saw another boat being lowered from the ship, this time filled with 10 armed men, rowing steadily toward the shore. Since the ship was nearly 2 leagues out, we had a clear and close view of their approach. The tide carried them slightly east of where the first boat had landed, and they were heading toward the exact same spot. The captain, watching intently, recognized several men and pointed out that 3 among them were decent fellows, probably forced into mutiny out of fear. But the boatswain, along with the rest, were clearly dangerous and fully committed to this desperate mission. The captain feared they might overpower us, but I reassured him with calm determination. Men like us, already facing the worst life could throw, had little left to fear. I reminded him how every possible fate from here on whether death or escape, would be a kind of deliverance. I questioned him, asking if he remembered his earlier belief that I was preserved here for a purpose, perhaps even to save his life. I confessed only one regret, that among the intruders were a few good men who might have deserved to be spared. If they were all villains, perhaps it would have felt like divine justice. But I declared boldly, anyone who set foot on this island would answer for their actions, one way or another. That gave him fresh courage, and we moved forward with greater resolve. As soon as we spotted the second boat, we knew we had to separate the prisoners already in our custody. 2 of them, those the captain doubted most, I sent with Friday and one of our trusted men to my cave. It was remote enough to prevent escape or detection. We left them there tied up, but provided food and homemade candles, promising that if they stayed calm, they'd be released in a day or 2. If they tried anything, however, they'd be shown no mercy. They accepted their situation with surprise and gratitude, thankful even for food and light. The other prisoners fared better, though 2 remained bound due to the captain's concerns. The other 2 were taken into our service, pledging loyalty with solemn sincerity. Counting them in the 3 honest men who'd arrived, we were now 7 armed men, ready for the 10 coming ashore. As the second boat landed, the men hauled it onto the beach, which was exactly what we hoped for. We feared they might leave it afloat and guarded, which would have complicated our plans. Their first instinct was to rush to their previous boat, shocked to find it emptied and damaged. After some confusion, they shouted loudly, hoping to hear a response, but received none. They fired their guns into the air, and the echo bounced off the trees. But those hidden in the cave couldn't hear, and the others in our keeping dared not respond. They were clearly shaken. According to what we later learned, they began to believe their companions were murdered and the boat destroyed. So they launched the second boat and started heading back to the ship. The captain was beside himself with disappointment. Sure, the ship would sail away and our chances would be lost. But his despair didn't last long. Not long after they pushed off, we saw them return, but this time with a new tactic. 3 men stayed in the boat while the other 7 landed, clearly intending to search the island. This was a blow to us. If we captured the men on land but let the boat escape, the remaining crew could easily flee. All we could do now was wait and watch. The boat dropped anchor at a safe distance, out of our reach. The group on shore stayed tightly together, marching up the small hill under which my home was hidden. We could see them clearly, though they had no idea we were watching. We silently hoped they'd move farther away or closer. Either way would have helped us act. When they reached the top of the hill and saw the northern valleys and forests, they shouted again and waited, but their fear of the unknown held them back. Instead of venturing further inland or resting, they huddled under a tree to plan their next move. They were too afraid to sleep, even though they didn't know what to be afraid of. Then the captain offered a clever idea. He thought they might fire another round to signal their lost comrades, and that we should charge them the moment their guns discharged. I liked the idea, but only if we were close enough to reach them before they could reload. Unfortunately, they didn't fire again, and we were left in limbo, waiting. Eventually, I suggested we might have to wait until nightfall. If they didn't return to their boat by then, maybe we could slip between them and the shore, then try to lure the boat crew in somehow. Time dragged slowly, and our nerves tightened until finally we saw them rise and head toward the sea again. It seemed their growing fear convinced them their comrades were lost, and they'd rather return to the ship and continue their journey than stay a moment longer on what they thought was cursed land. As soon as I saw them walking toward the shore, I knew exactly what was happening. They had given up searching and were heading back. When I shared this with the captain, he looked crushed with fear, but I quickly came up with a plan that worked exactly as I'd hoped. I instructed Friday and the captain's mate to cross the small creek on the west side, toward the place where Friday had once been rescued. Once they reached a small hill, about half a mile away, I told them to shout as loudly as they could, just enough to grab the attention of the seamen. They were to wait until the men replied, then keep moving, always out of sight, calling and responding, leading them deeper into the woods, further into the island, exactly as I directed. Sure enough, just as the sailors were about to board their boat, they heard the shouts. Drawn by the voices, they ran westward along the shore until they reached the creek, where the tide had risen too high for them to cross. As I had expected, they called the boat to come ferry them across. When the boat moved deeper into the creek, as if hidden in a small harbor, they took one man with them and left two behind, tying the boat to a tree stump. That's when I acted. Leaving Friday and the mate to carry on the distraction, I crossed the creek with the rest of my group. We took the two men by surprise. One was lying on the shore half asleep, and the other was in the boat. The captain rushed the one on shore, knocking him out, then threatened the man in the boat to surrender. Faced with 5 armed men and his partner already down, he didn't resist. In fact, he later joined us willingly. He had never been fully on board with the mutiny to begin with. Meanwhile, Friday and the mate expertly kept the others wandering through the woods, shouting back and forth until the men were exhausted and stranded far from their boat as night fell. By then, our only task was to wait in the dark and ambush them. It was hours later before they came stumbling back toward the creek. From far off, we could hear them calling out to each other, groaning in pain and complaining how tired they were. Their suffering was, I must admit, a comfort. When they finally arrived, their panic was almost laughable. They found the boat stuck in the mud, the tide gone, and their men missing. From where we hid, we heard them shouting for their companions again and again with no reply. Some of them even whispered about ghosts and spirits, convinced the island was cursed. They wandered, sat in the boat, came back ashore, pacing despair, over and over. My men wanted to strike then and there, but I held them back. I wanted to minimize bloodshed, especially since the others were armed. I moved our ambush closer, told Friday and the captain to crawl silently on all fours, getting close without being seen, and wait for the perfect moment. It wasn't long before the bosun, the very man who had led the mutiny, appeared, clearly broken and spiritless, walking with 2 others. The captain, eager to take down this rogue, held himself back just long enough. Then, as they approached, he and Friday sprang up and fired. The bosun dropped dead immediately. Another man fell wounded beside him, and the third ran. That was my cue. With my full force, 8 of us in total, we charged. I sent the man we had converted earlier to call out by name, trying to trick the others into talking. It worked better than I'd imagined. He called Tom Smith, and hearing a familiar voice, Smith responded, asking if it was Robinson. "Yes," came a reply. "Throw down your arms or you'll all die." Tom asked, "Who must we surrender to? Where are they?" And the reply came, "Here's the captain and 50 men. The bosun is dead, Fry is wounded, and I'm captured. Surrender now or be destroyed." Smith asked if they'd be spared. "I'll ask," he said, then turned to the captain. The captain shouted, "Smith, you know me. If you surrender right now, all your lives will be spared, except for Will Atkins." Atkins, terrified, begged for mercy, claiming he hadn't been worse than the others. But the truth was, he had been the first to grab the captain during the mutiny, treating him brutally. The captain told him he must surrender to the governor's mercy, meaning me, of course. In the end, they all dropped their weapons and pleaded for their lives. I sent in our man and 2 others to bind them, and our mighty army of 50, all 8 of us, secured both the prisoners and the boat. For appearance's sake, I kept myself and one man hidden from view. With the men secured, we turned to repairing the boat and planning to seize the ship. The captain finally had time to speak to them properly. He condemned their betrayal and warned of the inevitable consequences. Punishment, misery, maybe even execution. They were full of regret and pleaded to be spared. He reminded them they weren't his prisoners but the governor's. They had believed they left him on a deserted island, but now they found it ruled by an Englishman who could choose to hang them all. However, since they were granted quarter, he believed the governor would send them back to England for proper judgment, except for Atkins, who he claimed was to be executed the next morning. Of course, the captain made all that up, but it had the desired effect. Atkins fell to his knees, begging for his life. The others did the same, desperate not to be sent back to England. At that moment, I truly felt the time for my deliverance had finally come. The men were in such a state that it would be easy to win them over and unite them in retaking the ship. I quietly withdrew into the dark, so they wouldn't see me and call for the captain. When I summoned him from afar, one of the men declared, "Captain, the commander calls for you." And the captain, playing along, replied, "Tell His Excellency I'm coming." Their amazement was almost comical. They believed the powerful governor and his 50 men were stationed nearby. Once the captain reached me, I laid out the plan to seize the ship, and he embraced it eagerly. To ensure success, I suggested we divide the prisoners. The worst 3, including Atkins, were bound and sent to cave, our prison, by Friday and the captain's men. The others were taken to my fortified bower, still restrained, and placed under my watch. By morning, the captain went to speak with the ones in the bower to test their loyalty. He reminded them of their crimes, the captain's mercy, and warned that if sent back to England, they'd likely face execution. But if they helped reclaim the ship, the governor would grant them pardon. As expected, they eagerly agreed, falling to their knees, swearing loyalty and offering their lives in gratitude. The captain reported back their willingness, but I, wanting extra security, asked them to choose 5 of them for the mission and leave the rest, including the 3 in the cave, as hostages. Their fate would hang on the loyalty of the 5. This stern condition made it clear that betrayal would not be tolerated. With this, our force was ready, 12 men in total, including the captain, his loyal companions, and the former prisoners, now our allies. Friday and I remained on the island to guard the rest. I took care to play the role of a mere servant of the governor, never revealing myself as a leader, to preserve the illusion of authority. Supplies were delivered through Friday, and I stayed vigilant. That night, everything was set. The captain repaired the boats, manned them, and headed toward the ship under cover of darkness. Their strategy worked brilliantly. As they neared the vessel, they called out friendly words to stall the crew. Once close enough, the captain and his men stormed aboard, swiftly knocking down the second mate and carpenter, securing the decks and locking down the hatches. The other boat's men captured the forecastle and trapped more rebels in the lower chambers. When they burst into the roundhouse, where the new mutinous captain lay armed, a fight broke out. Though our mate was wounded, he bravely rushed in and shot the rebel leader through the head, ending the resistance. The ship was ours, taken with courage, precision, and minimal loss of life. At the agreed signal, 7 cannon shots, I finally heard the sound of freedom echo across the night sky. It was past 2 in the morning, and I had waited with restless hope. I collapsed into deep sleep until I was awakened by a familiar voice calling, "Governor, Governor." Rushing up the hill, I saw the captain standing there. With overwhelming joy, he embraced me and cried, "There's your ship. She's yours, and so are we." I looked down and saw her, majestic and waiting, anchored just beyond the creek. They had even brought the pinnace to the very place where I had once landed my rafts. I was overwhelmed, barely able to stand. The shock and joy were too great. He handed me a cordial, and slowly I regained myself, but the emotion flooded me. I wept. It was the outpouring of a heart that had waited years in solitude. We embraced again, both overwhelmed by the moment. I told him I believed he'd been sent by heaven itself, and that everything that had unfolded was a chain of divine wonders. My heart lifted in grateful praise to Providence, which had not only sustained me in the wilderness, but had, in perfect time, brought me deliverance. After a heartfelt conversation, the captain told me he had brought me a few small comforts, what little the ship still offered, untouched by those who once ruled over him. He called out to the boat and asked his men to bring the items meant for the governor. The gifts he presented made it seem as if I was to remain on the island indefinitely, rather than leave with them. There was a case filled with bottles of fine cordials, 6 large bottles of Madeira wine, each holding 2 quarts, 2 pounds of excellent tobacco, 12 cuts of ship's beef, and 6 pieces of pork. Along with these came a sack of peas, about 100 pounds of biscuits, a box of sugar, a box of flour, a bag of lemons, 2 bottles of lime juice, and a host of other essentials. Yet, what touched me even more were the practical gifts. 6 clean shirts, good neckcloths, 2 pairs of gloves, shoes, a hat, stockings, and a nearly new suit of clothes of his own. It was a generous and thoughtful offering, especially for someone in my condition. Still, wearing those clothes after so long felt strangely awkward, even unpleasant at first. Once the gifts were settled in my little home, we began discussing what should be done with the prisoners. It was a serious matter. Could we risk bringing them along? Especially 2 of them, who, the captain confessed, were utterly untrustworthy. If they came with us, they'd have to be shackled and handed over to English authorities as criminals. The captain was clearly troubled by the decision. I told him that if he wished, I would try to persuade those very 2 men to beg to be left behind. Delighted by the idea, he agreed. So I had Friday and the now freed hostages bring the 5 remaining prisoners, still bound, up from the cave to the bower, where I joined them dressed in my new clothes. I resumed the role of governor. With the captain at my side, I confronted them about their betrayal and mutiny, making it clear that by my orders, the ship had been reclaimed and their new captain would soon be hanging from the yardarm. I demanded to know why I shouldn't execute them on the spot, as I had full authority to do so. One of them spoke for the group, claiming they had no defense but that the captain had promised them their lives. They begged for mercy. I told them plainly I planned to leave the island and sail to England, and if they were taken aboard, they'd go in chains and likely hang for mutiny. I said I saw no reason to show them mercy, unless they preferred to stay and take their chances on the island. Gratefully, they accepted the offer. Still, the captain hesitated, fearing the risk of leaving them. In response, I firmly reminded him they were my prisoners, and if he objected, I'd release them outright, and he could try to capture them again if he wished. At this, the men expressed deep gratitude, and I set them free, instructing them to return to the woods. I promised to leave them with firearms, ammunition, and guidance on how to survive. I planned to board the ship the next day, but asked the captain to hang the mutinous leader's body where it would be seen. As a warning, that night, I summoned the freed men once more and spoke with them seriously about their situation. I told them they had made the wiser choice, for if they had sailed, the gallows would surely await them. I showed them the dead captain hanging on the ship and explained it could just as easily have been them. When they all confirmed they would rather stay, I shared with them the full story of my time on the island, how I built my home, grew crops, baked bread, dried grapes, and managed to survive. I even told them about the 17 Spaniards who were expected to arrive and asked them to treat them fairly and equally. The captain, who had ink aboard the ship, was amazed I hadn't found a way to create my own ink, considering all I had managed to do. Before leaving, I gave the men my firearms, 5 muskets, 3 fowling pieces, and 3 swords, along with over 1.5 barrels of powder, which I had used sparingly. I explained how I raise goats and how to milk and fatten them, and how to make butter and cheese. I even convinced the captain to leave them 2 more barrels of gunpowder and some garden seeds. Finally, I handed over the bag of peas he had brought for me, instructing him to plant and multiply them for future harvests. After preparing everything for the men on the island, I took my final leave the next day and went aboard the ship. Though we made all ready for departure, we did not weigh anchor that night, but at daybreak. To my astonishment, 2 of the 5 men I had left behind swam desperately to the ship, crying out with such misery that it pained the heart. They begged the captain, even if it meant their lives, to take them aboard, fearing their companions would kill them. The captain hesitated, saying he had no authority without me, but after they solemnly promised to change their ways, he finally relented. They were taken in, not without consequence. They were thoroughly punished, whipped, and pickled as a warning. Strangely enough, they turned out to be quite decent and obedient after that. Later, the tide having come in, we sent ashore the items I had promised the remaining men, with the captain's agreement. At my request, their chests and clothing were also delivered to them. They received everything gratefully, and I reassured them that if ever I had the chance to send a vessel, I wouldn't forget them. As we departed, I took a few keepsakes on the island that had been my world for so long. My handmade goatskin cap, the umbrella I crafted, one of my parrots, and of course, the silver coins I had recovered, now dull and tarnished from age and disuse. I also took with me the money found in the wreck of the Spanish ship. And so, on the 19th of December, 1686, exactly 28 years, 2 months, and 19 days since I was cast upon that shore, I finally sailed away. It was also the same day of the month I had once escaped the moors of Sallee in a longboat. A strange coincidence. After a long voyage, I arrived in England on the 11th of June, 1687, after being gone for 35 years. But England no longer felt like home. I was a stranger in my own land. The woman who had once managed my affairs faithfully had fallen into hardship, now widowed again and nearly destitute. I didn't burden her about what she owed me. On the contrary, I gave her what little support I could from my modest means, and I assured her I would never forget her past kindness. Nor did I, as time would later show. I went north to Yorkshire in hopes of reconnecting with family, but my father was long gone, my mother too. I found only 2 sisters and some of my brother's children. Being thought dead for so long, no provisions had been made for me, and a little I would hardly secure a future in this new world I returned to. Yet life surprises us still. The captain whose ship in life I had once saved spoke highly of me to his employers. The ship owners and merchants, moved by his account, invited me to meet them and gave me a generous gift, nearly £200 sterling, as a token of thanks. But even so, I knew it would not carry me far. I reflected deeply and resolved to travel to Lisbon to learn what had become of my plantation in Brazil and of my old partner, who likely believed me dead. Friday, ever loyal, came with me on this journey. When we reached Lisbon in April, I began my search and, to my delight, discovered my old friend, the very captain who had rescued me near Africa all those years ago. He had aged and retired from the sea, handing his vessel to his son, who still traded with Brazil. At first, he didn't recognize me, nor I him, but when I revealed who I was, we both were overtaken by emotion and memories. Naturally, I asked about my plantation and my partner. He hadn't been to Brazil in 9 years, but he assured me my partner was still alive. Unfortunately, the 2 trustees I had appointed to manage my share had both died. In my presumed death, The revenues of my plantation had been diverted. 1/3 to the king, 2/3 to the monastery of St. Augustine for charitable and religious purposes. But he told me not to worry. If I came forward, my ownership would be recognized, though the already spent revenues couldn't be recovered. Fortunately, my partner had faithfully submitted yearly accounts, and my share had been carefully recorded. When I asked if reclaiming my share would be difficult or if the plantation was still worth pursuing, he told me something remarkable. My partner had grown very wealthy, and by all accounts, the estate was thriving. In fact, the king's 1/3 alone yielded over 200 moidors annually. With my name still officially registered and honest survivors of my trustees still alive, I would not only recover my claim, but likely find a substantial sum awaiting me. Earnings collected before property was turned over to the crown and church. This comforted me, but I did feel a twinge of unease. I asked the old captain how it was possible for the trustees to distribute my wealth this way, when I had made a will naming him my universal heir. He explained that without any proof of my death, he couldn't act. He had filed my will and even submitted a claim in my name, but lacking any word of my fate, he chose not to interfere. Still, he had one more detail to reveal. He told me that, believing I was lost, my partner and trustees had offered to account to him in my name for the profits of the first 6 or 8 years. Due to high initial expenses, building the sugar works, buying slaves, the profit wasn't much at first, but he promised to give me a full account of all he had received and how it had been used. And so, as I stood there, hearing all of this, I couldn't help but wonder at the strange roads life had taken me down. From shipwrecked castaway to wealthy planter, Providence had led me yet again in ways I never could have foreseen. After spending some more days speaking with my old friend, he finally brought me a detailed account of the plantation's first 6 years of income. It was signed by both my partner and the merchant trustees. The earnings had always come in goods, tobacco rolls, chests of sugar, and naturally rum and molasses, which are common byproducts of a sugar plantation. I saw from the records that the income steadily increased every year, but since expenses were high in the beginning, the profits started off small. Even so, the old man admitted that he owed me 470 moidors of gold, plus 60 chests of sugar and 15 double rolls of tobacco. Unfortunately, those goods had been lost when his ship wrecked on its way back to Lisbon, nearly 11 years after I had first acquired the land. He then opened up to me, explaining his misfortunes and how he had been forced to use some of my money to recover his losses and buy into a new ship. But with deep sincerity, he promised that I would not be left in need, and once his son returned, he would repay me fully. Then and there, he pulled out an old pouch and handed me 160 Portugal moidors in gold. Along with that, he gave me documents proving ownership of the ship his son had taken to Brazil, with both their stakes handed to me as security. I was overwhelmed by this man's honesty and generosity. I couldn't forget how he'd rescued me at sea, treated me kindly over the years, and now remained a true friend. It moved me deeply. Holding back tears, I asked him whether giving me that much gold would put him in financial strain. He admitted it might, but gently reminded me that the money was mine, and I might need it more than he did. His kindness touched my heart so much that I could barely speak. I took only 100 moidors, asked for pen and ink, and wrote a receipt. I returned to rest, promising that if I ever regained possession of the plantation, I'd give him the remaining amount too, something I later fulfilled. As for the ship's ownership document, I refused to accept it. I knew if I ever needed help, his honesty alone would be enough to ensure I got what I was owed. And if I came into the fortune he hinted at, I'd never take another penny from him. Once this was settled, he offered to help me officially claim the plantation. I told him I was considering traveling there myself, but he explained that I didn't have to. There were proper legal channels to secure my rights and divert all profits to me immediately. Since ships were already preparing to leave Lisbon for Brazil, he had me register my name publicly, supported by a sworn affidavit confirming I was alive and the original owner of the plantation. This was notarized and paired with a formal procuration. He advised me to send these, along with his letter, to a trusted merchant contact of his. Then he encouraged me to stay with him while we waited for a response. Nothing could have been more honorable than how everything unfolded from there. In less than 7 months, I received a large packet from the surviving trustees, the very merchants whose behalf I had once gone to sea for. Inside were important letters and official records. First, there was a current account detailing the plantation's output over the 6 years after their fathers had last settled with my Portuguese friend. The final balance showed a credit of 1,174 moidores in my name. Second, there was a record for another 4 years when they held my earnings before the government claimed administration of my assets, assuming me to be dead. They called it a civil death. During those years, as the estate grew more valuable, the balance reached 19,446 cruzados, equal to about 3,240 moidores. Third, there was an honest report from the prior of St. Augustine's, who had handled the income for over 14 years. Though he couldn't account for the portion used by the hospital, he admitted having 872 moidores untouched, which he credited to me. As for the king's share, nothing was returned. Included was also a heartfelt letter from my partner, filled with joy upon learning I was alive. He updated me on the plantation's development, its size in acres, what was planted, how many slaves worked there. He even noted that he had said 22 Ave Marias for my survival, making crosses to show his prayers. He warmly invited me to return and take ownership, or, if I chose not to come, to send instructions for whom to hand over my property. With genuine friendship, he included gifts: 7 leopard skins brought from Africa, 5 chests of exquisite sweetmeats, and 100 uncoined gold pieces, slightly smaller than moidores. Even more astonishing, my merchant trustees had sent a full shipment: 1,200 chests of sugar, 800 tobacco rolls, and the rest of my earnings in gold, all on the same fleet that brought these letters. I truly felt what was once said about Job, that his latter days were better than the former. I can't describe the overwhelming rush in my chest when I saw all my wealth before me. As Brazil ships travel in fleets, the cargo had already arrived at port even before I opened the letters. The shock of joy was so intense. I turned pale, became sick, and would have collapsed had the old man not fetched a cordial in time. Still, I remained unwell for hours until a physician came, diagnosed the true cause of my distress, and ordered I be bled to release the pressure in my system. Only then did I recover. But truly, I believe without that, the sheer weight of joy might have killed me. At once, I found myself in possession of more than 5,000 pounds sterling in cash, along with an estate in Brazil yielding over 1,000 pounds a year, just as certain and stable as any landholding in England. The sheer scale of my good fortune left me stunned. I struggled to grasp it fully, unsure even how to begin enjoying such prosperity. My first heartfelt act was to reward the one man whose kindness had never faltered, my old captain, who stood by me through every hardship. I showed him everything I had received and made it clear that, aside from divine providence, it was he to whom I owed everything. I returned the 100 moidores he had given me and summoned a notary to draft a full release, canceling the debt of 470 moidores he once owed me. Then, with deep sincerity, I authorized him as my representative to receive the yearly profits from my plantation, instructed my partner to manage all business with him, and send returns through the usual Brazil fleets. Moreover, I granted him a pension of 100 moidors a year for life, and 50 moidors annually to his son after him. Yet, with such newfound wealth came a different kind of burden. A burden I hadn't known on the island. Back then, I had no wealth, but neither did I have anxiety over it. Now I was overwhelmed by the need to safeguard my fortune. No longer did I have a cave to hide it in. Instead, I found myself wondering where to store it and who could be trusted. My honest old patron remained my only true security. Though my Brazilian interests now called for my attention, I couldn't bring myself to go without first securing my affairs. I briefly considered leaving everything with my old friend, the widow who had once been my faithful steward, but she was aged, not wealthy, and perhaps burdened by debt. So, at last, I resolved to return to England and carry everything with me. It took me some months to reach this decision. Meanwhile, having already shown great gratitude to my former benefactor, I turned my thoughts to the widow, whose late husband had helped me first. I arranged for a merchant in Lisbon to reach out to his contact in London, instructing him to locate her and deliver £100, along with words of comfort and a promise of further help. I also sent £100 each to my two sisters, who were not in dire straits, but certainly not well off, one widowed, and the other poorly treated by her husband. Still, I had no reliable person to entrust with my estate while I ventured Brazil, which left me greatly troubled. For a time, I even considered settling permanently in Brazil, feeling almost like a native there. Yet, a subtle unease about religion drew me back. While I'd once openly practiced the local faith without hesitation, the thought of spending my final days there under a religion I no longer fully accepted troubled me. But more than that, my hesitation stemmed from not knowing whom to trust with my wealth. So England remained my intended destination. With that settled, I began answering the kind letters and honest accounts I had received. I wrote a letter of heartfelt thanks to the prior of St. Augustine, asking him to distribute the 872 moidors, 500 to the monastery, and the remaining to the poor as he saw fit, while also requesting his prayers. I wrote equally grateful letters to my two trustees, acknowledging their integrity and fairness. To my partner, I sent clear instructions for managing the plantation under the authority I had granted my old captain, requesting that all earnings be forwarded to him until further notice. I also included gifts: fine Italian silks for his wife and daughters, high-quality English broadcloth, black baize, and valuable Flanders lace. With all matters in Lisbon arranged, my last challenge was deciding how to return to England. Although I'd spent much of my life at sea, I developed a powerful aversion to sailing again, though I couldn't explain why. My feelings grew stronger over time. Even after shipping my belongings twice, I changed my mind both times. It later became clear why I had hesitated. Both ships I had nearly boarded met with disaster. One taken by Algerian pirates, the other wrecked near Torbay, with almost all lives lost. Had I boarded either, my fate would have been sealed. My old pilot, who knew of my every thought, urged me to travel by land, through Spain, over the Bay of Biscay, to Rochelle, and onward to Paris, then Calais and Dover. I agreed. I wasn't in a rush, nor was I concerned about expense, and this overland route seemed far more pleasant. My captain introduced me to an English gentleman who also wished to travel, and soon we were joined by two more English merchants and two Portuguese gentlemen. In total, we were 6 travelers with 5 servants, me with 2, an English sailor I hired for the journey, and of course Friday, who though loyal, lacked the knowledge to serve on the road. So we departed Lisbon, a small but well-armed party. They honored me by calling me captain, perhaps of my age, or because I had more attendants, or simply because I had initiated the journey. Though I won't burden you with a travel log of our entire route, A few notable events are worth sharing. Upon reaching Madrid, we lingered briefly to experience the court and the sights. But with autumn waning, we pressed on. As we approached the edge of Navarre, we heard troubling reports from several towns that heavy snow on the French side of the Pyrenees had forced travelers to turn back toward Pamplona. Reaching Pamplona ourselves, we found this to be true. For someone like me, long accustomed to warm climates where clothing felt unnecessary, the cold was beyond shocking. It was painful, even dangerous. Only 10 days earlier, we had left the blazing heat of Old Castile, and now we faced bitter winds from the mountains, biting hard enough to freeze fingers and toes. Poor Friday had never seen anything like it. His eyes widened with fear the moment he looked up at the mountains, all blanketed in thick white snow. The cold bit into him sharply, unfamiliar and unsettling. He'd never experienced winter before, not like this. And as we reached Pamplona, the snow only grew worse. It didn't stop. It kept falling for days with such intensity that the locals said winter had come far too early. The roads, already difficult to travel, had now become completely impassable. The snow wasn't the kind that hardens into ice, as it might in northern lands. No, it remained soft and heavy, threatening to swallow us with every step. We were stuck. We stayed in Pamplona for no less than 20 days, waiting for the weather to improve. But nothing changed. It was, by all accounts, the harshest winter Europe had seen in living memory. Seeing no hope of passing through, I began to consider a new route. Perhaps we could make our way to Fontarabia and catch a small vessel to Bordeaux. It would be a short voyage. But while I was still weighing this idea, 4 French gentlemen arrived from the other side of the mountains. They too had been blocked by the snow, but had managed to cross with the help of a local guide. This man had led them through higher ground near the head of Languedoc, avoiding the worst of the snowfall. According to them, where there was snow, it had frozen hard enough for both horses and men to cross safely. We wasted no time. We sent for this guide, and he assured us he could take us the same way with little danger, though he warned us of another threat: wolves. The heavy snows often drove these starving beasts down from the mountains. He asked if we were well armed, which we were. We replied that we were more concerned about 2-legged wolves, robbers we'd heard of, especially on the French side. He assured us that his path avoided such dangers. Convinced, we agreed to follow him, and so did 12 other travelers and their servants, both French and Spanish, who had also failed to cross by the usual routes. We departed Pamplona on November 15th. Strangely, the guide took us back the same way we had come from Madrid, about 20 miles. We passed 2 rivers and entered a flat, temperate region again. No snow, just pleasant, mild country. Then, suddenly turning left, we ascended the mountains by a different path. The way was long and winding, but the guide cleverly led us through switchbacks and gentle inclines that allowed us to cross the snowy heights with little difficulty. At last, we were rewarded with a breathtaking view. The fertile green lands of Languedoc and Gascony stretched far in the distance. But we weren't clear yet. Snow caught up to us again, a full day and night of relentless fall. Still, the guide urged us onward. He promised the worst was almost over. Every day we descended further, moving slightly north, and we trusted him. But then, just before dusk, something happened that chilled my blood. Our guide, who rode slightly ahead of us, had just disappeared behind a bend in the trail when suddenly 3 enormous wolves burst out from a nearby gully, followed closely by a great bear. 2 wolves lunged directly at the guide. Had he been much farther ahead, we might never have reached him in time. One of the wolves locked onto his horse's bridle. The other went for the man himself, with such ferocity that he couldn't even draw his pistol, only cry out desperately for help. My loyal companion Friday was closest. At my word, he galloped forward. When he caught sight of what was happening, he cried out in alarm, yet didn't hesitate. With nerves of steel and experience from his homeland, Friday rode straight toward the wolf attacking the man and fired a perfect shot right into its head. The creature collapsed instantly. Had it been anyone else, they might have shot from afar, missed the mark, or worse, hit the guide. But not Friday. His courage and composure saved the man's life. The blast from Friday's pistol echoed through the mountains, and with it came the horrifying chorus of howls from all around. Wolves, dozens of them by the sound, responding in a nightmarish concert. The mountains magnified the sound until it felt like we were surrounded. Maybe we were. The second wolf, the one gnawing at the horse's bridle, let go at the sound and fled. Luckily, the bridle's metal had spared the horse serious injury. The man, however, wasn't so fortunate. He'd suffered 2 vicious bites, one on the arm and another above the knee. The attack had nearly thrown him from his saddle, but Friday's swift action had saved him from worse. Naturally, the rest of us spurred our horses and rushed forward through the rough trail to help. As soon as we broke through the tree line, we saw clearly what had happened, and a lifeless wolf at Friday's feet. Never in my life had I witnessed a fight handled so boldly and in such an astonishing fashion as the one that unfolded between Friday and the bear. At first, we were all startled and afraid for him, but what followed turned out to be one of the most entertaining sights imaginable. Unlike the swift, nimble wolf, the bear is a heavy, awkward beast. He doesn't gallop like the wolf does. Instead, he behaves by 2 peculiar instincts. First, when it comes to humans, who aren't his natural prey, he generally doesn't go after them unless provoked, unless he's desperately starving, which could have been the case here, considering how deeply the snow covered the ground. If you don't interfere with him, he usually won't bother you. But mind you, he's quite the gentleman. He insists you give him the road. He won't even budge for a prince. If you're truly frightened, the best strategy is to look away and just keep walking. However, if you stop and stare him down, he takes that as an insult. Even tossing the smallest stick his way is enough to make him abandon all else and chase you down for revenge. And once he feels offended, he's relentless. He'll follow you night and day until he settles the score. Now, Friday had just helped our wounded guide down from his horse when we suddenly caught sight of the bear emerging from the woods, a monstrous beast, far larger than any I'd ever seen. We all froze for a moment, but Friday's reaction was entirely unexpected. His face lit up with joy and confidence. He looked straight at the creature and exclaimed with excitement, saying in his own way that he wanted permission to approach the bear, assuring us that he'd give us a good laugh. I was stunned. I warned him the bear could kill him, but Friday, undeterred, repeated confidently that he'd be the one to defeat the bear and make us laugh. In a flash, he took off his boots, slipped on his flat shoes from his pocket, handed over his horse, and darted off like the wind, his gun in hand. The bear was strolling calmly, bothering no one. Friday got closer and called out to it, speaking as if the bear could understand. We kept our distance, now in a vast, open forest in the Gascony region, dotted with scattered trees. With incredible speed, Friday closed the gap, picked up a heavy stone, and threw at the bear, hitting its head, but doing no harm. That wasn't the point, though. He did it purely to provoke the bear and lead it back toward us for the entertainment he promised. The bear, offended by the hit, turned and began chasing Friday, who then pretended to flee in our direction. We prepared to shoot the creature and rescue Friday, though I was irritated with him for turning the bear back our way in the first place. But Friday shouted to us not to shoot yet, insisting we wait for the laugh he had promised. He veered suddenly, ran to a large oak tree, and swiftly climbed up, leaving his gun on the ground nearby. We followed closely. The bear approached the gun, sniffed it, ignored it, and then climbed the tree like a massive cat. Friday had perched himself on the thinnest and a high branch, while the bear lumbered after him, only making it halfway. Then Friday shouted that he would now teach the bear to dance. He began to bounce and shake the branch, making the bear wobble and struggle to keep his balance. It tried to retreat, unsure how to turn back. We laughed heartily at the scene, but Friday wasn't done. He encouraged the bear to come closer, pretending to speak to it as if it were human. The bear surprisingly edged forward. Friday shook the tree again. We offered to shoot the bear, thinking the time was right, but Friday declined. He wanted to stretch the moment further. Eventually, seeing the bear wouldn't risk going further out on the branch, Friday slowly slid down the limb and jumped to the ground, grabbing his gun. I asked what he planned to do now and why he didn't shoot, but Friday said he was waiting for one last laugh. Sure enough, as the bear cautiously backed away, descending the tree hind end first, Friday stepped up, placed a muzzle to its ear, and shot it dead. He turned around proudly, checking to see if we'd laughed. Seeing our pleased expressions, he broke into loud laughter himself, explaining that this was how bears were handled in his country. Though, as he added, they didn't use guns, but long, powerful arrows. It was a delightful distraction, but we were still deep in the wilderness, and our guide was seriously injured. I couldn't stop thinking about the howling wolves echoing through the trees. Apart from the terrifying sounds I'd once heard on the African shore, nothing had filled me with such dread. Nightfall was drawing close, and we had no time to waste. Friday, ever ready for more adventure, wanted to skin the bear, but our guide insisted we press on. We left the massive creature behind and continued our journey. The snow still covered the ground, though it was far less treacherous than in the mountains. Later, we learned that, driven by hunger, wild animals had come down from the highlands into the plains and forests, wreaking havoc on nearby villages. They had killed livestock, sheep and horses, and even some unfortunate people, desperate as they were in a harsh winter. We faced one particularly dangerous stretch on our journey, a small plain hemmed in by woods on every side, with a narrow lane cutting through it, the only path to the village where we were to rest. Our guide warned us that if wolves were to be found anywhere in this land, they'd be there. We entered the wood just half an hour before sunset, and shortly after sunset, we emerged onto that plain. The first thing we saw was 5 huge wolves racing across the road, one after the other, like hunters chasing prey. They paid no mind to us and disappeared quickly into the trees. Our guide, who was rather faint-hearted, warned us to stay alert. More wolves were surely coming. We kept our weapons ready, eyes scanning the shadows, but we saw no more wolves until we crossed a wood and stepped into the open plain. There, we stumbled on a grim scene, a dead horse, or rather its skeleton, with at least a dozen wolves tearing at the bones. They hadn't bothered us, nor did we disturb their feast. Friday wanted to shoot at them, but I forbade it. We had more trouble ahead than we knew. Not long after, howls erupted from the woods to our left, terrifying, blood-curdling cries. Soon, about 100 wolves appeared, marching straight at us in formation, like a well-drilled army. I barely knew how to face such a force, but quickly we formed a tight line. To maximize our firepower, I ordered that only every other man should fire first, with the rest ready to volley immediately after, then switch roles. Each man carrying a musket and 2 pistols meant we could unleash 6 volleys in total if needed. At the first volley, the wolves halted, clearly shocked by the noise and smoke. 4 fell dead, shot clean through the head. Others limped away, bleeding, their blood staining the snow. They hesitated but did not retreat, remembering that the fierce beast could be scared by the human voice. We all shouted as loud as possible. The wolves began to retreat, and we fired a second volley into their backs, sending them running into the woods. We reloaded quickly and pressed forward, but soon the dreadful howling started again, this time closer and louder, echoing to the darkening woods on our left. As night crept in, the fading light made it harder for us, but the snarls and yells grew louder still. Suddenly, wolves appeared in 3 places, to our left, behind us, and ahead, surrounding us. They didn't attack immediately, so we urged our horses forward at a steady trot over the rough terrain, aiming for a lane that led to the woods on the far side of the plain. But as we neared the entrance, we froze. Dozens of wolves crowded the path, waiting. From another opening, a gunshot rang out, and then, wildly, a saddle horse burst from the woods, fleeing for its life, chased by 16 or 17 wolves at full speed. The horse held the lead for now, but we feared it wouldn't last. At the gate where the horse had come through, a horrifying sight met us. The carcasses of another horse and 2 men, ravaged by the ravenous pack. One man had clearly fired the gun we heard. His weapon lay nearby, but his head and upper body were eaten away. Horror filled us all. We were at a loss, but the wolves chose a course for us. They surged forward, eager for fresh prey. Luckily, near the wood's edge lay a heap of large timber, felled the summer before, perfect cover. I quickly drew our small band behind the logs, lining ourselves up and ordering everyone to dismount. We formed a 3-sided barricade around the horses, using the timber as breastwork. The wolves charged with terrifying fury, growling and leaping onto the logs as if rushing a trapped prey. Their anger seemed fueled mostly by the horses behind us. We fired as before, every other man, bringing down several wolves in the first volley, but they pressed on relentlessly, pushing each other forward. After a second volley, they paused briefly. I hoped they'd retreat, but more surged up again. We fired 2 volleys from pistols, killing and wounding many, at least 17 dead and twice as many hurt. But still the pack came on. I was reluctant to waste all our ammunition too soon. So I called for my other man, not Friday, who was busy reloading with remarkable skill, to lay a powder train along the timber logs. He hurried to do so, just as the wolves reached the barricade. Then, snapping a pistol near the powder, I ignited the fuse. Flames erupted, scorching the wolves on the logs and sending 6 or 7 crashing down among us. We dispatched them quickly. The bright flare frightened the rest, and as night deepened, they hesitated. I ordered a final pistol volley and a loud shout. At once, the wolves turned and fled, leaving behind nearly 20 wounded, which we hunted down and cut down. Their cries warned the others, and the pack scattered. From start to finish, we had killed about 60 wolves. If it had been daylight, the count would have been higher. With the battlefield cleared, we pressed onward, still about a league from our lodging. The wolves' howls echoed after us as we traveled. At times, we thought we glimpsed them in the snow's glare, but the swirling snow dazzled our eyes, making it hard to be certain. Finally, after about an hour, we reached a village where we were to rest. It was in turmoil, everyone armed and alarmed. The night before, wolves and bears had attacked, throwing the people into such terror that guards were posted day and night, especially after dark, to protect both livestock and villagers. The next morning, our guide was so ill and his wounds so swollen and festering that he could go no further. We had to hire a new guide at that village and press on to Toulouse, where we found a warm, pleasant country No snow, no wolves, and nothing like the horrors we had faced in the mountains. When we told our tale in Toulouse, they said such wolf attacks were common in the great forests at the mountain's foot, especially in snowy seasons. They were surprised we weren't all devoured. They asked about the guide who dared to take us through such perilous routes in severe weather, and told us how reckless it was. They blamed us too for placing ourselves and our horses in the middle of the line. They said it was the sight of the horses that riled the wolves so fiercely, seeing their prey so near. Usually, wolves fear a gun, but their hunger made them mad, reckless, and desperate. They said if we hadn't kept up the constant firing and finally used a powder train trick, it was likely we'd have been torn to pieces. They told us that if we had simply stayed on horseback and fired as horsemen, the wolves wouldn't have focused so much on the horses. Moreover, had we stood together and left the horses behind, the wolves would have eagerly devoured the animals while we, armed and united, might have escaped safely. For my part, I never felt so close to death. Seeing over 300 devils roaring with open mouths, ready to tear us apart, with no shelter or retreat, I thought all was lost. After that, I swore I'd never cross those mountains again. I'd sooner sail 1,000 leagues by sea, even if it meant facing a storm once a week. Beyond this, my journey through France was uneventful. From Toulouse to Paris, then straight to Calais, I crossed safely into England on January 14th, enduring a bitter cold season. Now I was at the heart of my travels. I had secured my newfound estate, and the bills of exchange I brought were honored without trouble. My chief advisor and trusted helper was my good old widow. Grateful for money I sent, she spared no effort to care for me. I trusted her fully and was happy to find her integrity unblemished. I resolved to sell my plantation in the Brazils, writing to an old friend in Lisbon. He offered it to 2 merchants there, survivors of my trustees, who accepted, sending 33,000 pieces of 8 to their correspondent in Lisbon. I signed the sale documents they sent and sent them to my old man, who forwarded me bills for 32,800 pieces of 8, reserving 100 moidores a year for himself during his life, and 50 moidores for his son thereafter, a rent charge the plantation would cover. Thus, I have begun the first part of a life of fortune and adventure, a life marked by Providence's twists and turns, beginning foolishly, but ending far better than I ever dare hope. One might think, with such good fortune, I'd be done risking my life. And I had, for a time, being used to wandering with no family or close ties, and having sold my estate in the Brazils. Yet I could not forget that land, nor resist the urge to travel again, especially to visit my island and see if the poor Spaniards were still there. My true friend, the widow, wisely persuaded me not to go, keeping me home for almost 7 years. During that time, I took care of 2 nephews, children of my brother. I raised the eldest as a gentleman, settling something on him for after my death. The other I apprenticed to a ship's captain, and after 5 years, sent him to sea as a bold young man. It was he who later drew me into further adventures. Meanwhile, I settled more permanently. I married, not to my disadvantage or dissatisfaction, and had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. After my wife's death and my nephew's successful return from Spain, his urging and my own inclination led me to join him as a private trader to the East Indies in 1694. On this voyage, I visited my new colony on the island, saw the Spanish successors, and learned of their troubled lives, the insults, alliances, conflicts, and eventual dominion over the poor Spaniards. I witnessed their battles with the Caribbeans, who had landed several times and even captured prisoners. At my arrival, I found about 20 young children on the island. I stayed about 20 days, left supplies, arms, powder, shot, clothes, tools, and 2 workmen, a carpenter and a smith, whom I brought from England. I divided the lands with them, reserving ownership to myself, but granting them agreed portions. I made them promise not to leave the island. From there, I touched at the Brazils, sending a bark I bought with more settlers to the island, including 7 women suitable as wives or servants. I promised to send English women later with goods if the settlers committed to planting. The fellows proved honest and diligent once settled. I also sent 5 cows, some with calves, sheep, and hogs, all of which multiplied by the time I returned. But hardship struck. 300 Caribbeans invaded, ruined plantations, and fought the settlers twice. Though initially defeated and losing a man, the settlers ultimately prevailed after a storm destroyed the enemy's canoes, starving or killing most of them and regaining their plantation. For 10 more years, with many surprising incidents and new adventures of my own, I will continue the story in the second part.
And so ends the unforgettable journey of Robinson Crusoe, a tale of loneliness, survival, but also of faith, resilience, and deep reflection. This story isn't just about a man stranded on an island. It's about the power of human spirit to adapt, to endure, and to transform. Crusoe lost almost everything, but through his trials, he found gratitude, peace, and the grace of God. May we, too, find strength in solitude and courage in uncertainty. But behind this timeless story stands a man whose vision gifted it to the world. Daniel Defoe, born in 1660 in England, a brilliant journalist, poet, trader, and novelist. He lived a life full of struggles, facing imprisonment, political persecution, and financial hardship. Yet from that turbulent life emerged this extraordinary masterpiece. Published in 1719, Robinson Crusoe is often called the first English novel. And even today, over 300 years later, it continues to inspire hearts around the globe. Books We at Audio Classics by Echoes feel honored to bring this great tale to life. With voice, sound, and emotion, we strive to preserve the magic of literature for new generations. Headphone if you've felt even a fraction of the emotion that Crusoe lived through. We invite you to subscribe, like, and share this story with someone who needs it. Your support helps us continue telling the stories that shape who we are. Let these classics never fade, because in them, we find not just entertainment, but echoes of the human soul. Until next time, take care of yourself, stay inspired, and keep listening to Audio Classics by Echoes of Stories.